And their opponents for today's session, representing Kazakhstan, Team Captain Alexander Nadovyasov, Jabek Kulumbayeva, Dmitry Popko, Alexander Shevchenko, and Elena Rybakina. If you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Germany and Kazakhstan.
It's a stirring way to start off all the ties that we have at the United Cup, the anthems. You can see from how the players treat those anthems what it means to them to be able to represent their countries.
Absolutely. I mean, it's, you know, not every day that you can represent your country in tennis, so that's why it's always special. Obviously, you have Davis Cup, you have the Billie Jean King Cup, you have things like the Laver Cup, but that you have women and men combined in an event is something very special. And I think somebody like Elena Rybakina would actually enjoy that. She always seems very focused. She always does her own thing during the tournaments, and when she's in an environment like that, I've seen her smile, I've seen her joke around, which is so nice to see. So very special. Team Germany always get together before. Not sure what they say, but great team spirit there from the Germans. Obviously have won the United Cup already last year, and they want to capture this title once again.
Yeah, they do. This is a fascinating quarter-final because, as I say, on paper, it should go down to the doubles. Paper's worth nothing, of course, particularly to Laura Siegemund, who will really fancy the upset, I think, in this first singles match. But on paper, Rybakina the favourite for the women's singles, Zverev the favourite for the men's, and that would leave us with a decisive mixed doubles, which is one of the best things about this United Cup, the way it elevates the doubles, the mixed doubles. You don't get too many opportunities to see the top players in the world playing mixed doubles alongside one another on the biggest stages. It's unique and it's incredibly fun. Alexander Shevchenko there, the #1 singles player on the men's side for Kazakhstan. He's been a revelation this week. He'll be taking on Alexander Zverev in the second match of the day here at the RAC Arena. Rybakina just being made to wait a few moments by Siegemund for the coin toss.
All right. We will be taking a photo at the very end, but let's start with the match conditions. Live ELC, the close calls will be shown automatically. 25 seconds on the clock. As a receiver, you follow the reasonable pace of the server. Apart from that, the towel boxes are marked with your country flags. Any questions from your end? No? No, any questions? No? All right. So we have John Newcomb or AO. Oh, what would you like? AO or Newcomb? So AO has been chosen. Can you do the flip? Yeah. Oh. And it's Newcomb. Laura, you choose. Receive. Okay. Then photo that way, please. Yeah, you too. Thank you. Great, thank you so much.
The Hot Shots kids stealing the thunder as per usual. They are the stars of the show this week in Perth. Absolutely love it. Laura Siegemund winning the toss and electing to receive, which is pretty par for the course for her, I would say. She's going to try and make it scrappy today. And Elena Rybakina here, the former world #3 and Wimbledon champion, she wants the exact opposite. She is one of the cleanest hitters on the WTA Tour. Turned pro 10 years ago now, incredibly. 25 years of age, right-hander, Wimbledon champion of a couple of years ago. Australian Open finalist of a couple of years ago as well, beaten by Arina Sabalenka in that extraordinary final. What a treat that was to watch. Coached now by Goran Ivanisevic in the very early stages of that coaching partnership, so going to be fascinating to see how that progresses. On the other side of the net, though, Laura Siegemund, not to be underestimated. 36 years of age now is Siegemund, 80 in the world, has been as high as 27, and has won some pretty excellent titles. Of course, home title in Stuttgart, the highlight of that. She's an excellent doubles player, right-handed, and she's got every trick in the book, and she's not afraid to use those tricks. You just never know what's going to come from the Laura Siegemund racket, and that makes her tennis matches very fun, Babsy.
They surely are. There's always something happening, and you can always watch her for a very long time because she is the master of playing 3 sets. She's already played twice 3 sets here, and then when I looked at the head-to-head, Rybakina against Siegemund, it's 5-1 for Rybakina, but they had some tough matches. They played a lot of close matches. There were only a couple which went straight forward, but she seems to know what she's doing against Rybakina, and that the key is, I think, for her to use that variety in her game. The question is how will she deal with the serve of Rybakina, with the power of Rybakina. So watching the two players in the last 4 or 5 days here, I would favor Rybakina, and I don't think it's going to be 3 sets, to be honest, because Siegemund must be a little bit tired. She's played a lot of tennis as well, and she had a lot of ups and downs in her matches. But with her, as you said, Catherine, you never know. And it's a new year as well. Who knows what happens
It is.
in a new year.
Everything could be different, couldn't it? We're going to get another perspective on this match. Thrilled to welcome the Kazakhstan captain, Alexander Nadovyazov. Very pleased to have you, Alexander. How do you see this match? It must be fantastic to have somebody of Elena Rybakina's quality going out there to try and get the first point for Kazakhstan.
I mean, first of all, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Another beautiful day here in Perth. Yeah, I mean, we're expecting a great battle against the defending champion, but yeah, we have high expectations for Elena, obviously, but we're taking every single opponent seriously. So, like I said, we're expecting a tough one today.
Alexander, Babsi here. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope you went to bed early last night. Did you stay up for the 12 o'clock fireworks, or did you watch the kids' ones at 9?
No, kids won. Kids won 100%. No, we played a little game with the team afterwards. We had some fun, but yeah, we went a bit early. It was a little bit noisy outside, but I hope everybody in our team had some decent sleep, yeah. So gotta be ready for early morning battle.
Team Germany won the toss.
There's someone sitting behind you wearing some very New Year's Day appropriate trousers, some pants. Where are your sparkly pants today?
Yeah, we had some jokes about it, and yeah, looks really fancy. She was telling us she forgot to wear it last night, so she has to wear it on the 1st of January, so we're fine with it.
Vibes look good in Team Kazakhstan. You all having a fun time this week?
Yeah. Oh yeah. First time in Perth, and we mentioned it tons of times before. We're really enjoying our time in Perth here.
Well, good luck. I think you have to speak to Elena now.
Yeah, thank you.
And if you make it to Sydney, we want to see the sparkly pants.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Good luck today.
Good luck. Thanks.
Okay, so a bet was lost. Love seeing all the vibes within the team dynamics. Great fun. That Elena Rybakina's sister there.
Yep. She's the one wearing those sparkly pants.
Love that for her.
She's gonna get a bit hot down there, I think.
Yes, thoughts and prayers for her. Elena Rybakina, her sister, going to open up this first quarter-final of the United Cup in
representing
Perth.
Team Kazakhstan to serve. Play. Love 15.
That's what she does so well, Elena Rybakina. She doesn't always go for that big first serve. That one was placed out wide, just beautifully, 139 kilometers an hour. It's the variety that's such a strength in her serve.
Unplayable serving from Rybakina.
First game.
It's pretty terrifying for everybody else on the WTA that she's already got one of the best serves on tour, and she's employed Goran Ivanisevic. She says one of his goals is to improve her serve.
Maybe she's going to serve left-handed soon, who knows, like Goran, and then it's going to be even more effective. But no, what a great combination it is, Elena Rybakina with Goran Ivanisevic. Obviously, he's been, you know, playing in finals of Grand Slam, is a Wimbledon champion as well. He knows exactly how it feels in those situations, and I had a chat to him. He said it's an absolute delight to work with Elena. She's like a sponge, listening to what he says, and yeah, she can relate to him, and that's the good thing. So it's a different story when the information comes from a former player, former superstar like Goran.
What areas are there to improve on her serve? Do you think it'll be the second serve, perhaps, that he might be working on?
Probably, and then you can always, you can always improve as a tennis player anywhere. That's the good thing. I mean, she's already getting so many free points. I would think probably the speed still, maybe even more variety. The kick serve, as you said, that it bounces up even higher.
Team Germany.
That's the good thing. As a tennis player, you're never finished with learning.
So no great surprise that the win predictor sees Rybakina as the heavy favourite here, 81%. That certainly is the case on paper, that she's the favourite, but Laura Siegemund laughs in the face of statistics like that. Fuel to her fire. Very happy being the underdog, Babsy, isn't she?
Yep, she is. She's got absolutely nothing to lose. She knows that she's had some tough matches against Elena. The pressure is definitely on Rybakina in this one.
Power looks so easy for Rybakina.
She can make it look so easy, Rybakina, especially when she doesn't have to move that much. When she's standing comfortably in the middle, then she likes to dictate, and that's her biggest strength, and it's not that easy to get her moving. And that department probably needs a little bit of work, that agility out there on the court, which is not easy, obviously, when you're that tall.
Team Germany.
Intensity right from the off for Siegemund. Jill, interest.
Pretty straightforward, that game for Siegemund. But we talked about the serve, that big weapon from Elena Rybakina, and that's her service placement in the last couple of matches. So she liked to go out to the backhand wing much more, but have a look at this placement. She doesn't use that body serve at all, which I think is also a very effective serve, but obviously against Busas Manero and Zachary, they both had weaknesses on their backhand.
15.
So you'd perhaps expect the body serve a little more today?
I think it would be great. It's a fantastic option, that body serve, because you just cut the angles. You know, it's so much harder for the returner to produce an angle.
That was a great image to look at, because I think, you've been talking about what Rybakina has been working on, and I do think I've noticed in the last couple of matches that she's played not only the variety, but she's using sometimes a second serve as a first serve as well, which I think it could be pretty effective for her.
30-15.
Alexander Zverev Sr. there in the foreground. Of course, father of Alexander Zverev Jr., but also captain for Germany this week. Comfortable on serve for
Team
both.
Kazakhstan.
So far, 2-1 the lead for Rybakina.
Team Kazakhstan lead 2 games to 1.
Вторая подача не сильная. Да, но я не могу ее сделать. Не, я понимаю, просто с ногами ее можешь атаковать по возможности. Она просто будет пытаться ее тебе больше в тело подавать. Она знает, что она у нее слабая, и она не будет тебе подавать по сторонам, она будет тебе ее больше в тело. Значит, ты можешь сделать максимально неудобно.
Time.
Siegmund up quickly once time is called. Interesting to see no strapping on her thigh today. A couple of days ago, she came out with pretty heavy strapping. Didn't see any evidence of injury in her play, but certainly a sign that she's feeling fine after all the many hours of tennis she's already played this week. She likes to slice that forehand, Siegmund. Is that a good tactic?
Well,
today?
I think she needs to use her variety, but it's easier said than done, because if somebody plays so powerful, it's so much harder to throw in that variety. And we've seen it in the last few matches of Siegmund that she doesn't like that forehand slice. We don't see that very often on the tour, but it can be effective.
You'll also notice, if you're watching Laura Siegmund for the first time, she does dice with danger on the shot clock. She takes the full 25 seconds between serves, and sometimes more. I think she's had time violations in every match so far, and it can sometimes get under the skin of the opponents, but Rybakina are generally pretty serene on that front.
Bit of luck there for Siegmund.
30-15.
And I would almost favor Siegmund. The longer the rallies go, if she can somehow involve Rybakina in longer rallies, then it should be good for her. Now, what's that sign? Luck. The hand. We need to do a little bit of research. Also with the second serve, Laura Siegemund has to be slightly careful. I think today it'll also be key to get a good percentage of her first serve in, because Rybakina will look to step in. Much better. Nice placement from the German.
Team Germany.
There's that intensity from Laura Siegemund, and we can now check in with Jill, who's speaking to Daniel Massur from the Germany bench.
Daniel, first of all, Happy New Year. Thanks. And just wanted to say, what did the German team get up to yesterday on New Year's Eve? What did you guys do together?
Well, the tournament organized a nice party for the players, so we attended there. Some of us, especially Laura, I mean, she had to play first match today, so she left a little bit earlier. The rest of us stayed until after the firework at 12, but then we straight went to bed because obviously we have a big match today.
Yeah, and it's a hot day, the hottest so far of the event. I know we've seen the players using ice towels. What else do you think is important to be able for Laura to prepare for a day like today?
Yeah, I mean, definitely to stay hydrated, start drinking a lot already, like in the morning before the match, because it's not easy to refuel everything you sweat out during the match. I think it's not possible, so start drinking a little bit earlier, cool down during the changeovers, and then maybe also between the points, use the shade in the bag to stay away from the sun for a little bit.
And this is a tough match, right? I mean, Laura has beaten Elena before, but what do you think the keys are for Laura to really cause some problems for Elena?
I think Laura has quite a game that's a little bit uncomfortable for Elena, although she's one of the top players of the world. I think Laura is doing it very well until now. She's mixing it up, changing the rhythm, the speed, using her slice. So yeah, I think she's doing it very well at the moment.
And we've also been enjoying, you guys do this little chant before the match starts where you all get together in a huddle. What are you guys saying to each other?
Basically, it's Sasha speaking, and because he's the leader of our team. And yeah, he's just trying to give us a good feeling, to motivate us. And yeah, that we stay together as a group and we're enjoying the time together. So I think it's a great thing. Yeah.
Well, you can feel it. You guys look very together as a team. But good luck, congratulations. I'll let you focus, support Laura. But thanks for joining us.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
40-30.
And thank you, Jill, for that very important confirmation that there was indeed a party last night that we weren't invited to.
There was a party in the 5th floor. We should have just gone up there, Catherine. But we had our own little group. You know, they probably wanted to join us, our group.
Absolutely.
We had so much fun.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Who needs the 5th floor? A little bit of danger there at 15:30, but no trouble for Rybakina. She's in the lead again, 3-2. So Rybakina speaking a little bit to Alexander Nedovyazov, their team captain for Kazakhstan, as we head to Margaret River. Yet another beautiful destination here in Western Australia, known for its vineyards, surrounded by some of the most stunning scenery. Good for hiking, kayaking, and these incredible looking limestone caves. Absolutely stunning. Now this one is driving distance from Perth, I think about a 4-hour drive, which is absolutely nothing in this part of the world, Babsy.
No, it's nothing, but I still haven't made it there. It's crazy because I'm actually living on the other side of Perth, on the east coast, and that is too far to come around. But it's on my bucket list, definitely. I've heard a lot of good things about Margaret River.
Yeah, me too. Every time I'm here and I say, you know, what should I tick off on my Western Australia list? Margaret River always comes up.
Well, maybe next year we have to plan to come a day earlier, 2 days earlier.
So, I've done Rottnest, got my quokka selfie.
Good.
It pales in comparison, though, to the Elena Rybakina quokka selfie. Straight into the Hall of Fame.
That is definitely straight into the Hall of Fame. Well, you never know with the quokkas, you know, they move fairly quickly when you get the right shot, the right angle, and she's nailed it. Look it up on her Instagram page.
Yeah, it's a stunner. The key to a good quokka selfie is that both the quokka and the human look happy.
They always look happy.
They always look happy, but
some humans don't.
Yeah, Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal both got excellent quokka selfies over the years.
So they just run around there everywhere, the quokkas?
Kind of, yeah.
Huh. It's on my bucket list as well.
Can't drop the ball that short to Elena Rybakina.
No, you have to have depth, and once again, when it's hip height, you know, and she's in a comfortable position, then her forehand and backhand is so dangerous. She's such a clean hitter. Great timing. A little bit slow the way she's moved to the ball there, Rybakina, and that's the thing. She moves all right laterally on the baseline, but when the ball is just a little bit deeper, a little bit shorter, with the slides, for example, that's where she has slight problems. Did you just try to catch a fly in here, Catherine?
Yes.
Did you get it?
I didn't. But it won't be my last attempt. Won't be defeated by the fly.
Yeah, well played. If she has a chance, she has to come in, Laura Siegemund. And what she loves when she comes to the net is playing those drop shot volleys. She's done it in doubles, in singles in the past few days as well. Has good feel. Sometimes doesn't work out, but this one was brilliant.
Right from the start of this match, I do feel like Siegemund's doing a good job of getting ready very quickly after the serve, and she's going to have to because that ball is coming with such good length and speed, but that's something that I think she knows has to be very, very sharp, is being alert right off of the serve. And even though she missed that one, she had to plan it. She was on top of it, so she's been very quick off the first step.
30-14.
Okay, danger here for Siegmund. A first break point for Team Kazakhstan and Rybakina. Now, will that hand symbol bring her luck? That's what it's supposed to do, according to my internet search.
Well done.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
There is the break. She's happy to
Team
live and
Kazakhstan
die
lead
by
4
the drop
games to
shot
2.
sword, isn't she, Siegmund?
Yeah, I mean, that's just her game. And we've seen it so many times. Sometimes it's the right moment for her to play those drop shots or not. But I don't think she can get herself involved to too many ground stroke rallies where she's just hitting with Rybakina. So it was a good attempt. I'm sure she'll be successful again. She'll keep on doing it. She'll keep on trying it, that's for sure. But she has a lot of options, the German. Oh, too good. Look at that depth there. And because she's so tall, Rybakina, you feel like sometimes she's not even moving. She doesn't have to move. She takes one little step and she's pretty much covering that backhand side. Nice early preparation.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it, that backhand? It seems like she can take it either direction with equal ease. Lovely from Siegmund.
15.
Did you hear what she said?
That's it.
That's it. That's the forehand. Yep.
I think that's also the play. I think that's what she's going for, is trying to utilize that slice, because if the slices stay low on these courts, and it's going to force Elena to have to hit up, and then Siegmund can attack on the next one. That's a really good play.
Yeah, and when that slice is coming really low from Siegmund, it's because Rybakina is so tall. It's a long way to bend your knees for her.
Real aggression from Siegmund this game.
Yeah, she was waiting for that return. Well, if she looked at the stats that Rybakina is going mainly to the backhand, then that should help. You just have to be so alert. And it's very hard when you play Rybakina also to get that rhythm, because some of the points, they're just so short, to stay in the moment, to stay focused.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Well, she's trying to play an aggressive brand of tennis, isn't she, Siegmund? So I guess she has to accept
Team
some
Kazakhstan
unforced
lead,
errors.
5 games to 2.
It's a handsome lead for Rybakina, 5-2. Some more on the necklace, because I'd hate for some good Googling to go to waste.
Yeah, tell me.
It's called a Hamsa hand.
Okay.
An image recognized and used as a sign of protection throughout history, traditionally believed to provide defense against the evil eye.
Oh, I need to get that. We need to go and
I
shopping
think we
today.
all do,
Yeah.
potentially.
And there it is. Beautiful necklace.
Originates from ancient Middle Eastern religion and has a history of thousands of years.
Well, then it should work, right?
Yeah, she is 5'2" down, so it's not a fantastic advert for the power of the Hamza hand.
Doesn't protect her maybe against the serve of Rybakina and her game, but maybe more important things in life, who knows, you know, staying healthy, happy.
Even the Hamza hand has its limits. Potentially. Siegmund loves a comeback.
Time.
More props to the DJ, my MVP for the week here in Perth.
Yeah, the music's been great, huh?
Yeah, really adding to the vibes.
I watched him the other day. He was just dancing and feeling the music. Yeah, that's one component from Rybakina, just the movement on the court. I think that can definitely get a bit better.
Sometimes it can be a little bit hard to exploit that movement. I totally agree. I mean, that'd be a good play for Siegmund to try and open up the court. The length of Rybakina's legs, I mean, she's so tall. She has to take 1 or 2 steps, then you feel like she's at the ball. So sometimes it can be challenging to find that opening.
Good, eh? Was good.
30-15.
A bit of encouragement there from the bench, from her coach Luca, that it was the right thing to do. To sometimes go for it.
Totally mistimed that one. Pretty rare for Rybakina.
When she makes it to the net, then she knows what she's doing with those volleys, and the short volleys are so effective against Rybakina.
Lovely point. Maybe I underestimated the Hamsa hand.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe there could be a turn now. Still Rybakina to serve, so be a big task to break.
Serving for the set, no less.
Nearly got her there.
15
It was all open.
Yeah, didn't need to be that good, did it? She had a whole court to play with.
Sometimes when you see that the whole court is open and you feel like, okay, I have a chance and I have to seize it, then you come up with the error because of the pressure.
13.
Come back to that in a moment. Was she querying how quickly Rybakina is playing?
Yeah, I didn't really hear the conversation, but she wasn't happy with something.
Well, she is playing quickly. She raced through that one. Very comfortable way to serve out the opening set for the former world #3.
Yeah, I think it was a very solid set there from Rybakina, who wants to set her own time and tone and rhythm when she serves. It was a little bit too fast, obviously, or clearly for Laura Siegemund. Let's have a look at those numbers. 77% of first serves in. That's a huge number, and obviously that's why she's holding so easy. Her own serve, less unforced errors there as well, even though she plays more aggressive. Surprising to see that Laura Siegemund has one more winner on her account, but at the end of the day, Elena Rybakina, she was never in trouble in this first set, broke early. So she's looking strong. She's trying to dictate pretty much from the beginning onwards on her serves, but also from the baseline, trying to spread the ball to those lines, taking the ball early, not giving Siegemund any time. The German tried to throw in the variety, every now and then a drop shot coming to the net, but easier said than done when somebody's hitting the ball so hard. So what Siegemund has to do is just keep on trying to throw in that variety, come to the net every now and then. When she has the chance, go for it. But you have to be very, very consistent against a woman who is in a fine form, Elena Rybakina.
Jill, I think you have an update from the ground on what that exchange was about between umpire Julie Kendley and Laura Siegemund.
Yeah, I think she's trying to give Sigmund a little bit of time, and she said she thought she had up until about the 15-second mark, and Julia Kendley jumped in and said, yes, you do, and she gave her a little extra time on that last one just because of how fast the point was. But on average, from the clock, she has about 15 down to the 15-second mark to get ready on the server's pace. Does that make sense?
So the rule is that you play at the server's pace.
Correct.
But are you saying that there's kind of discretion in that, like the receiver has to be given a certain amount of time just to get themselves ready?
I think so, because the server can sometimes go too fast, and you can slow it down to some degree as the receiver. And I think this is the ongoing discussion about that particular instance. So she is kind of being wary of how fast the points are going. So she is giving Sigmund a little bit of time, but overall, you have to play to the server's pace to a certain degree.
Germany to serve.
Now, this sort of thing isn't unusual for Laura Siegemund. She actually got a time violation as a receiver in her first singles match. She was told she needed to play more at the server's pace. So this pretty par for the course for her.
Yeah, I wonder how much time she's going to take now
15.
on her own serve. She's probably going to take the whole 25 seconds here, just to make sure that Rybakina has to adapt to her pace.
I suspect you're right, Babsy, yeah.
You know, it's a little bit of mind games on the court out there as well. Whoa. Well, she went for that one, Rybakina.
She's also quite smart with this shot clock usage, Siegmund, because the shot clock stops when you start your service motion. So Siegmund is about to start here, but then she pauses again. So she gets herself a bit of extra time.
That's what she doesn't like, Rybakina, that full sprint forward. So well played from Siegmund. Want to see a few more of those ones in this second set, if possible.
Wild game to start the second set from Rybakina, but front foot tennis from Siegmund.
Yep, that was a good start, and the way she's running to the other side of the court shows Rybakina that there's a lot of energy left still in Laura Siegemund. She's just not just going away just yet. She's a phenomenal competitor. Did you get the fly? Well, it's a mosquito. There's some blood here on your wrist.
I just killed a mosquito mid-bite. Like a ninja.
You should see this. It's really interesting because the mosquito, I can see, well, I can see the wing, one of the wings. I can see blood. Are you okay? Do we need to get...
What is going on up there? Are you guys doing okay?
It's all happening up here, Jill. I turn around and then there's a death in here.
Do you need me to bring up the first aid box, or?
I think we should be all right.
I have just committed a murder.
It's a good start of the new year, isn't it?
There's a crime scene on my arm right now.
It's just that constant pressure you have on Rybakina's serve. It's hard to deal with. Sometimes you almost have to take that 50-50 chance where she serves. You know, you've made it when you have your own name on your shoe.
How many Grand Slams do you think you need to have won before you start having the symbols on your shoes or about your person to represent each of those slams? Because Rybakina's got it for one.
Yeah. Well, obviously one.
Game Team Kazakhstan.
It was funny when Novak Djokovic was asked, you know, what are his goals in 2025. He said 2025, 25. 25 Grand Slam titles.
That's a cool thing
cool
to be able to say, isn't it? Well, he achieved his goal for 2024, which was Olympic gold, didn't he?
Yep, he certainly did. That was on his bucket list and meant so much when he converted that match point. He was shaking, he was in tears, he was so emotional. Great to see.
One of the moments of the year. Yes, you know, on paper on the tour, not his best season, no Grand Slams, but I think he'd have signed for it at the start of the year. That's how much he wanted that Olympic gold.
Love 15.
Well, that time Rybakina handling the low ball very well, but that's because she got up with her feet, was a lot more balanced and in control. Like she was already looking for it, and that's why she was able to accelerate and hit that ball with a lot of pace.
Love 13. Love 14.
Quite a few opportunities here now to get that early break in for Rybakina. A lot of times when she has to move out wide, Rybakina on that forehand wing, and she tries to go down the line, it lands in the net.
It's a higher risk shot, of course, than going.
Yeah, but you have to know when you change directions, you gotta aim it a little bit higher over the net. That's the highest part of the net. And I've seen her do that quite a few times already today.
Still break point.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Well, a bit of a shame from Siegmund there. She did look a bit sluggish moving out to that forehand side, Rybakina, but secures the break. Set 2-1 now. So Rybakina with a handsome lead in this opening match. This is the man that we expect to see in the next singles match, taking on Alexander Shevchenko, the #1 singles player for Kazakhstan. He's been practicing a lot of serves, Zverev. And he did tell you a couple of days ago, didn't he, that he was struggling a little bit with his arm, bit of soreness, and he has been just feeling it out a little bit, clutching at it. Doesn't look 100%. And of course, well, this is the most stupid thing anyone's ever said, but the right arm is quite important, Babsy.
Yeah, it is. I don't think he can play with his left arm tennis the way he does with his right arm. Yeah, he did mention the first day that he felt his elbow just a little bit. We'll see how he goes in his match. You don't want to start the beginning of the year with an injury. That's the thing. I mean, it's going to be a long year ahead. He barely had any time off as well, so it's not easy, you know, for tennis players to look after their body all the time because you're constantly under pressure to play. So we'll see what happens. I'm in good spirits for Sasha Zverev. He's played a lot of tennis here already with the mixed doubles.
Yeah, one thing that does strike me is, assuming he's good to play the singles, if he is carrying a little something, I'd be surprised to see him play both.
it's not necessary, I think, for him to, if that would be decided, but it looks like there could be a deciding mixed doubles today.
I mean, they have a fantastic men's doubles specialist on the bench, don't they, in Tim Putz?
Yeah.
Fresh from winning the ATP Finals title just a few weeks ago. So no big dramas if you can't play doubles, but one to keep an eye on.
Oh, she had too much time there.
Love 15.
Elena Rybakina not happy about that forehand after such a good serve. Oh, that was a bit tricky for Rybakina because that ball bounce from Siegemund was quite awkward.
15.
Yeah, it was interesting because, I mean, you could tell when she hit it, it was a mishit from Sigmund, that it was going to have a little bit of a strange spin on it, but Rybakina handled it well, but it took her a little moment to react to that spin and adjust. Luckily, she was close enough to the net to make it a pretty easy put away.
It got a big round of applause from coach Goran Ivanisevic at that point. He loves to see Rybakina up at the net. Just spraying a few, isn't she? Just a little loose from Rybakina.
Yep. For her, it's important to not relax too much. Just thinking, okay, you've got that one break under your belt. We know Siegemund is dangerous. Yeah, too good.
And then she does that.
Yeah.
32.
She can create that angle from the middle of the court, can't she? Because of her height and her stature.
Yeah, and that's why she's won that point. If that would have been long and deep, I think Siegemund would have been there. So it's always good to change the depth as well. Oh, there's a chance here.
30-14.
Yeah, Siegmund feels it. She's right up on her tiptoes here. Point to break back.
Ah, too good from Rybakina so many times. She hits that serve out wide, and then she can pretty much dictate with that forehand out of the middle, and she's done it well, coming to the net. That was actually down the tee, that serve, but I like it that she actually followed through and hit it with a volley. That's what she needs to do a little bit more often.
Lovely stuff.
Advantage, Team Germany.
I love that play, and she got a head start on that return. She really anticipated well, was already moving to her right to take that ball early. Love the fact that she just charged forward.
Well, a second serve on a break point. She knows how big this is.
Went for too much, and that's why you have to stay calm. You know, she sees that opportunity. She knew she had it there, and then making an error like that, that's hard to digest. It would have been all square. You don't get too many opportunities against those top players. When you get them, you got to take them. Otherwise, this happens.
Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, she can. When you've got a serve and a weapon like that, you can just snuff out opportunities in an instant, can't you? 1 minute you break point up, the next minute you're sitting down at the change of ends.
Game,
And
Team
there it is.
Kazakhstan.
The hold saving 2 break points.
Team Kazakhstan
casually
lead 3
tossing the
games to
balls back
1.
down the other end.
We've talked a lot about the forehand of Elena Rybakina. Let's have a look at the placement today, really targeting the forehand of Laura Siegemund. As you can see, there's barely any balls going into the middle. She likes to spread the ball whenever she plays a winner or hits a winner. It's coming to that forehand wing. She has a tendency to play more cross-court than down the line, Rybakina. But when she stands there at the ball, it's a bullet, it's a rocket. So big, big strength besides the serve.
Love 15.
She's just under constant pressure, isn't she, Laura Siegemund?
She is so good at creating that angle on the forehand, isn't she?
Yeah, and,
15,
I mean, we
14.
just analyzed the forehand that she goes on the majority of times, to the forehand wing of Siegemund, and she's done it again. She never really goes down the line. So that's something maybe Siegemund has to think about as well. At some stage, as you said, it's usually that short cross-court angle.
2 break points for the double break.
13-14.
Gets it on the second try. It's all Rybakina just now, setting a double break, 4-1.
Team Kazakhstan lead 4 games to 1.
we talked about teaming up with Goran Ivanisevic, Elena Rybakina, and I'm sure if you have someone, you know, like Goran sitting there on the bench in your team, that would give you so much more confidence as well.
Absolutely. He was in high demand as a coach, wasn't he, after he split from Novak Djokovic. Made it clear that he wanted and needed a bit of time off after the intensity of working with Novak. Wanted to take the summer. But I believe he had a lot of calls coming his way. So it's a real endorsement of Rybakina that he chose to work with her.
Yeah, absolutely. And I never thought that I was going to see him at some stage on the WTA tour. But he's having a good time so far. He's loving it. And obviously to coach a woman is very different than coaching a man.
And he very specifically wanted that challenge, didn't he? Wanted to see if he could, you know, transfer his coaching skills to the WTA, and I think he's aware that that is a different challenge.
Yeah.
So kind of not taking that lightly.
No, it certainly is, and he knew that before, and I love it that coaches challenge themselves as well, and this is a new experience for Goran. And I'm sure the two of them will have lots of success in the future. This is just the beginning.
So Rybakina 2 points away from getting the first win of this 3-match tie to book a place in the Sydney semi-finals of the United Cup. No pressure, Laura Siegmund, but we are just hearing that Zverev has pulled out of the singles.
15.
That bicep strain that we saw him struggling with in practice a few moments ago, obviously a little more serious than we feared. So he's out of the singles. Daniel Masur will play, and that makes Shevchenko of Kazakhstan suddenly the heavy favourite in that second singles.
That's already obviously tough for Sasha Zverev to have an injury like that at the beginning of the year. And that's not a great thing for Team Germany here, I have to say, as well. So that might be it for them this year at the United Cup. But he needs to obviously look after his body. Talked about the length of the season.
Very difficult for us to tell and speculate about how serious it is, because with a Grand Slam around the corner, a player isn't going to take any risks. But equally, you know, we know this competition means a lot to him.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's a strain of the biceps, you know, that's going to take a bit to heal. That doesn't just go away in a few days. So I'm sure he's going to just take some time off until the Australian Open, and hopefully he's going to be fit by then.
Team Kazakhstan lead 5-1.
She's rocking now, Rybakina, isn't she? Set and 5-1.
Yeah, she's not in danger at all today, isn't she? She's in complete control.
Yeah, so comfortable. Just 55 seconds. I think that's the quickest game of the week. Taylor Fritz has served a couple of quick ones, but he hasn't been able to get under a minute. He's been outdone by Elena Rybakina. Rushing now, Siegmund, isn't she?
She sure is. Everything's going just a little bit too fast for her. I wonder if Alexander Zverev Senior already knew that at the beginning of this match that Sasha was most likely not going to play. Good chance.
A bit of panic in Siegmund's game just now. clearly feeling like she's tried everything and none of it has really worked in the face of Rybakina just being awesome today. And the Kazakh is 2 points away now.
Let Fusu.
One-way traffic.
Love 14.
She's going to take some beating in the United Cup. If Kazakhstan continue, and down under generally this season, 3 match points.
It's a little late now, but beautiful forehand down the line here. I just generally think the pace of Rybakina, it's just too fast today for Siegemund. Also in these conditions, the ball traveling even faster through the air. It's a hot day.
Takes it at the second time of asking, though. Elena Rybakina, awesome again today.
6-1.
3 matches, 3 wins, 6 sets won. Pretty much perfect from the former world #3. And with the news about Alexander Zverev being out of the singles, that puts Team Kazakhstan firmly in the driving seat for semi-final qualification.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that Elena Rybakina probably doesn't even know that just yet, that things are looking good for their team. But today was an outstanding performance from her. Pretty clean sheet in every department of her game. Of course, serving extremely well. She was out there 1 hour and 4 minutes, so full of energy. High fives with the team. Those are the matches she needs, and what a start of the year for Elena Rybakina. And then you've got the sparkly pants again.
It's all about the sparkly pants. Maybe Jill can ask Elena Rybakina about them.
Elena, congratulations. That was a fantastic performance. First of all, Happy New Year. You seem to be getting better and better each match. Does it feel that way?
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone, and thank you for coming on the first so early. Yeah, feeling better on the court and physically also. It was a long trip. It's not easy in the beginning, but really happy with the performance, and yeah, looking forward for the next match of the guys.
And you put Kazakhstan in a good position. It's one of the hottest days so far, the hottest day that you've been here. Do you like these conditions, and what do you do to thrive in them?
Well, honestly, I don't like, of course, when it's too hot, but the only good thing that at 10 a.m. it's not as hot as it's going to be now for the guys, but definitely I'm trying to drink more water and stay in the shade whenever I have a chance, but yeah, hope that for the guys it's going to be still okay.
Well, we've been enjoying your interaction with the team for Team Kazakhstan. You all are supporting each other. You look like you're having so much fun, smiling loud out there. What's been the most fun for you to be a part of this team?
Well, all the guys are pretty funny, and I mean, it's nice to play team competition. It's so rare we get a chance to do that, and I'm so happy to be here also for the first time in Perth. And I really like here everything. So yeah, enjoying my time.
Well, you can tell. Enjoy it. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, a lovely interview, but ducking the big question about the sparkly trousers.
Yeah. We need to find out ourselves where to get them.
Yeah, we need to know. We will have other opportunities, though, to speak to Team Kazakhstan, and we will probably see Elena Rybakina in the doubles a little bit later on.
That would be nice, yeah. I'd love to see her in the mix. They had a lot of fun previously. I remember that Alexander Shevchenko, after their first tie, said that she carried him through. But let's quickly have a look at some of the match summary. We talked about that first serve. The percentage is so high, and mainly whenever it goes in, she wins the point. 6 aces, 1 double fault. See more winners compared to Laura Siegemund, and also less unforced errors. So once again, a great performance there for Elena Rybakina. She is full of confidence in this new year, you can tell, and a joy that in one step or close, they're very close to actually be in the semi-finals of the United Cup, but you never know what happens.
Yeah, it is good to have her back, isn't it? The WTA Tour is better for having a peak Elena Rybakina in it. And that's what we've seen today and might well see in the semi-finals in Sydney. We'll find out. There's the men's singles and the mixed doubles to come very soon indeed.
Rediscovered that from 10-15, set 2. Well, that'll work right there. He won the second and he'll be the tiebreak and really distract third. Oh yes, oh yes. 6-2 in the deciding set. Maloney handing it back to Yasmin Carolina in fine style. World number 4 was dominant on day 3. Downright destructive on day 5. And she takes it in style. She's drawn through the first set 6-2 in 22 minutes. Team France's Rybakina and more enhanced. Carolina's relentless pursuit points. 6 love, 6-2, right on the hour to send Italy through to the quarterfinals. She can do everything. The final contest of the year under the scorching first sun and Taylor Fritz was as hot as the weather. There he goes. Team Croatia's former charge was Natalia is left against the Team USA star. Such intelligent tennis. The world number 4 was 21 set 2 as he made advancements. First up, failure against Team Canada. For a charge to do, ultimately, Taylor had a swift response. Fritz victory in the top stage was through to the quarterfinals. Still, Coco Gauff put an exclamation mark on the proceedings. John Begic did challenge Gauff in the opening set. Fortune, however, would favour the American. 6-4, 6-2, the scoreline was Gauff sent Team USA into the final 8 with momentum.
Welcome for our next match, representing Germany, Daniel Masur. And their opponent for today's match, representing Kazakhstan, Alexander Shevchenko.
Well, hello and welcome. Happy New Year, wherever you are around the world. Certainly it's New Year here in Perth, Australia. And we hope that 2025 brings you many blessings and may it be a good one. And for all the tennis players out there, give it a crack. And I hope you can stay fit and well and have a fantastic 2025 season. It's Team Germany against Team Kazakhstan today. The German team winning Group E, defeating Brazil and China. Team Kazakhstan defeating Spain and Greece to top Group C.
Hey, morning. Happy New Year. Gonna help us with the coin toss? Hey, Daniel, Happy New Year. Gonna help us with the coin toss?
You will see Daniel Masur there, because the word is that Sasha Zverev has injured his bicep, folks.
Blocks in every corner. The people can help you with the towels as well if you need it. Just let me know if you need anything, okay? Any questions? Heads, tails? Heads is AO. Go for it. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's your choice. I'm gonna receive, I'm gonna stay, so just a picture in the middle. Thanks, guys.
Plenty of requests for the hot shot bucket hats already. So I will be filling up my bag to go home with some of those. Nice swag. And a warm welcome to both teams who have done so well to qualify for the knockout stages. We're into the quarterfinals. Both these respective teams topping their group. And delighted to say that I have one of Australia's finest alongside me in the booth today, in Mark Philippoussis, and an Aussie legend, 9-time major winner, John Fitzgerald courtside. Happy New Year, gentlemen, and welcome.
Robbie, Fitzy, Happy New Year to everyone out there. Wishing you guys health and happiness 2025.
Thanks, boys. And a guy who I think we're going to see a fair bit of in this new year, Mark, Alex Shevchenko, who has produced nicely through the rankings over the last couple of seasons. Broke top 300 in March of 2022. Then a couple of months later, he was top 200, and already at the early stages of this year, he's reached a career high of 45. What do you like about his game?
You know, I'm a fan. I've got a chance to watch a couple of these matches, and from what I saw, I really liked. And he's a great athlete, good clean hitter of the ball.
3 minutes.
You know, played a good match against Tsitsipas. Did what he had to do to win that match. Loves the occasion. Is not you know, not nervous by what's been happening here in Perth, representing his country. He's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, he's had some good wins throughout the course of his career. Tail end of 2023. He earned his first top 10 win, beat Taylor Fritz there, saved 2 match points against Taylor when Taylor was making a push for Turin, and he lost those 3 matches in a row, 7-6 in the third. One of them was against Shevchenko. Guy's got some serious firepower, has Alex. Now, last minute replacement is Daniel Masur. Alex Zverev apparently has an arm issue. The bicep in particular was strained in his previous match, and I think with the first major just a couple of days now around the corner, he doesn't want to risk any further injuries. So Danny has stepped in, and his nickname amongst the other Germans is
Wally. Can you believe that?
I can.
Amazing.
Yeah, and shout out to Wally. We hope he is doing well, and especially his wife, Fitzy. We hope she is on the mend slowly, and we send them all our regards from the tennis family here in Australia.
Yeah, well said, Robbie. Susan and Wally, yeah, we're thinking of you guys, and miss you. By the way, I didn't know until that moment that they've nicknamed the German version Wally.
Yeah,
didn't know.
He's certainly built like Wally, strong, fit as a fiddle in showroom condition.
Oh, he's got a better body than Wally, come on. No, he was a pretty fit guy, Wally, in his time, wasn't he?
Yeah, Daniel's reached a career high of 176. That happened 3 years ago, Fitzy, back in March of 2022. He's currently ranked just outside the top 250, and as we know, everybody in this game, you're inside the top 300, you can play. And perhaps, given the fact that Shevchenko is playing a much lower-ranked opponent now, that burden of expectation to win might just change the dynamic here somewhat.
That's true, Robbie. It's a different thing when you're playing against an opponent that's ranked a lot higher than you. You can go out hitting the ball more freely.
30 seconds.
Nothing to lose. But again, he's been
Ladies and gentlemen,
what
this
I've really
match will be the
enjoyed
best of
watching
3
him is he's not afraid to go for his shots.
Germany won the toss and chose to receive.
I'm sure that'll be the same in today's match.
Conditions set fair. It's a nice warm one today. Of course, we have the luxury of a retractable roof here at the RSC Arena, but we've only had to use it once, and that was more out of precaution than anything else a couple of days ago.
End of warm-up.
The ball is going to be pinging through the air. Team captain for Germany, Alexander Zverev Sr., of course, was a player in his own right back in the day. Very calm demeanor.
I played against him, Robbie, in fact, when we were pre-20 years of age. He played for Russia, I played for Australia, and he beat me. My memory says 7-5 in the third. He might think, in retrospect, it was a bit easier than that. I'm not sure, but that's my memory. But then he went back to Russia. I didn't see him again as a player.
Wow.
Alex Senior. He could play a bit, though, but he was good.
And he's produced two very good tennis players, very different tennis players. Sasha, of course, a baseliner, and older brother Misha, a very good serve and volleyer. So it's pretty much done
First
it all.
set, Alexander Shevchenko representing Team Kazakhstan to serve. Ready?
So Team Kazakhstan with a 1-love lead. Shevchenko trying to get them through to the semi-finals in Sydney.
$15 left. $30 left. $30-15.
It was the first full year on tour for Shevchenko. Just getting used to playing at ATP tour level. Advanced to a couple of tour quarterfinals. Different surfaces as well: Montpellier, Rotterdam, indoors, Geneva, and Almaty. A tournament in Geneva on the clay, of course.
Game, Team
Rainer
Kazakhstan.
Schuttler, you'll remember that man. He is a tournament director, I believe, still for the Geneva event. So Shevchenko showing us that he is multifaceted in his game. And you need to be these days. You've got to be able to play well, at least on hard and clay. Vast majority of the tour is covered by those two surfaces. They have increased the length of the grass court season by 1 week. So that always helps for those who like that surface. I think we would have liked 8 weeks on grass if we had our way.
Oh, maybe like 3 months, 6 months. Sometimes, you know, I'd look back and go, oh, it's a little unfair. They've got so many events on hard courts, so many on clay.
Yep.
Just give me a little couple of more on the grass.
Let's take our first look at Daniel Masur this week, filling in for Alex Zverev.
Love 15.
Probably a good time to look at the win predictor. Not overwhelming favorite is Shevchenko, just almost 60-40. That's because the win predictor knows that Masur's a good player. He's won a couple of challenges. He's made the finals of a few as well.
Love 30.
2 challenges that he did win. One was on hard, the other carpet. of those challenges in Germany. Eckental. First time I played on carpet, I couldn't believe how quick it was. Fitzy is going to be a few nerves you would expect from Daniel. So these first couple of service games, crucial for him, aren't they?
Well, they are. His heart rate does look a bit high at the moment. It might take him a few games to settle down, I think. In these situations, if you come in and you haven't got a match under your belt, if you can at least get that first service game of yours under the belt, it helps quite dramatically. But he's mishitting a few here, which is an indication of a bit of nerves.
15-14.
Germany beating Brazil and China to top Group E. It's an early break points opportunity here for Shevchenko. Shevchenko's coach in the middle, the great Joachim Nystrom. Of course, works out of the Good to Great Academy with Magnus Norman. They've got a good team there. Magnus Norman, Mikael Tillström. I think Simon Aspelin is also based out of there. Niklas Kulti. Strong stable of coaches.
Team Germany.
Plenty of good industry there from Masseur.
He did all the work, didn't he? And that was a very straightforward backhand chip that he put in the net at the end. He did all the work here to get into position.
Great indication of the depth that Shevchenko had.
Advantage, Team Germany.
Liking that slice flipper.
Liking the body weight going towards the direction, no?
Yes.
Good body weight, shoulder. Nice and solid. Well, that's where maybe where he got his nickname Wally from.
Team Germany.
That's an impressive hold from 15-40 down. That'll settle him very quickly into this match.
Yeah, the body will be well warmed up now, as will the ticker. You feel somewhat part of this contest. Maybe 2 or 3 service games under the belt, and then you'll feel like you're properly involved in the match. That was an opportunity there for Shevchenko just to assert his authority. You want to make your opponent feel uncomfortable. You want to try and make them feel like they don't belong on this court with you.
Another thing is too is Alex has got to make sure that intensity is up there, because when you wake up in the morning, you're thinking, I'm going to play Zverev, and he doesn't play, you know, and he's playing Daniel Masur. Everyone can play. Everyone's here for a reason.
Yep.
You know, Daniel's ranking's not where Sasha is, but he's a, you know, he's a strong player, so he's got to make sure that his intensity does not relax out here on the court.
30-15.
And I think in a way, Mark, you know, he's got more to lose now. I mean, his team are up 1-0. Rybakina has put them in the box seat, but you know, now he's expected to win. Against Zverev, he wasn't, and sometimes that puts a little bit of extra weight on your shoulders.
Some nice purchase on the court there with that second serve. It wasn't the fastest, just 136 kilometers an hour, but that one was adorned with all manner of spin. It's that time of the day, approaching noon. It's very warm, the court's hot, it's lively.
.40-30. Game, Team Kazakhstan. Team Kazakhstan lead 2-1.
So 2-1, first set to Team Kazakhstan. So Sasha just having a chat with Goran Ivanisevic there. And I think he's just gesticulating that his the arm is not quite right. That's why he's had to pull out. We believe it's a bicep strain. And with the first major of the year just around the corner, this was a backstage a little earlier on this morning with his girlfriend, Sofia Tamala. Just being precautious, we believe. So disappointing not to have him front and center, but hopefully it's nothing too serious and that he can recover quickly. And if somehow Team Germany turn this one around and do win it, perhaps a good chance. We might see him in Sydney, who knows? But it's going to have to take a comeback of note, defy the odds, no question about that. Masur's ranking a fair bit lower than Shevchenko's. That's the beautiful thing about sports. It's the best form of reality TV. There are no scripts here, folks. So Daniel Masur, who has stepped in for Sasha Zverev, executing a second service game.
Love 15.
Like a lot of players, Mark, he left home when he was quite young. Moved to a tennis academy. Says he enjoys maths.
Maths?
Yep. That'll serve you well. Well worked. And both of Daniel's parents,
Love 30.
Gerhard and Elena, both tennis coaches, so that's where the inspiration comes from, he says. Idolized Nadal growing up. Given that he is from Munich, no guessing who his favorite football team is.
(15-30).
Big Bayern fan. Especially Bastian Schweinsteiger, who is married to. Bit of trivia.
Oh gosh, well, I mean, Robbie, I have no idea. Ah. Don't leave us waiting, Robbie.
You know the answer, come on.
30 all.
Anna
Ivanovic.
Right, tennis connection there.
I've seen him around a couple of times in some events.
Yes.
Let's go. 30, 40.
Another breakpoint opportunity for Shevchenko. That's tidy.
Juice. Advantage, Team Germany.
It's early days. It's the fourth game, and he's both yet to find their rhythm on the ground strokes. 8 unforced errors for Alexander and 7 for Daniel. But again, great hold from Daniel. Fought off another break point.
2 games all.
So I think we've got a chance to go down to John Fitzgerald, who is with one of his good mates, who was one hell of a player back in the day.
Thank you, Robbie. Yes, this is going to bring a smile to my face because I'm sitting here with one of my most favourite tennis people ever, Jockey Nystrom. So good to have you back.
Oh, you're nice to me.
Now, we know that your heart rate doesn't get very high, mate. You're the most relaxed guy I think I ever knew. But you're coaching Alex now.
Yeah.
Are you nervous when you watch him play here?
I'm nervous, yeah, of course. You know, it's you always want your players to do well, and especially in a match like this, they have a good chance to make it to the semifinals.
15
He plays a guy that he normally on paper should beat, but he actually lost to this guy in the French league 1 month ago. So I mean, it's not an easy match for him.
Yeah. Okay. Now we know how good you were. The people that know tennis, you reached number 7 in the world. You won Wimbledon doubles with your great mate Mats Wilander. How high can this lad go, do you think?
30
I think he can go far. I mean, we started the end of last year, and he's. I think physically he needs to be much stronger. He plays very physical. He goes after the shots, and his condition and strength has not been as good, I would say. But I think he needs. He's working really hard now off the court, so he needs that to be able to play physical. And hopefully in half a year or a year he's going to be even better. But as you could see the other day, he beat Tsitsipas in 2 sets, and so he has most of the tools.
Fantastic. So I interviewed him the other day. He also seemed like a very charming young guy, a nice kid, and it's always easier to work with someone like that, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, he's also, not many players. He asked me, how is your hotel room? He's nice. How was the flight? He's a nice, polite guy.
Well, that's good to know. Now, just before we go, Jocke, we're going to be quick.
Yeah.
Do you see Mats Wilander much, who you won Wimbledon with and was your great mate? Do you see him much?
I don't see him much. We keep in contact over the phone most of the time. But I will probably see him in Wimbledon, French Open, and Båstad this summer.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Give him our regards. So good to have you back, mate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Nasty chat with a legend of the game and Joachim Nyström. It's 3-2, first set.
Только переводи с запасом. Если ты переведешь с запасом, после этого ни хера не сделать. Когда не записывать, максимум, что ты можешь сделать, это как-то срезать там какую-то кубу, может, неудобно. И все. Вторая подача, он тоже в первый когда он срезал только под право. Я не знаю, тоже не текут.
Hit it up with the forehand. Yes. If you really want to play it, if you can find his back. I want on the
Not a big talker is Joachim, but tell you what, when he does give you a message, you listen. And captain of Team Kazakhstan, at bottom right of your picture, Alexander Nedovyesov, also a very good doubles player as well on tour. Kazakhstan with the win in the first match of the day. That was the women's singles. Elena Rybakina getting the better of Laura Sigemund in straight sets.
Love 15.
Mark, I thought it was very insightful when Fitzy was talking there with Joachim Nyström, that he mentioned that they had played in French club league and Daniel actually beat Shevchenko. So a lot of these players do play leagues on the weekend. Sometimes if they've got a week off, some good extra pocket money to be played. Of course, that doesn't reflect in the head-to-head, so it's nice to know that.
Yeah.
Of course, it completely changes the dynamic of this matchup, doesn't it?
It does.
To know that.
It does, because players have vaults like for memories for things like that. Even if it's a practice match or a club match, it's still a match.
Yep.
Trying to get some extra match play. Now the conditions would have been completely different. It would have been on clay, heavy, slow. Not very warm, I would imagine.
I just wonder about the, you know, for me it reduces the intimidation factor.
Yes.
When you're playing against somebody that's ranked a lot higher than you, right?
Oh, well, you're stepping on the court and you know the last time you've played this guy, you've beaten him.
Yeah.
It's a big thing mentally. And the fact that Joachim said it obviously is on Alex's mind.
Yes.
He mentioned it to him.
Yep.
Daniel's doing a good job in settling into this match. He's battled hard for the first 2 service games, saving 2 break points the first game, won the second one, and now a little easier with a 40-15 lead. He's starting to find that range on the forehand side, going after it a little bit more. I don't mind that mix-up of that 7 volley, but just not doing enough with that wide serve. That was right in the slot of Alex there.
Game, Team Germany. 3 games all.
Fitzy, I can imagine it's incredibly humid down there, but I think Daniel looks like he's got that second wind where that nerves have come off, huh?
Well, I think so. You can understand it's a big event, you know,
Yeah.
to come out and replace your #1 player. So I'm sure his heart rate would have been a bit higher, and he was breathing a bit harder earlier than he is now. Yeah, he's a good all-court player, isn't he? And I like the fact that he's used the drop shots a few times, Flip, because it keeps the opponent guessing. And I think Alex's rhythm is not quite there yet. Whether it's the knowledge of the head-to-head loss that Joachim Nystrom mentioned, or whether it's just that now he's got a bit more to lose because he's playing someone he should probably beat on paper now. But he hasn't really settled down himself. Not totally.
It's crazy because he could very easily have been 2 breaks up, right, in this first set. Now he's very much into a battle and down love 30.
Love 30.
Well, Daniel Massur's doing everything right at the moment. I mean, he got a second serve there. He's mixing it up with the drop shot. He's coming in a bit, hitting a few touch volleys, and then he just unloads on a second serve. So he's got Alex Shevchenko really guessing at the moment.
When did he know he was playing? Was that this morning earlier, or once they got to the courts? Does anyone know?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mark. I only heard this morning.
All I saw, Robbie, was vision of Sasha Zverev flexing, you know, after he warmed up. But this morning he was flexing that bicep. So that's the first I thought, uh-oh, is there something wrong?
This is impressive because it's not easy coming off the bench or waking up to realizing
14.
you're going to be playing a singles match, and he is looking really good right now.
You know, so much of the modern game is played from the back of the court, and a lot of the points tend to be a bit the same. They hit the ball hard, they run laterally across the baseline a lot. Players, that's where most of the tennis is played. But Daniel Masseur is playing a little differently than that.
Let's for serve.
He's chipping the ball short at times. He's taking the pace off the slice. He's giving Shevchenko different balls to look at, and it's thrown his rhythm a little bit, I think.
Let's for serve.
Yeah, you don't see that too often, do you, these days? It's just such a physical sport. These incredible athletes running side to side, up and back, hitting big balls. It's nice to see that change up as far as the slice is used.
30-14.
Mark, that's why I miss Ash Barty so much. That was the way she played in the women's game, and it just threw a lot of opponents off. She had the ability to bring them forward with a short chip, take them out of their comfort zone. Everyone looks $1 million when they're swinging hard from the back of the court, but when you make them play their B-grade game, that changes the whole perspective.
There's no doubt she's beautiful to watch. We miss her, that's for sure.
Just to throw a bit more perspective on this matchup, these guys only played a couple of weeks ago, Flip. And actually, it was that French Championships was in an indoor hard court. Masseur beat him 3-1. Now, I don't know how invested in the match Shevchenko was, but that is a dusting.
Oh, that's a different story. That is very one-sided. Convincing win, 3-1.
I think you've got to weigh up all the nuances, though, don't you? I mean, he did come here and play a fabulous match against Tsitsipas too. So you know, he would have derived a lot of confidence from his early matches here at the United Cup, Shevchenko. So that you got to add that into the equation too, don't you?
Well, a little bit, but he was pretty average against Pablo Carreño Busta, Fitzy.
Yeah,
his first match.
Look, that's true.
Yeah.
The first match of the year.
Yeah.
He was a lot better the second one.
And I'll tell you what, this guy is brimming with confidence now. He has got the early break despite facing a lot of adversity early doors. It's 4-3. Well, I'm always hearing about Kimberley, and the Kimberley region has so much to offer, from sailing and stunning clear waters, with all these picturesque walking tracks. Ride camels along the beach, and you're able to see all of it with a helicopter ride as well. Take in all the amazing vistas and sceneries. I mean, that is just world class. If that's not soul food, I don't know what is. Oh, the RSC Arena has been a wonderful host. This is day 6 of our live coverage here from Perth. Started a day earlier. We got the jump on Sydney.
Time.
Sasha Zverev is coming to join Team Germany on the bench. Getting Some warm applause. They would have liked to have seen him in action, but that bicep strain is what has sidelined him, folks, if you're just tuning in. That's why we're not seeing him out there. But I tell you what, he's been well replaced so far.
15 love.
Daniel Masseur, whose ranking is nowhere near Sasha's, is currently ranked 254 in the world, is up a break against Alex Shevchenko. Shevchenko's already had 3 break points in this contest so far, coming in the opening 2 service games of Masseur. Wasn't able to break. That's just allowed Masseur to settle into this contest.
Let's first off.
That's why you almost understand that frustration, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden now he's the one that's down a break.
$30.50. $30 all. $30.40.
Such a good return. Deep, central, not giving the server too many angles to work with. He's fashioned another break point.
Game Team Kazakhstan. 4 games all.
Oh, that'll be frustrating. Game from Masseur working so hard to hold on to his serve. Finally gets the break. He's serving 4-3 with new balls, up 30 love. And then loses the next 4 points. Some unforced errors on the forehand side. Definitely nerves played a part in that game.
15 love. $15.30.
Wally, it looks like, sorry, Wally, thinking about Wally in the mind with Masur's nickname, but Fitzy, they've a couple of unforced errors, especially off the forehand side on slower balls in the last few points. From both of them.
Look, big compliment to calling me Wally Masur, by the way. I think the off-pace and the different type of ball that Masur is throwing at Shevchenko has had an effect here. And, you know, we mentioned it 2 games ago, didn't we? His rhythm wasn't quite there until he broke serve, and all of a sudden he looked like he was settling it again. But yeah, I think that off-pace balls, the loopy ones, and then particularly the slice backhands of Masur have given him trouble so far.
Slice is a good shot, especially on this surface. It's hot, staying low, it's shooting through the court.
That's nice racket head acceleration. That's what was lacking in the early part of this game.
Этот мяч, настройся, давай. Давай, come on.
We were testing your tennis lingo the other day. Come on in various languages. In Russian, it's davai.
Game Team Kazakhstan.
It's just working through this tough period in the match. Shevchenko trying to summon up some passion and energy. He leads 5-4.
Сам, только сам. Съешь ты здесь. Дыши, спокойно. Только сам, Шева, только сам. Только сам. Если он играет в ритм тебя справа, переводи влево, влево. Ничего страшного. Yeah.
Team Germany playing catch-up. Laura Sigemund losing out to Elena Rybakina. The first match of the day, Rybakina too good, winning that one 3-1. Give Team Kazakhstan the lead. Sasha Zverev involved in the singles, just nursing an injury. It's Daniel Masur who stepped in. Was up a break at 4-3, but got broken back immediately. Serving to stay in the opening set. Definitely seen it in the body language of Shevchenko, that burden of expectation, given his ranking is better than the Germans. Hasn't played his best tennis yet, but he's got his nose out in front. Played mostly on the Challenger and Futures Tour, Daniel Masur. Tail end of the season. Made the round of 16 of the Challenger, won in Drummondville. Quarterfinals, excuse me, in Drummondville. Round of 16 in Roberto. Won 2 Challenger titles in his career. I know how tough the Challenger Tour is. You come out of there, well prepared for tour life.
$30-15.
Here's that tentative forehand, just trying to place it rather than apply that rip spin.
Yeah, he didn't accelerate that, did he, Robbie? Just guided that. It's like, please go over.
It's just a different ball, isn't it? When the slice comes to you and stays low, you have to generate your own pace. Through, you know, if someone's just trading ground strokes with you with topspin, you don't feel like you have to generate as much of your own pace because you can use the pace of the opposition a bit. But when it's sliced low and it doesn't have a lot of speed on the ball, it is a different ask for a player than to generate his own speed, adjust the angle. And it continues to give Shevchenko a little bit of an extra difficulty factor.
15 love.
He's just not used to hitting that shot anywhere near as much as he is, you know, his ground strokes off an opponent's topspin.
$15 all.
Feeling can't find the clutch on the forehand. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. Normally such a reliable shot for him, certainly when he's playing well.
And a lot of those unforced errors are long rubbies, which means he's not accelerating, getting up and then down into the ball.
30, 15.
Rotation now when he get into the court. It's pretty flat.
Helena with the win a little earlier today, ruthlessly efficient. She was looking good.
$40-15. Game to Kazakhstan.
It's more like it, nice and solid from Shevchenko. 6-5 first set.
Давай, на позитиве, на позитиве.
Keep that core body temperature down as much as you can. That's what the players use the ice towels for.
Знаешь, как будто бы, ну, блядь, влево, вправо. Нет, решил, бей, все. Твое решение первое, сразу и удар.
Я не понимаю, почему тяжко так контролировать мяч из-за жары по-любому.
Окей, хорошо. Хочешь, я дам ракету, тебя натяну чуть жестче. Отдать?
Да не из-за этого. Еще понятно, что жара, еще вот это, блядь, хуйня.
These two teams making it through to the quarterfinals by virtue of winning their respective groups. Team Kazakhstan topping Group C with the wins over Spain and Greece. And Germany topping Group E, beating Brazil and China.
Out. 15 all.
And if a few of you are wondering, well, how come China's playing this evening? They didn't top their group. Well, they were the best runner-up here in Perth. Therefore, they make it through to the quarterfinal stages. They'll take on the USA this evening.
There's another issue that the short slice produces because it made Shevchenko move forward here. Now, if he goes there, it's dangerous because, and it was the natural shot for him, I guess, but he hit it straight into the forehand wing, a running forehand pass. It's like shelling peas. You know how easy that is, Robbie, don't you?
For these guys, it certainly is.
30 all.
So good.
No, I meant shelling peas. So.
Behave yourself.
Big moment now, though, isn't it?
Yep. It's got to cut out the unforced errors here as Shevchenko. He loves that shot, a frozen rope of a backhand.
30-40.
Patient and then calculating that shot to perfection. Nice way to bring up set points. Wow, that's cheap.
Advantage, Team Germany.
Tell you what, that final volley is not an easy one.
No, that was a awkward position over the shoulder. Left side, look at that. And went for the angle. That was made that look a lot easier than it was. Good touch.
Especially from up there. Always missed it. Just a little heavy-handed.
Well, you need to be able to defend in this modern game, and all the great players defend well. That was an example of it there. Beautiful backhand slice to keep him in that point. He asked Daniel Masseur to hit one more ball. And let's see how important that was. We'll know in a short while.
Now stop breathing heavily there as he was setting up for the return of serve. That last point took a lot out of him.
I feel like his body language is telling us all that he feels like he's got a lot to lose here.
Yes. Agree, Fitzy.
He's grinding, he's working hard at every point. See, what money would he have paid for that one about 4 points ago on set point? And he missed an easy backhand down the line off the second serve.
Too true.
Slice, Fitzy. He does. Germany. Masseur does such a good job with moving into with his body weight, hitting it with his turning his shoulders, and it's not floating. It's staying low, and you got to get under. You got to accelerate under that ball. I mean, it's difficult to do, but if you don't, it easily floats long. It's a good-looking slice.
Is good.
Game, Team Germany. 6 games all, tiebreak.
Knocked the fluff of that forehand. And this puts just a little bit more spice on this upcoming tiebreak. Set point saved. Can Shevchenko push that to the back of his mind and focus on the here and now?
1-0 Team Germany.
I mean, that was the first serve of the tiebreaker. He's going out wide at 159 kilometers an hour. That was a strange one.
He would have liked to borrow this guy's serve for the tiebreak.
One all.
No, come on. Давай.
2-1 Team Germany.
Все, спокойно.
Спокойно, давай. Этот мяч.
Давай.
Two all.
And it looks to me like, outwardly anyway, Masur is just handling this a bit better at this stage. He's a bit more steady. Shevchenko is rushing a little bit here, anxious.
3-2, Team Germany.
It seems to me just, you know, he's reacting a bit like a younger player, Shevchenko, here in this situation. He thinks maybe on paper he's favourite to win. He's really keen to do it, but it feels like he's revving so high at the moment.
It's a lot of emotions. He's wasting a lot of energy there.
Well, that takes the pressure off him a little bit, but I just feel like, look, I know it's easy sitting here, but I just feel like he just needs to take a couple of deep breaths and just slow down a little bit, get his heart rate down a fraction, and realise that he's not out of this set. It's dead even.
Давай, все нормально.
It's important for the role of the captain at the moment, just to calm their player down.
Well, he only has to look at his coach, Jockey Nystrom, whose heart rate never really got above 30-odd per minute. There he is. He looks pretty relaxed. He said he was a bit nervous, and there were a few nerves involved at the beginning, but you'd never know it looking at Jockey.
It's a nice 1-2 combination.
4-3, Team Germany.
Because the prize money gets ramped up today in the quarterfinal stages. A match win in the singles is worth $77,000 and some change. $77,600 to be exact.
No wonder his heart rate's up.
Yes. He's got him.
Team Germany.
Well, the old #1 rule for me, don't approach there to the forehand unless you almost hit a winner.
Yeah, he was conservative, wasn't he? That was very central. Easy to track down for the German. It's a pretty impressive second serve.
Well, it was, Robbie. You know, Masur's thinking clearly that he was going to attack that second ball. So in the end, it probably worked against him. But I like that mode of thinking. I mean, it took an exceptional second serve to keep Shevchenko in this.
Well, you talk about a big-time play on a big-time point. Is this daylight lobbery, Fitzy?
I think it is. I mean, I was tracking that ball all through the air and all the way. I couldn't tell whether it was going to land on the line or not, but it did. Huge play.
Team Germany.
Set point, Masseur. Fortune favours the brave.
Team Germany, 7 games to 6.
Masseur digging in and deserving of the opening stanza. Team Germany are set to the good here. 7-6 in the Buster. I'll tell you what, Mark, I'm not sure I saw that coming at the start of this one.
No, I mean, it was incredibly even tiebreaker. I mean, set. I think just the nerves of Alexander got in his way there at the end, but all credit to Masseur. He was solid and cool as a cucumber in that tiebreaker when it mattered. As you can see, both guys have a lot of unforced errors. Now it's just all about the big points. Daniel Masseur saving 3 break points in the first 2 service games. Put himself in a position to be 4-3 serving, got broken back. But when it came to that tiebreaker, he was that little bit more cooler and confident.
From Munich has stepped into some big shoes with the session not being able to play today. That's where he makes home now. He's 30 years young.
Second set, Team Germany to serve.
He has done an excellent job of keeping his country alive in this contest. Playing from 1 down. He's a set to the good. Let's see how the second set shakes out.
Love 15.
That is proper feel, that.
15-30. 30 all. Thirty, 40. Juice.
Yeah, there goes the racket. Kind of felt that coming.
Yeah, that's the side that's been porous, hasn't it?
Again, I understand the frustration. He's given himself these opportunities, but he's playing, I must say, the big points in a negative way. He's not going after his shots.
And what a difference when he does, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at the second match he played, being Tsitsipas in straight sets. He was aggressive, and when it came down to the big points, he went after it. And today, he's guiding the ball and decelerating on that forehand side. What a point from Masur. He had no problems going after his shots and accelerating through that point.
Yeah, that's top tier tennis right there. And actually a better point from Shevchenko.
Yeah. He didn't do anything wrong. Just Daniel Masur came up with the goods when he needed to.
And another lung buster of a rally where it's had a carryover effect, Mark.
Yeah, you can see it now. Look at him. It's hot out there. These guys are working hard. This is more of a battle on the mental side when you're playing a match like this.
Juice.
Oh, just what the doctor ordered. A nice quick point. Are those conditions down there, Fitzy?
Yeah, reasonably oppressive, but not brutally so.
Okay.
I mean, it's certainly cool where the crowd are and where I'm privileged to be. It's in the shade, but yeah, he's working hard. Oh, good choice of shot, just poor execution from Daniel Masur. That's a big miss. I liked his choice. I mean, anything over the net there was a winner.
Yeah, it didn't need to be that good, did it?
Another BP.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Only just.
First game, second set.
Perhaps that's the reprieve that Shevchenko needed. Positive starts for Team Kazakhstan in the second set. Of course, so one of the tricky things when playing against Masur has been this variety, Mark, on the backhand.
Yes, that
Ladies
slice
and gentlemen, physiotherapist has been called to court.
Won him a lot of points. You know, mixing up the play nicely, as Fitzy said, hitting hard, stepping into his shots, but then using that nice slice and staying down low, and it's proven to be making things difficult for Alexander.
Yeah, he's extended those rallies. And I tell you what, I think the lungs are bursting at the seams.
Ален, я же решу, я не могу есть им, я блевать тянет. Понимаешь?
Yeah, looks like having some difficulty in breathing.
Yeah.
No, not serious, just I think it's because of the heat, I don't know. I have no idea what is going on. Если бы я сейчас пошел подавать, я бы завафлил.
Все, спокойно, но у тебя есть время. А в чем ты завафлил, я не понимаю. Ты классно играешь, что ты завафлил?
Мне плохо становится.
Из-за стресса тебе больше плохо. Ну, как бы, дыши, спокойно воспринимай ситуацию. Нет ничего страшного. Играй розыгрыш за розыгрышем. Ну, как бы, спокойно воспринимай адекватную ситуацию на корте.
Perhaps that could be the best thing. Just a 3-minute timeout to bring the heart rate down.
He's checking that right now. You know, Fitzy, we spoke about this, you know, as far as the young side of Alexander playing part is how emotional he was in that first set, the opportunities he missed in the tiebreaker, just screaming and that, and it takes a lot of energy out of you, especially on a day where it's in the mid-30s here in Australia on a hard court.
Yeah, all of it totals up, doesn't it, Mark, and causes a situation like this. Look, he does look a bit heat stressed, doesn't he? Up close there, he's quite red and flushed. But yeah, this is part of what you have to be used to as a professional, all these different conditions. And he said, I think it may be the heat. I'm not sure if you caught that, but that's causing this. But he feels out of his comfort zone, that's for sure. And yeah, part of it is, I think, it's so much anxiety to try and win that first set.
Yeah, it's one thing when you got to battle your opponent, the heat. The last thing you want to do is battle yourself as well.
Yeah, well said. And I just saw the tournament supervisor there, Jerry Armstrong, just giving, you know, the cut on the throat, almost saying like, I think he might be done to the chair umpire, Richard Haig.
Wow.
I'm not so sure about that. I guess this game will be telling.
Yeah.
But well, those sorts of points won't help him, though, will they?
Love 15.
Yeah, it's a mind game, isn't it? When there's such a mental difference in winning that first set in conditions like this and losing it. It's like a 2-set swing.
Yeah, you know what? You can hear him during the points, working hard. You can hear him breathing, grunting.
15 all.
Working working very hard out there.
One thing I'm not going to do is remind him right now that in Melbourne it's best of 5. And it can get hotter than this. So it's about getting used to these conditions, and I think the longer he can stay out here, you'd expect him, with the amount of tennis he's played in his life, to settle over time here. Unless there is something seriously physical.
Well, Fitzy, with that interview you did with his coach, he did mention that it's one thing that needs to improve is his physicality.
Yeah, he did.
Because he plays a physical game, it needs to get stronger.
He said he's doing a lot more off-court training now, didn't he? But nothing substitutes for this in a match situation in the heat.
Yeah,
you get physically tested.
And mentally.
Yeah, he's got to think of the scoreboard a bit now too. I mean, he does have the early break. So he's got to take strength from that. Try to consolidate here.
You're right, it is so mental. One of my favorite books touches on this subject in this scenario right now, Endure, by Alex Hutchinson. You love your sport. It's a must read. It's one of my favorite, folks. And of course, the subtitle to the book is
Kazakhstan lead 2 games to love.
Mind, Body, and the Curiously Elastic Limits of Human Performance. And I love that terminology, elastic limits, Fitzy, because in the book he goes on to describe how there's something in the brain called the central governor, and the moment it's a little hot, the body starts to protect itself. But it's amazing that when you learn to master the mind, how much further you can push your body.
15 love.
And there's some fantastic examples that he speaks of, and I really encourage anybody who loves sports science, the power of the mind to check it out. Fantastic read.
30 love.
What did the famous marathon runner Abebe Bikila used to say? Was it him that said, when the pain starts, the training begins?
Brilliant. Love it.
I think he takes credit for that. I'm not 100% sure, but an interesting thought, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Game Team Germany. New ball, please. Team Kazakhstan lead 2 games to 1.
So Kazakhstan with the early break in the second set. First set, though, Team Germany's. Oh, Perth, that's where we are. Western Australia's capital city, and of course it has it all. Great sporting venues, the glorious beaches, the historic Fremantle, day trips to Rottnest Island. That is very popular. All the players like to head out here. There's something for everyone. What a beautiful multi-purpose venue this is. We've seen so many great music acts as well. The Rolling Stones have been here, Elton John. And I believe Bryan Adams is going to be here in a couple of months' time. I got to see him a few weeks ago in Abu Dhabi, and he was rocking the house.
I might get a ticket back for that.
So good, Fitzy. One of my favorite descriptions of mental toughness is the struggle to continue against a mounting desire to stop. Shevchenko is perhaps finding himself at the start of this second set, but he's done well to push on here. But credit to Masur, who's making him work hard despite the fact that he's up a break. Keep testing the lungs and the legs, as well as the mind.
It all.
If he is feeling it mentally and physically, it might actually free him up to go for it more, to try and keep the rallies a little shorter. Might inadvertently play into his hands.
Robbie, you can just relax a little bit and start hitting out a little bit more.
Because you know you have to, right?
Yeah. Well, he has to. He has to change something. He can't keep going with intensity as far as pressure he's putting on himself.
Okay, Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, nicely done. Tell you what, a couple of 3 points on serve
3 games to 1
will help big time.
You have to, we all have to realise too, don't we, that this is a major opportunity for a young player like this, where his ranking is at, the amount of prize money at stake. All of this adds up to, you know, a day where you can understand him being a bit more anxious than normal. So yeah, it's a learning curve. He's got to learn to deal with it. Shorter points will help, no doubt. Maybe he feels pressure being with one of the great players in the world too, being on his team who's already put Kazakhstan 1-0 up. She's great to watch, Rybakina, isn't she?
Oh, absolutely love watching her play. Just cold stone killer on the court.
I mean, I know she's a Wimbledon champion, and that's all she needs to say, but I find it amazing she hasn't won more majors. She's good enough to.
I think she has the best serve in the women's tour.
She's just walked back to the bench too.
15-30.
Tall athlete.
Yeah.
I think my favourite woman to watch at the moment. What do you think?
No, I'll second that. I do like the fact that it is getting quite clogged there at the top of the women's game. got Zabalenka playing so well, Swiatek, Coco. You've got Jasmine Paolini, who's been a breath of fresh air. You've got somebody like Elena. You've got a few more Americans in the mix with Pegula and Navarro. That's always healthy for the sport.
Karolina Mukova.
Yep. I mean, how good is she to watch?
Yeah, she's equal best for me to watch.
Yep. You've got Qinwen Zheng of China, who unfortunately couldn't play here. Just nursing an injury as well right before the AO. She was due to partake as part of Team China. She's got a bit of attitude and spiciness to her that I like. Well, it's pedal to the metal now. This is some good rear guard action. Shevchenko digging deep. And he puts his country in a 4-1 lead in the second set.
Там еще один.
Красавец, ты красавец. Ты красавец, ты лучший. Давай.
So frustrated he has been, especially in that opening set. Serving with a double break lead.
Sort of a strange turnaround here, isn't it? It's happened quickly, and yet he was so stressed after the first game of this second set. Was Shevchenko.
Fitzy, I always wonder, the older I've got, the more I've tried to read about sports psychology and mastering the mind, and I think I've also got to see how important it is, and I just wonder how much time the younger players dedicate to that part of the game. Obviously, you can see the physical, you can hit thousands of forehands and backhands, but we all know how crucial the mental side is in sport, and I do wonder how much time they spend on it each and every day.
Well, you're asking a question of someone who certainly hasn't mastered that aspect of the sport, Robbie. But yeah, it's a major part, and you know, sometimes it's a natural way of being, you know, a steadier player. Like you look at Daniel Masseur here, he looks so calm and, you know, not stressed at all when his opponent's moving faster between points. He's looks like he's using energy in between points as well. He's that intense. But I think experience, you know, plays a major role in it. And Masseur's 30 years of age, and Shevchenko's in his early 20s. So it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, and especially off the back of a match like this now, if you go and show Shevchenko how he was behaving, how affected his game, how he was decelerating on his forehand, and how all of that just cost him the opening set. So if you get into a similar situation next time, you know, if you are going to lose the set, at least lose the set going for it, right?
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's what Masseur's done a bit better. He's picked the right ball to attack on a couple of times at the end of the first set. He stood around and hit his forehand. One of them was on set point, actually.
Yep.
And just picked the right time to make a move. So probably just a little bit more mature, you know, and Alex Shevchenko was stressing out unbelievably, really, even when it was still even in that first set, and he still had, you know, at worst 50-50, you know, potential to win the set. He was just oh so stressed. But, you know, Robbie, somehow he's turned it around here. I'm not quite sure. I think Daniel's gone off a little bit. He's
a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the relief of winning the first sets.
But Shevchenko as well, he's relaxed now, right? After that opening game of this second set. It's such a line in the sand, an opening set in a match, isn't it?
But you can remember what it's like. You know, like you put all this emphasis on the first set, and then a big, like, breath leaves your body when the set's over, and you go back to square one, and somehow you settle down.
Yeah.
Even though it was a lost opportunity. But here he goes. He's in this with a big chance now still.
Yeah, I guess that is the lesson, right? Is that it's not the be-all and end-all of the match. You know, you got to win 2 out of 3, not just the first set.
And my mentality, whether it worked or not, day in, day out, was that if you lose the first set, okay, you can either think it's a long way back, or you can take the attitude of, well, all I've got to do is win 1 set. And if I do, I'm telling myself I'm favourite in the third now.
Game Team Germany.
Yeah, I love those mental games, Fitzy.
Team Kazakhstan
lead so
5 games to 2.
It's a nice line-licking serve. But Masseur playing catch-up in the second. Shevchenko is going to serve for it after the break. What about you, Flip? Give us some of your thoughts about, you know, you lose a set, a tightly contested set. How did you used to view it? How did you try and view it?
Look, you know, you end up losing a set in a tiebreaker. For me, my thing was I played pretty aggressively, and I thought, okay, if I'm going to lose a set, I'm going to lose a set playing my game.
Nice,
if
I like it.
Put the pressure on, I attack him, I try and chip and charge, and if my opponent comes up with a passing shot, then you just say too good. But can he do that for 3 sets? Can he do that for 5 sets? That's the way I looked at it. And I used to hate if it was an important point and he used to just chip the ball back because you think about not missing and you want to make him play, and then they're the ones who used to be aggressive and win the point by being aggressive. They would drive me nuts. I'd much rather try and like I said, put the pressure on, get him to the net, or look for that forehand and have a rip. And if I do miss it, it's on my own terms. So I definitely felt I could move on, knowing that the set was over by playing the tennis that I should be playing, and then build from there. Alexander's done a great job here in the second set. He's up 5-2 double break. Nice to have that insurance break.
15 left.
And with his demeanor, he's looking at him now physically, and it definitely looks a lot more relaxed on the court during the point, between points. Because what happens when you are intense like that, your body's working twice as hard. You know, your body isn't flowing as natural as it should be, working twice as hard during the points while you're hitting the ball, and that's twice the amount of energy.
Thirty, 15.
You know, it's double break, but you do sense the importance here. If Alex were to drop his serve all of a sudden, Daniel holds, it's 5-4, it's a complete different story. So it needs to be focused here.
Yeah, he's got to play more tennis. Yeah. He'll be more stressed out. So just energy sapping if he does eventually get to a third set, right?
40-13.
That's why that shot will always be the most important in the game, because instantly, just with one swing of the racket, as you knew all too well, Mark, you can just take some pressure off, not have to grind. Nice way to bring up a set point.
Game and second set. Team Kazakhstan.
A set
6 games for 2.
A lot more authority. And Shevchenko evens things up at a set apiece by winning the second 6-2. And it decided to come. Quick look at some of the numbers. What jumps out to you, Flipper?
You know, 73% of first serves was a good thing, because that serve definitely got him some free points in that second set. I mean, look at the biggest thing is that 2 out of 5 break points there came into net a little bit more, and a lot less unforced errors. 5 unforced errors in that second set. So I remember in the first 4 games he was up to 8. So huge difference there. I think he, like I said, he relaxed, which allowed himself to play more freely, and he was a lot more aggressive in that second set.
From the start.
Time. Final set, Team Germany to serve.
So one more set of tennis required for Team Kazakhstan to book their place in the semi-finals. Elena Rybakina winning a little earlier. All to play here in the decider for Shevchenko.
Let's for serve.
Can't help but just reminisce about the importance of these opening couple of games. We saw it in both of the sets so far for different reasons. Shevchenko with a lot of breakpoint opportunities in the opening set just to put the pressure on Masur. He didn't convert. It became a scrap and a dogfight, which Masur won.
This is exactly kind of the game that Daniel needs here. First game of the third, hold his serve, quick 40-love lead, put that pressure back on his opponent. Get ahead in this match again.
The opening game of the second set, Shevchenko took a medical timeout and his lungs were bursting at the seams. It certainly settled him down. Played a very good opening 5 games. That's a good start for Team Germany.
Final set.
And that'll help erase what happened in the second set for Masur. Again, that's the beauty of the scoring system in this sport. It was an accumulation of games. Masur would be down. They'd be down 12-10. I mean, who devises a scoring system where potentially the match could never end? Who thinks about that 100 years ago, Mark?
I don't know, but I tell you what, it's one of the things I do love about the sport. You always have an opportunity to come back and win. You're never out.
Yep. Can't run the clock down. You have to win that final point. As Isner and Mahou found out at Wimbledon.
Love.
Fitz, we've been talking a lot about the physicality of Alexander, but how's Daniel looking to you down there?
He looks the same. He looks just steady and playing within himself. He did drop off his standard a little bit though. I think in the second set that was part of the reason for the turnaround. But
physically he still looks the same to me, Mark, and no different facial expressions, no different body language, just looks solid. He's a strong boy, gee. But when you see a guy hanging around in the shade at the back, it's sometimes a little bit of a giveaway, isn't it? Maybe they're both doing that.
Oh, they definitely are. I don't blame them.
I'd be wearing a hat if it was me.
Yeah, that's one thing actually. I'm surprised that Alexander hasn't looked at putting on a hat. He hasn't worn one at all during last 2 matches as well. His first 2 matches. Any kind of relief would help. This Aussie sun is tough.
Dirty love.
Just got to be careful. I can see him getting frustrated again, and that's wasting energy on the back of the court. This is what he did in the first set.
Sometimes I don't understand why players choose to receive first. If serving is such a major part of the game these days, and if I was one of these 2 players, I'd rather be serving first in this third and keep my nose ahead. It helps with the mentality, I think.
Team Germany lead 2 games to 1.
Laura's happy. Why wouldn't she be? Danny's dropping the hammer. And he's given his team a 2-1 lead in the third. Well, there's so many beautiful destinations in Western Australia. This is Broome. It's 2,000 kilometers north of the city centre. Plus, you can have these magnificent sunsets at Cable Beach with the dinosaur footprints there. And Sun Pictures, which claims to be the world's oldest outdoor cinema garden. It's pretty big, Western Australia. You go 2,000 kilometers north, you can go 700 kilometers south and still be within the same territory. It's a big mining area as well. 2 of the biggest mining giants on the planet make their home here in Perth, Western Australia. But Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton, amongst others.
You've always been a modest guy, Robbie, but 2,000 Ks is just around the corner in Western Australia. There's a lot further to go than that north, I can tell you.
Really?
And east.
Wowza.
One day, instead of going to New Zealand to do trout fishing, you should cross the Nullarbor Plain.
How long will that take me?
Oh, well, in a vehicle or walking? I mean,
I definitely won't be walking.
A couple of days in a vehicle.
Wowza.
15 love.
It's got a nice name, the Nullarbor Plain. I like the sound of that.
Dirty love.
You won't see too many people on the crossing either. You might see a few camels.
40 love.
I must say, my oldest son has been converting me on the Outback Truckers program, so I've got a little bit of an idea of what you're talking about, Fitzy. And those big trucks that traverse the length and breadth of this country, also the breadth.
Game Team Kazakhstan. New ball,
It's
please.
a big country.
Ball
It's a big
change.
serve.
2 games on.
And it's deadly accurate. Both of them serving nicely in this deciding set.
You know, Australia's so big, Robbie, it's just less than the continental USA in size and landmass. Just a fraction less. Not including Alaska or Hawaii, but it is a big place. Yep. You run into a few South Africans?
Oh yeah, especially here in Western Australia. We like you, Aussies.
Let's.
He's a clever player, isn't he? And he's quite cerebral at times. He sees an opening. Look how deep Shevchenko is, and this is a perfect choice.
Beautiful feel. Not for the first time.
15, 13.
Yeah, he was ready, wasn't he, this time? Maybe the drop shot wasn't quite as good either, and that put Monsieur under a bit of pressure, and has done here in this game. Quite a big minute here now.
Again. That was even tougher than the first one.
30 all.
Come on, Flipper, you hit that in your sleep.
I mean, he opened up the court beautifully, but this was a tough shot, Titsi. Look at that.
Well, I think that came off a little bit of frame too, maybe.
It helped him though. That was perfect.
Gee, good footwork there. Shevchenko really physically, you know, staying in this point, moving his feet, breathing easier than he was 2 sets ago. And that was a really good effort there to get into position, which helped him execute those forehands.
Okay, Team Kazakhstan.
Well, he got away with the miss hit.
Team Kazakhstan lead 3 games to 2.
But he converts at the first time of asking, and that's all that matters. The scoreboard reflects that he has got that crucial break to lead 3-2.
Это можно или нет? Можно. Не сильно так. Конечно, можно. Вторую газ. Давай, красавчик.
Okay, Team Kazakhstan have worked hard for this lead. Can he make it count here?
love. All. $15-30.
Now it's Massur who is just leathering his ground strokes, almost playing with a reckless abandon. He's got nothing to lose. Knows that he has to leave it all out here on the court. 2 break points.
30-40.
asterisk alongside that point. Could prove massive in the context of this contest.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan. It's amazing the difference it makes. Down 15-40. 3 first serves. Now it's got game point. It's been that wide serve on the juice side incredibly well. It's got him out of some tough situations.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Oh, that is the best possible way.
Yeah, and the bench knows, don't they? They know how important that little mini turnaround was. It was a big moment there.
Love 15.
It's good to see some positivity from Daniel. Understanding he's only down 1 break in this 3rd set. Anything can happen.
That's a touch of class. Not for the first time. A little bit of magic in the forecourt.
30.
Beautiful technique on the volley. The eyes down to the level of the ball. The legs are tired, but you've got to lunge low.
Good point from Daniel, continuing to be aggressive. It's going to have to do that.
How quickly a set can turn around, and in this case, a match. On the brink of getting to 3-all, honours even. Mercer on the brink of going down a double break now, just 2 minutes later.
Давай, 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 давай.
I think Goran just said there, why is he pushing? And that's
it's a fair
first
point.
Forehand, yeah.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
Just a little too much fade on that forehand.
Yeah, not missing by a lot. It's a second break point for Alexander. Let's see if he's a little more aggressive on this one. He is.
Game to Kazakhstan.
Well, he's put Team Kazakhstan in pole position now. Just a game away from booking their place in the Sydney semi. It's 5-2 Shevchenko.
Change over physio, where is it? А электролит ты принес он? Да, да, где? Синюю бей, блядь. Синюю Катарин. Да, я понял.
Perhaps a little bit of cramp just creeping into that left calf of Shevchenko.
Физио. Все, что он может сделать, это сказать, все. Только лучше его придумать, лучше его играешь. Ты его играешь. Давай, подброс, внимательно, вдох, давай.
It's okay.
Так, нормально?
Да.
Ну я не супер.
Да, нормально.
Хорош. Все, ни о чем не думай, сосредоточься только на своей подаче. Хорошо подбросил и отдыхай. И все. Давай. Молодец, красавец. Давай. Let's go.
Beginning of the changeover, we can get here for it.
Time.
Давай, come on.
I'll have him in for the next one if he needs it.
So just getting a little attention on his left calf during that change of ends was Shevchenko. I don't know if there's some cramp creeping in, but a chance to serve this one out now. Good start.
15 love.
First serve percentage for this set has been very healthy, Mark.
Yeah, 78%, and winning 86% of those when they go in.
Throw in converting 2 of 3 break points. You're in business.
Dirty love.
Shevchenko sprinting towards the finish line. Three match points.
(40-15).
Well, the billionaire businessman that has put so much money into Kazakhstan's tennis program, Bulat Utamuratov, must be delighted with what he has seen this week.
Game, set a match.
Because Alex Shevchenko has dug deep for his country. And together with Elena Rybakina a little earlier today, have booked Team Kazakhstan's spot in the Final Four. A good comeback victory. He was hurting big time after the first set, but gathered his game and his emotions to get the win over Germany eventually. 2 hours and 13 minutes in some very toasty conditions. Well done, Alex Shevchenko.
Yeah, Robbie. Alex just able to relax after that first set. Might have been a blessing for him. You know, what he had to go through physically, and allowed him to play the tennis he's capable of playing, being more aggressive, going for his shots more. Solid last 2 sets. Only losing 4 games, 6-2, 6-2 after that disappointing tiebreaker.
Я просто понял, расслабился, все, я начал бить по мячу.
Yeah, and it's a match where you learn so much about yourself as a player. And should you get into a similar situation in a couple of weeks' time in the Oz Open, just how to deal with your emotions. And good learning curve for him. And I believe Alex is going to have a chat with John Fitzgerald. Let's go down courtside.
Alex, I've got a feeling that you're feeling pretty good about yourself right now.
Yes, because it was a struggle, this match. I mean, to play in this heat, it's so tough, and he made me run a lot. He was more aggressive player than me in the first set, so that's why I got a little bit tired. So I had a little bit headache, and my head was spinning off. But then I'm really proud that I found this win for our team, because I was fighting, giving 100%, because I was watching the faces of the guys, and they didn't want to go to the decider.
Didn't want to go rely on the mixed doubles. So it was really a heat problem for you?
Yeah, it was a heat problem for sure, because I think maybe I was also a little bit nervous, because I knew if I win this, the tie is over. And maybe it gave me a little bit pressure, because Lena was starting always the second, and I was the first matchup. So yeah, but yeah, I'm just proud of myself right now and of our team, because they pushed me so hard to win this match. Love you guys.
Well done. Alex, how did you change from, because in the first set you looked much more anxious, you know, with anxiety. So you seem much calmer after the start of the second set. How did you do that?
Actually, it was the circumstance was that I knew that I'm tired, that I have to shorter the rallies, and it just got better. You know, I started hitting the ball really well, like I did a couple of days before, and I'm just starting to tee off on the ball, and I was more aggressive player, and I just went to my style, you know, the real style, because I was really pressured in the first set, and I just was pushing the ball. But I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, these moments make you believe in yourself as a player, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. That's why I play tennis, for that.
Well, you're going to Sydney. Your team has won. You're going to Sydney. You're going to play in the semi-finals over there. You deserve this win, mate. Well done.
Thank you so much.
And good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys.
Well, one of the greatest marathon runners of all time, and Eliud Kipchoge, who I'm a massive fan of, he was the one who said that at the apex of the pain, that's where success is. That's where Alex Shevchenko was at the start of the second set. He was hurting big time, but he dug deep, and that's where you grow as a player. And team are delighted. So important that those around you keep pushing, test those limits of the human mind and body. And he stretched his today, Mark.
He did. And as he, you know, we heard him right there. After that first set, he allowed himself to relax, and he knew he had to be aggressive. He knew he had to shorten the points. And he was hitting through the ball a lot more and found that rhythm that he had that win against Tsitsipas.
And I thought he did pretty well at net. Showed us some good feel, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got good technique on the volleys.
Yeah.
He comes forward, he knows what he's doing. He had some great touch on some big plays in the net in that third set. And he has a good all-round game.
Oh, he certainly does. So Shevchenko seals it for Team Kazakhstan, who will be heading to Sydney. They are through by virtue of the fact they have won both of the singles. Great stuff from Lena and Alex. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. My thanks to Fitzy and Flip. And of course, we'll be back for the mixed doubles in a moment or so. Bye for now.
On the welcome for our next match representing Germany, Laura Siegemund and Tim Putz. And their opponents for today's match representing Kazakhstan, Jabek Kolombayeva and Dmitry Popko.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the RAC Arena here in Perth for the final match of this first quarter-final. The mixed doubles, of course, it will not have a bearing on the outcome of this tie because, of course, Kazakhstan have already won it, courtesy of those victories that we've just seen for Alexander Shevchenko, and before that, the awesome Elena Rybakina. Very, very tough day for the defending champions, Germany. Laura Siegemund was always going to have her work cut out for her against the former Wimbledon champion, Elena Rybakina, but then the withdrawal of Alexander Zverev with what seems to be a bicep injury, although we do understand that he is going for a scan on that body part shortly, and we'll keep you posted if we hear anything, was always going to be an uphill battle for Germany. But we've got a strong lineup for them in the mix with Siegemund and Putz, so they clearly want to end this United Cup on a high.
Okay. Quickly, a few things about the match conditions. Live ELC, so the close calls will be made automatically. You have 25 seconds on the clock as receiver, reasonable pace of the server. For the buzzer, obviously that needs to be made when you're in the serving position and not between first and second serve. If you have any questions, let me know. All good? Okay, well, Mo, you said that you wanted to ask Germany.
John Newcomb or AO?
AO, please.
AO has been called. Beautiful flip. And AO it is. Receive. This it? Okay, so photo that way, please. Face that way. Yep, thank you. Thank you. Have a good match. Great job.
It's my favourite part of any match when the umpire tells the Hot Shots kids that they've done a great job with the coin toss. It's always a lovely, lovely moment. As we get the knock-up underway here for this final match of the first quarter-final in Perth. I'm Catherine Mittiger, alongside me John Fitzgerald, and we have Bojana Babusic courtside as well. Now, the Team Kazakhstan lineup has changed a little from what we were expecting at the start of the day. Here we have 24-year-old Jabek Kolombayeva, the world number 314 in singles, but we did see her play the other day in the mixed against Greece, and she and Alexander Nedovyazov did get the victory that day, so this is not her first rodeo. It is, though, the first rodeo for her partner Dmitry Popko, 28 years old, Russian-born, the world number 404 in doubles, 181 in singles, so be interesting to see how he fares on this big stage representing his country. And by contrast, on the other side of the net, a wealth of experience. We have 36-year-old Laura Siegemund. She's played every match this week. She just can't get enough tennis. She absolutely loves it still. Coming up to 20 years out on tour. 2 mixed doubles Grand Slam titles for her, currently ranked at 21 in the world in doubles. So her CV very much speaks for itself, as does the CV of her partner Tim Putz, world number 15 in doubles, 1 mixed doubles Grand Slam title to his name, and of course the champion at the ATP finals alongside countryman Kevin Kravitz in Turin just a few weeks ago. So the Germans' favourite for this. Real shame for them, Fitzy, let's be honest, to lose Alexander Zverev and have their hopes so diminished in this competition.
It changed the whole complexion of this matchup, didn't it, Catherine? I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a shock to all of us. You know, we covered his singles match in his previous round, and there was some inkling of an injury there. He went to the side of the court at one change events, and his father was massaging, I thought, his shoulder area, or maybe high on the bicep, but but it turns out to be actually the bicep, and we are told, and couldn't take part this morning. So what a shocker for Germany, really. They're admirable. I mean, for Laura Siegmund to have to go up against former Wimbledon champion was always a big ask, as you mentioned, but there for a while, Masseur looked like he might level the score, didn't he, Daniel?
Yeah, it was getting exciting for Germany for a while. He really did do well. Heavy underdog in that match with Shevchenko, but...
Because they have to start favourite in the mix too, don't they, really?
Big time. Yeah, tough for Germany. Tough for Alexander Zverev Sr. there, who we saw just a moment ago, because he is, of course, the coach of his son, Alexander Zverev Jr., but also the German team captain. So he needs to be here for Team Germany, but you could see him on his phone there. Presumably he's pretty distracted just now with what's going on with Zverev ahead of the first Grand Slam of the season. It's, you know, it's a tough situation for him.
It can have much bigger consequences than today, and this event, they'll be really worried. They'll have furrows in their brows, you know, were they leading into the Australian Open and the rest of this summer, let alone the rest of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, this
stunning
match will
day
consist
in
of
Perth.
2
If you're in the shade, I would say, in the sun, it is it's scorching, 36 degrees. But the good news for the players is that the court is now fully in shade, and because the heat here in Perth, it's pretty dry heat. It's fairly okay in the shade, isn't it?
Well, you know, I went down to interview Alex after his match there, and it didn't feel that hot to me, but I'd been sitting in the shade for 2.5 hours, so it was okay for me to say. But it is a dry heat. I've experienced worse.
Yeah, it's funny here in Western Australia. Usually if I see, you know, 36 degrees on a weather forecast, my pale English skin panics a little bit. And if it was 36 degrees in New York, say, during the US Open, I'd be struggling, Fitzy.
Yeah. Well, it's the humidity.
But here in Perth, it's rather more bearable.
Well, they have plenty of days over the course of, you know, years where it tops the 40 barrier here. But yeah, the dry heat makes it a little bit more bearable.
So Laura Siegmund just does not know the words dead rubber. There is no such thing in her mind. She will give absolutely everything as if her life depends on it, regardless of the situation in the scoreline, which is really what you want with this kind of match.
I think
Start
so.
a match violation, Team Germany.
Oof.
It's already a team violation for taking too long. There you go. Get out on the court, kids, and let's go. The umpire's saying.
Siegmund is no stranger to those, but I think that's the earliest she's ever got one before the first ball is struck.
Law 15.
Well, I think we can expect Tim Putz to lift his game a bit today. He's a quality doubles player, we know that, and he just seemed a little rusty in his first match here.
15.
Yeah, we commentated on that together, didn't we? And yeah, it was not Tim Putz's best.
But you can expect, you know, after an off season, there might be a little bit of rust there, but he'll get better quickly leading into the Australian Open.
The great Pam Shriver told me that rust is harder to shake off in doubles than in singles. What do you think of that? Or you're more susceptible to a bit of rust in doubles than singles?
And was there a reason for that? Was it because there were more volleys, more quick exchanges, or? She did have to live up to a high standard, Pammy Shriver, didn't she?
She did.
She had a pretty good partner, by the way.
You're right. I should have asked supplementary questions, but that's all the information I have. I was hoping you could fill in the blanks for me.
Maybe it's different for different people. I was just I think I was just better on a doubles court and not as good on a singles court. So I always found the singles hardest. But horses for courses, maybe.
A tweener, or is that a hot dog?
40-30.
I always lean towards the terminology hot dog.
But I thought there was a technical difference between a tweener and a hot dog.
I just think anything between the legs is, you're trying to be a hot dog. Trying to be a bit too clever.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Good nerve settler in the opening game for Kolumbayeva and Popko. Yeah, I wonder if it's something to do with the reaction, the quick reactions needed for doubles. Who knows? I will ask supplementary questions of the great Pam Shriver. Here is Alexander Zverev. These pretty much live shots of him and his team looking pretty dejected, making their way out of the RAC arena, heading, we understand, for a scan on that right bicep area. Obviously, we and he don't know the exact nature or degree of the injury. You don't hear of bicep injuries that often.
Not really in tennis, no. No, a lot of shoulder and elbow problems, but not often the bicep, I would say.
So pretty hard to speculate about how bad it might be or what the recovery time might be, but he didn't look happy. Let's put it that way. And I don't think he would have pulled out of this tournament lightly. Knowing how it would impact Team Germany. Biana, you're courtside.
Good afternoon.
Breezy in the shade. How's it going down there?
It's very pleasant sitting here. Just like Fitzy was saying, nice to see that the sun has moved over the court. So some nicer conditions for the players, but still extremely hot.
Playing nicely so far, the Kazakhs, aren't they?
Well, Shibek, sorry, Fitzy, I was just about to say that Shibek Kolumbayeva played an extremely great doubles the other day when they defeated Team Greece. She's got some really good court craft. You can see off that little drop shot off the backhand side. So she's one to watch out for.
Left second serve.
The Tim Putsch forehand was a bit shonky the other day, wasn't it? So we'll keep an eye on that.
Sort of a foreign thought process for me as an older doubles player that it just seems to be, or you seem to be so much more vulnerable when you serve and stay back. If there's a deep return, all of a sudden it becomes really a 50-50 proposition. Whereas if you're up there, you can, in my mind, you can take better control of the point. But some of these players won't be as confident as at the front of the court as the back.
But he's a week in, week out doubles professional. You'd expect him to. I mean, he is very comfortable up at the net.
Yeah, and he's serving and staying back virtually every time.
Left first serve.
When he is at the net, of course, he's also one that closes right up on the net, which another thing that wasn't like that in your day, Fitzy.
No, it's makes it a toss of the coin, doesn't it? If you get that close.
Another shonky one.
Deciding point.
He's not been feeling that forehand this week. And this is essentially now a break point. Sudden death juice first of the match. Oh, clever.
Boyana, I wondered whether that ball might be going long. Was it in your mind going long or not?
I always like to think if in doubt, you just need to hit it and go for it and commit to the shot. We've seen a number of times players leave that shot and it lands in. But look, to me, it looked like it was landing in. And even though Segman seemed to miss-hit it a little bit, got away with it.
It's like a perfect miss-hit, wasn't it?
She'll take it. She doesn't mind a bit of scrappiness, Siegmund. Should have taken that pop coat.
Yeah, he should have. That was his for the taking. And I don't think you can be a shrinking violet, so to speak, up at the net. If you're in a mixed doubles match like this, you need to take command of the net if you're the net player. It makes returning much harder if you do.
Is it fair to say, and this is not a huge sample size, but he's not looking like a natural doubles player right now, Popko?
Yeah, look, maybe a bit early for me to say that, but yes, he's not. He doesn't look like he's going to move there much at the net. And you know, when you're serving, I always encourage my partner. If you see it, you take it, get it, knock it off.
He looks tentative, for sure.
And what the result of that is that it seems like there's such a big area for the German team now to hit their returns into. He's not closing down the angles at all yet, Popko, and it looks simple just to return the ball. They look like they've got 3/4 of the court to hit their return into. Takes the pressure off the returners. Yeah, so he needs to help his partner here.
Yeah, he's hanging her out to dry a little bit at the moment. Does not want to come in contact with the tennis ball, it looks like.
And you also need to think that the longer you leave it until you cross, the harder it is to cross. Like as Fitzy touched on, if you're going to go, you've got to go early, get that confidence going.
Trying something different here. See, even by playing I formation, it tends to close down the space that you can hit the returns into. It's a good move, but here they seem like they've got a lot of space if they know he's not moving.
Well, on the basis of that, they're going to find every fourth game very hard indeed. It's an early lead for the Germans, 2-1. So maybe a little a team powwow for Kolombayeva and Popko as we head to Lucky Bay. Doesn't it look nice? Looks pretty lucky to me. White Sands claims to be Australia's whitest beach. And on the basis of what I'm seeing, I'm not arguing with that. On the Indian Ocean, 8 hours south of Perth. Looks well worth checking out to me. And I can tell you, because the Kazakhstan team bench is just under our noses here. There's quite an intense conversation happening between Popko, Kolombayeva and team captain Alexander Nedovyazov.
Сыграйте ай. Сыграйте ай. Пусть он сядет, ты уйдешь налево, тебе же так удобнее, линию слева. То есть поварируйте, подумайте как-то чуть-чуть вариативнее. Не просто диагональ. Можно какие-то варианты найти. Я всегда говорю, одна эта свечка, вторая
Well, great to see Elena Rybakina out there supporting Alexander Shevchenko as well. Relaxed, knowing that their work is done. Anna Rybakina there as well, alongside sister Elena in her sparkly black pants.
Team Germany to serve.
In celebration of New Year's Day, great to see Elena Rybakina looking so happy, knowing that she's helped put her team and her country through to the United Cup semi-finals. Grasping.
15.
She really does have good court awareness, doesn't she, Segman? She used that down the line a number of times in her last service game. Lots of margin too, so not looking to paint the lines. Sorry, I meant to say her return game, not her service game. But my point being is that she's obviously keeping Team Kazakhstan honest by using that down the line early.
She's playing nicely, Kolumbayeva, isn't she? She could do with a bit of help. But she has had the benefit of one prior match, of course.
So therein lies an example of a net player closing down the space. So yes, he's closer possibly than I would sort of like, because he's vulnerable to a lob when you get that close off a serve at that speed. You can lob him, but if they don't lob, he's a big chance to at least get his racket on the ball. He's moving towards the centre, reading the play, shutting down the angles.
Let for serve.
You fan of the jump backhand?
40-15.
Yeah, if it works. I mean, I just feel this is the old saying, a bit like an apple playing with an orange here in the Kazakhstan end of the court. One ran in then and hit a volley, the other stayed back. They need to start working together a little more.
Game, Team Germany.
Close the angle down again and force the error wide.
Team Germany lead 3-1.
So Popko to serve again now. Is straightforward last time on serve in the first game of the match. Just can't find that forehand, can he, Tim Putz?
She's all over the net, isn't she, Segman? She's got all the tricks in the of the trade, because she's got that chip return, which allows her to move forward. And as Fitzy touched on, the German team know how to work together, and that's been so crucial in these early stages. They're capturing the net, and they're not playing anything fancy. They're just waiting for that next ball to attack on. Smart play.
It is, and they're just playing regulation doubles. Dimitri was just totally out of position then. He was not forward, he was not back. Strategically right now, he probably needs some coaching. Easy to be critical, I know, but he's just not standing in the right places.
40-15.
Nothing wrong with that delivery, though.
And
I guess if you're the returning team and your opponents continue to play the regular formation, you just know that you're just going to be returning cross-court all day. You're not being hurt at all, and that's where, in terms of coaching, they need to start playing a few more formations.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Well played, Kazakhstan there.
3 games to 2.
Keeping it fairly close, 3-2. So you say Popko needs a bit of coaching. His team captain, Alexander Nedovyazov, 57 in the world in doubles. So I do just wonder at this sit down whether, I mean, obviously you don't want to overload someone with information or destroy their confidence, but I just wonder whether, you know, he might give him a nudge in the right direction. I mean, how easy would it be to, correct a couple of basics?
I think a few basics, that's where you start. And yeah, there he goes. He is coaching him. The first thing I would think of is where you're standing. When your partner's serving particularly, but also after your own serve. He got caught there on his own serve, standing way back behind the service line while his 2 opponents were at the net. They took control of the net. So Sigmund, we know how good a doubles player she is, and of course Tim Putz. Together, they're playing as a team, moving together. It's more disjointed at this end of the court.
And look, it's his debut. This is totally new territory for Dmitry Popko. So I'm sure he's nervous and just a bit unsure. And okay, his partner, Zhibek Klumbayeva, she's pretty inexperienced herself, but she has had 1 match on this stage, on this court, in the mixed doubles, albeit with a different partner, and she won that match. So, you know, it's understandable that she'd be that much higher on confidence and comfort in this situation. But he doesn't look like he wants to be at the net an awful lot, which is a bit of a problem in doubles.
Well, he's certainly casual, and maybe that'll work in his favour as this match goes on, because he's, you know, we saw in the previous match how nerves and anxiety can affect a player. He looks like he's at the other end of that spectrum. Very relaxed.
Yeah, he looks a little bit like his mind might be in Lucky Bay.
Well, I can understand why. I think Tim's game already elevated from his previous matches. He's looks pretty relaxed, doesn't he? Obviously, there's no real pressure on this match for them. They're already out of this contest. Meaning the total, not the mixed doubles, of course, but they won't be into the semi-finals. Of course, Kazakhstan have already confirmed that.
40 love. game, Team Germany.
It's going to be tough for them to win points.
Team Germany lead, 4
with
games
those
to
kind
2.
of patterns.
Well, this is the game that worries me the most, because obviously Jabek is not going to serve the Germans off the court, so she's going to need some backup here, as you do in doubles, and you can't cover the whole court. So I like the fact that they're starting to play a little bit of I formation, because that at least cuts down some of the angles and makes it a smaller area for the returners to hit the return into. But once he stands here, no, he's going back. Okay, good. But they're still vulnerable, because she has to hit a second serve, which is only coming in at 135 k's an hour. So the Germans are in the box seat here to break every time, really. When he plays regulation, I'll try not to dwell too much, but he needs to be closer to the middle of the court. I think he's too far to his right by about half a metre or more. It just makes the court so easy to hit into for the returners. And there's no threat of him moving at all so far.
We're just watching him stand at the net. It's almost, he's quite flat-footed. There's no bounce in his steps. There's no, you touched on it, Fitzy, there's no forward or backward or side movement. He's just almost just waiting for that point to unravel, and needs to get way more active, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Love 14.
Look, it's not easy to take over the court when the serve is not coming in at a rate of knots. It's a very hittable serve for both the German players to get back into court. But you've got to increase your odds, your percentage odds, by moving. See, he's too far to his right. He should be at maybe even a metre, but it's certainly half a metre to his left there. And Boyana's right, he's flat-footed.
Ball change, please.
Wow, bit of a tough scene just now, quite
Team
honestly.
Germany
Not
lead
for the
5 games to
Germans,
2.
though. 5-2 for them. Could it be nerves, Bojana? They do affect footwork, don't they? Nerves.
I certainly think there is no doubt some nerves, and you would have thought at the early stages of this first set. That's where, if you do have those nerves, you need to move early to get rid of them. And I just feel like the longer this set's gone, the less confident he's gone in that last volley. I mean, you've got to make those. And unfortunately for him, there's a bit of work to do.
Yeah.
And I'd almost like to see him just move, and even if he misses right now, they're down 5-2, they've got nothing to lose. So just go for it.
How aware do you think you'll be, Fitzy, of being the weak link out there on the court, of being all at sea?
Well,
really.
Look, I don't know the young man at all, but I just feel like his strategy is not right. And look, his partner's played okay. I mean, she hasn't set the world alight either, by the way. But it's a learning process. This is a tough ask for them. They're playing two of the best doubles players in the world, both in the men's and women's section. So, you know, on paper they're not favourites to win this, but I think there needs to be a lot more movement, a lot more discussion by them on the court. And they have to move together.
They're not chatting much to one another, are they? Lots of chat with Nadovyazov there, which I'm sure is helpful, but not the best chemistry between the two of them. And it is a scratch pairing, so...
Yeah, it's not easy to come together as a scratch pairing, because they'd be feeling some pressure here.
Yeah, it's a good point. Remember, they've got bloomin' Elena Rybakina sat behind them watching on.
Yeah.
Two members of the Rybakina family, no less.
gee, she's a good player. Wow. I think she's, in some ways, I can't understand why she hasn't won more majors. Wimbledon champion sounds pretty good, though.
Health issues, I think. She's had to retire, withdraw from a lot of tournaments with viral illnesses and that kind of thing over the last couple of years. But when she's on, she makes the sport look so easy.
I think her and Karolina Muchova are my two favourite girls to watch now at this stage, like this next 12 months.
We got the same tennis tastes, Fitzy. I go out of my way to watch Karolina Muchova.
Do you?
Anytime she's on, yeah.
Ah. Well, I promise you, viewers, we didn't discuss that before before we said it.
Beautiful tennis player. 3 set points for the German pair.
Game in first set, Team Germany.
About as straightforward as it
By
gets
6 games to 2.
for Team Germany, playing for a bit of pride for their country in this quarterfinal, taking us into a second set shortly. The RAC Arena today in the baking heat. These numbers, well, I'm not sure the numbers tell the full story there, but talk us through them, Fitzy.
Well, looking at that, it just looks a little bland, doesn't it? It is hard to tell what probably is. It's predominantly a movement problem and a positioning problem that the Kazakhstan team has, rather than straight out stats. I mean, look, they had 81% first serves in, but they lost the set pretty comfortably, 6-2. So, look, it's like two experienced, high-quality doubles players going against an untried pair, a scratch pair who haven't played together, I don't think, before. And they're just sort of not working together well enough. And I think therein lies the problem more than anything else. So the Germans just basically too good right now.
If you got the chance to do a team talk right now, and you could say 2 things to Popko and Kolumbayeva, what would you say?
Well, the first thing I would say is be more proactive, particularly at the net. Try to get your first serve in, young lady, and then let your partner take over a little bit if he can. But he's got to be proactive with his feet. He's got to be not flat-footed, and he's got to stand slightly in a different position. That, for me, that's the main thing. And then you might be able to start holding your serve, you know, a little more comfortably.
Well, let's see. They really are in a nothing-to-lose situation here, aren't they? Kazakhstan through to the semis. They'll all be making their way to Sydney tomorrow.
Team Kazakhstan to serve.
Down a set, nothing to defend. Just go out there and play.
See, that's being proactive, and that's healthy, because if the net player is a threat, it's much harder to return the tennis ball, I can tell you.
I'd also like to see them have a little bit more energy, Team Kazakhstan. I think, you know, what an opportunity to get a match here at the United Cup, and despite what the scoreline says, it's also about that communication and just rallying behind one another.
Yeah. But, yeah, I agree, Brianna. They need to be... But she's showing energy there. But the previous point, she moved the wrong way. So she made a volley and then went to her left and left the whole side of the court open. She had to stand her ground there while Sigmund was coming forward. But it's a learning process, and it's very easy, I know, to sit up here and critique. But in doubles, you need the basics.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
Well done. Well, she tried to help well there.
First game, second set.
Probably could have put a couple of volleys away that she didn't, but at least she was visible and moving.
There was intent, wasn't there? So, building blocks. And as we keep saying, this is a tough team to be trying to make any inroads against. Putz and Siegmund, both mixed doubles Grand Slam champions. Themselves with nothing to lose, really, because Germany, unfortunately for them, are out of this competition already.
Okay, the objective now for the Kazakhstan team is just to make every return, try to get a bit of pressure on the server. And watch Laura Siegmund here. She'll be proactive, as a naturally intuitive doubles player is. Probably not the best technique I've ever seen on a backhand volley. She got caught there, didn't she? Ball comes fast.
Found that forehand a bit, hasn't he, Tim Putz?
30-15.
They continue to be very comfortable on serve, the Germans, to face a break point.
What a good example there from Putz in terms of his first serve percentage. Used the body serve on that last point to set up segment at the net.
Thank you. Please.
You know, he doesn't have the biggest serve, but the placement is there, and that's what it's about. Helping your partner at the net, set him up. A lot of free points won that way.
Well, it's going to take a shot like that, which was an exceptional one, to win most of these points if they keep playing the way they are positionally. Look, to be fair, he's a quality singles player. He's been as high as 162 in the world. That's worth mentioning. He's a good player, Dimitri, but strategically on a doubles court, it looks to me like a different ball game. So they're two different things. She's going to have to play well here and hit a lot of good shots after the serve.
Yeah, it was a great shot, but it doesn't feel a sustainable, repeatable way to win points. intent.
15.
Not execution, but intent. Kind of had no choice but to hit it, didn't he? He sort of came at his racket.
So every ball is going to be hammered back at the server here because they know he's not moving, and that's what will happen most of the time. So it's tough. I need to stop being negative, I think, but I know I do, but it's going to be a procession if something doesn't change here. Well, in a small way, he prolonged that point because he got involved.
15-14.
And at least they didn't win it with 2 or 3 hits, the Germans. So tough gig to hold this serve up. And the Germans look that there's no pressure on them, so they're hitting the ball beautifully and nicely and know what's basically going to happen every point. Whoa.
30-14.
They'll take a gift anytime. Still one more break point. This time serving to Siegmund.
Game, Team Germany.
Knew exactly where he wanted to put that Tim puts, didn't he, and executed
Team Germany
brilliantly.
2-1.
2-1 with the break, second set. So this, the final match of the day session here in Perth, the final day session. Sad to say that, it's been an awesome week, but we still have one more session to come. After this evening, there is Zhao Jinyu, the revelation of the week in Perth. Won both her singles matches, coming in as a replacement for Zheng Qinwen, 175 in the world, helped Team China to a quarter-final against Team USA. Zhao will be taking on Coco Gauff, and how awesome Coco Gauff has been in Perth this week. It is something to behold, seeing her in the flesh. If you ever get the chance to do it, I recommend you take that chance, because it's different gravy seeing her up close. And I think Perth feels very privileged to have had Team USA and Coco Gauff here this week. There's the top singles player on the men's side for Team China. Zheng Zhizhen will be taking on this man, Taylor Fritz, in the men's singles, and he'll be the underdog. But he's got a lot of talent, Zheng Zhizhen. I know, Fitzy, you find him very frustrating.
Time.
Well, I like him a lot. I think he could be big for the sport. Well, he already is, actually. He's big, you know, let's not underestimate how big he is in China and what interest that brings to our global sport. But he could be better, I think. I didn't think he competed well enough the other night, which worries me. That's all.
Yeah, took the first set, was playing incredibly well against Alexander Zverev, and then really did fall away in sets 2 and 3. But the talent is there, no question. Miss hits, everything going the way of the Germans just now. Good reaction to the net cord mid-rally there from Putz.
30.
Not easy, that.
Okay. Well, a very positive return. That's good. And I keep thinking it when you're that close to the net, a ball like that is not easy to deal with sometimes.
Game, Team Germany.
There's the game. It's all very comfortable for Siegmund and Putz just now.
3 games to 1.
Set 3-1. And, well, another Kazakhstan service game to have a go at here. Popko will serve those. Obviously, the stronger of the two serves. And Kolumbayeva, a lot more comfortable of the two at net. So hoping to get another game on the board here, Kazakhstan.
Well, Popko had a great opening service game in this second set, won a lot of free points just off that first serve. So hopefully he can maintain that level, if anything, to keep Team Kazakhstan in their second set.
He's a good hitter of the ball, isn't he? I mean, the basics are there. And I like the serve. It's pretty easy. Looks like he's so relaxed with every ball he hits. It's just the strategy on a doubles court for me.
Is it just me, or does he look a little bit like Tommy Haas?
Facially?
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe. Hadn't entered my mind, though,
It's
Catherine.
very generous of you. I can tell you're thinking no.
Are you a Tommy Haas fan?
I'm neutral on Tommy Haas, but I think Dmitry Popko resembles him. Indian Wells tournament director now, of course, Tommy Haas. Good game from Popko there.
3 games to 2.
Narrowing the gap. 3-2 Germany, second set. A smile breaking out on the face of Dmitry Popko for the first time in the match. Hope he's had a chance to check out Cottesloe and Scarborough while he's been in Perth. Close to the city centre, very easy to get to. Most people I know that have been in Perth this week have checked out Cottesloe, the gorgeous beaches, brilliant for swimming.
You've been down there, right?
I have. I mean, look at it. It's, you'd be stupid not to. I do love a sea swim. Good for the soul, I think, to be in the water. Sharks permitting. Such a contrast in body language between these two teams. Putz and Siegmund just bouncing around everywhere, and Kolumbayeva and Popko kind of lolloping to their baseline. Different folks, different strokes. 3-2, Germany serving.
Beautiful volley, beautiful. Just technically, virtually perfect. Very small backswing, just opened the racket face. Boy, Anna, you would have been happy with that one.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Fitzy. It was just almost...
classic, wasn't it?
Just like yours, Fitzy.
No, no, no.
You know, the great thing is that sometimes we wouldn't get the opportunity to watch these players out on court, and I think when you sit courtside, you truly appreciate just the technique that's involved in playing doubles and those types of volleys when they're low down at your feet, and just how they keep things simple. It's not complicated whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, I think simplicity increases percentage chances. The less you complicate it, the more often you'll make it. This time he needs a bit of extra swing, so that was a different type of volley. He swung at that one to put it away because it was higher over the net.
These modern players love a swing volley, don't they?
So this is the game now, 4-2.
Team Germany.
I think to reserve any chance here, they have to start by holding this, and which means they need to do something different.
Yeah, I think Kolumbayeva's been broken every time in this match, so this is very critical now for the Kazakh pair.
Love 15.
Certainly has found his forehand the longer this match has gone, hasn't he? He's just ripping it. Lots of height over the net. Gets it deep. You can see Kolumbayeva struggles with that depth and pace. And just as I said, he made an unforced error for the forehand side.
It's just as it's the same for him, though. I think in his mind, just as he starts to trust the forehand, it leaks an error. But useful for him to have matches like this to shake off a bit of rust.
Well, a good serve there into the body, and it resulted in a more defensive return of serve. So that's a good strategy. And that's quite often used in doubles so that the guy at the net can then get involved. And if the ball is pushed back, not in a positive fashion, just like this, it was a bit awkward to get, though, from that side of the court, a little bit. But he's got to be looking for it. Well, she's fighting hard, isn't she? Wants to.
Yeah, good on her.
Yeah, wants to get one service game under her belt. Well,
13.
He moved, thank goodness he did, but he got a bit unlucky there because this catches the outside edge. So
but if there's any
Murphy's
doubt,
Law.
You've got to hit it, right?
Well, I don't think he could reach it.
Right,
It was,
okay.
it was out of his reach. He actually tried.
Okay.
He took a bit of a cut at it and couldn't quite get it. But
I'm being too harsh on him. You're absolutely
come on,
right.
Catherine. No, just go easy, Catherine. Come on.
I thought he retracted his racket, but you're absolutely right, of course. They're doing some signals here, so maybe they've got a plan on this break point.
Game, Team Germany.
Or maybe not. 5-2, Germany. They'll come out to serve for the match.
Und dann denke ich mir, bevor ich die...
На самом деле, нормально вы придумали пойти поменяться, окей, но что теперь, ну бывает. Нормально, ну, хороший был план. Ничего. Каждый мяч борется, задача розыгрыш двигаться. Как пойдет, так пойдет. Давайте до конца, ничего страшного, до конца. Если ничего не так уж много и осталось. В худшем случае еще 2 шагов.
Просто это странно, почему мы не можем подать один ник для ее подачи. Хотелось бы,
А не в этом даже дело. Например...
Я не знаю, я вроде там спрятался, я уже там поменялся, я не знаю, что еще.
Ты поменял один раз из сколько? Из 15 мячей? Пошел на перехват?
Пошел, просто ошибаюсь. Короче, я не знаю, просто вот не об этом.
Нет, ты просто пару не так играешь, у тебя нет наработки какой-то понимания какого-то внимания. Мы тоже проигрывали с ней в первом сете, обе ее подачи.
Time.
Well, it would be remiss of me once again to not pay tribute to the excellent DJ here in Perth, playing Staying Alive. As the Kazakhs come out to try and stay in this match. They're 1 game away from defeat. In this tie, of course, they will head to Sydney, where they will play at least in the semi-finals, maybe more. They are going to take some beating, especially with Elena Rybakina in the form she seems to be in. But here we have Germany serving for some pride, serving to end on a positive note at this United Cup.
15 love. Let for serve. Taylor. 30-15.
It was a nice idea from Tim Putz. Had a lot of court to work with, just couldn't get enough topspin on this to bring it down inside the court. Still 2 points away. And now on the brink. Oh, a lovely way for Laura Siegmund and for Team Germany to end the 2025 United Cup. She's had a good tournament. It was a tough break for Germany today to lose Alexander Zverev from their roster, but the defending champions are able to depart Perth on a high. 6-2, 6-2. Yes, the exhalation of breath, probably an indicator of a touch of relief for Dmitry Popko and Zhibek Kolumbayeva. Great experience for them. And they will head to Sydney, and Team Kazakhstan will have a chance to shoot for a place in the United Cup final. She looks like she might probably head to the gym later, Laura Siegmund. She looks like she could play another match. She just can't get enough, can she?
Well, she's a competitor, and that's one of the assets you really need in this top end of the sport. So all credit to her. She competed hard. Wasn't good enough to beat her singles opponent today, of course, but well, what a player Kazakhstan has there.
And the winning team are ready to speak to Bojana.
Team Laura, congratulations. Unfortunately not to be for Team Germany today, but you still came out, and what a performance. You must be still pretty happy with that win.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it wasn't the goal to win only the mix, but congrats to the Kazakh team. They were too good, clearly. So good luck to them in Sydney, and yeah, for us it's kind of a good ending to our stay here in Perth. I think we had a wonderful time. The city is awesome. Everybody welcomed us with open arms. So thanks a lot to everyone also for coming out and still staying for the mix.
And Laura, you both make doubles look so easy. We've got a lot of tennis fans and a lot of children that play tennis, and doubles is so big in Australia. How do you make doubles look so easy on the court for both of you?
Yeah, there's always a lot of hard work behind it, right? I mean, obviously I had a lot of matches here, so I feel really good on this court. I had a lot of matches in a short amount of time, but yeah, you know, I guess to make something look easy, there's a lot of work in the background that you do, and repetition. So that's it for the kids, you know. You just gotta put in the hours basically. And I just enjoy particularly mixed a lot, and it's nice also to play with Tim. Sometimes we never played, and kind of didn't work out for us. So it was really fun to be on the court with him, and we had a nice match.
And Happy New Year. Forgot to mention that. Any New Year resolutions for either of you? Do you set them?
Oh, it's a tough question here on court. No, not really. I guess no. Keep trying to be somewhat of a decent guy. I don't know. Teach my kids the kind of right things. Whenever I don't do them, hopefully they don't look at me. So no, not really. No.
What about you, Laura?
Yeah, I have to say that Christmas and New Year's kind of completely passed me this year. Like 10 a.m. on the 1st of January, you know, I didn't even realize it was New Year's almost. And I also didn't think about any resolutions. It's probably the same as been telling me me for a long time just to enjoy the ride, you know, sometimes maybe not take things so serious. I try to, but just enjoy this atmosphere. Being in a team like here, that's just a great thing. And you know, I don't know how long I'm going to have this still, so I try to really seize the moment and make the most of it.
Well, we loved having Team Germany here. We hope to see you back next year. Good luck for the rest of the season, and yeah, go get them. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Team Germany.
Oh, lovely stuff there. Thank you, Bojana. Yeah, Laura Siegmund looks like she's still got a lot of tennis in her to me at 36 years of age. An incredible stalwart of the sport. All smiles in Team Kazakhstan. That Alexander Shevchenko there disguised as Santa. He will head to Sydney and try and keep doing as he's been doing in the men's singles. He's been great, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah, credit to himself. He's learning, isn't he? A young player on the curve of learning. How nice did these two sound? You know, what an answer from Tim Putz, huh?
He's one of the good guys.
Yeah,
for sure.
you know what? It's a credit to the young man. He wants to set a good example for his kids. That's the first thing that came into his mind on an unscripted question. Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely chap. The stats from the match, difficult for them to tell the story.
Yeah.
But there they are. Great doubles from the Germans. They know their way around a doubles court, that is for sure. And it's a shame to see them head out of this United Cup, but they will be back, that's for sure. Confirmation of the result from this tie. Kazakhstan getting it done in the singles, 3-1 for Rybakina. She was awesome today. It's going to be fascinating to see her in Sydney, see if she can keep it up. And a comeback victory for Alexander Shevchenko against Daniel Masseur, the late stand-in, the late call-up in place of Alexander Zverev, who, as we speak, is having a scan on an injured bicep. And of course, we will keep you posted on anything we hear on that front. And then Siegmund and Putz getting Germany on the board in their final tie of the United Cup. So that's one Perth quarterfinal done and dusted, with one still to come. Either the US or China will progress through to the semi-finals in Sydney. It's going to be great. I think there's going to be a packed crowd inside the RAC Arena. Chinese fans have been very well represented in Perth this week, as they always are, but a lot of Coco Gauff fans out there as well. It's been a thrill to have her in Perth this week. She will take on Zhao Jinyu, the revelation for China. First up, then Taylor Fritz up against Fitzy's favourite, Zheng Zhizhen. And finally, the mixed doubles. Zhang and Sun, scheduled to play for China, could change, but we do expect to see Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz lining up for the US. It is going to be a fun night. One of the US and China aiming to join these guys. Team Kazakhstan are heading to Sydney. Thanks for your company here on New Year's Day in Perth. There is more to come. We'll see you later.
Very young rapper.
serious wheels, Alex Simonov.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Coco Gauff, too good. You won't see better tennis than this all summer.
Hello and welcome to the quarterfinals here at the United Cup in Perth, and what a hot day it is. New Year's Day, currently 36 degrees, and we have an epic match ahead between the #1 seeds, Team USA, up against Team China. We have had a slight change in the women's singles, and we'll dissect that a little bit later on, but the fans are ready. And this will determine who progresses to the semi-finals in Sydney in a couple of days' time. My name is Boyan Babusic, and alongside me is Jill Kravis, and courtside we have Barbara Shett. Jill, this is going to be a good one.
Yes, it's going to be great. And like you said, it has been a very hot day. This was the schedule for this evening. Of course, starting with Coco Gauff taking on Zhang Shui. That is the change in the women's singles that we've just been informed of. So Coco Gauff will be taking on a new opponent, and then that is followed by Taylor Fritz against Zhang Zhizhen, and then of course the mixed doubles if it comes to that. Gauff and Fritz, who've been playing every match so far in the mixed, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, that change up in the women's singles is quite interesting. And let's just have a look at the play from earlier today. Team Kazakhstan defeating Team Germany 2-1, and the formidable duo of Elena Rybakina and Alexander Shevchenko, formidable in their singles matches. They'll be going in with a lot of confidence in a couple of days' time in Sydney, and then, as mentioned, the winner of this between the USA and China will progress to the semi-finals. So a lot to be played for both of these teams this evening. As we see Zhang Shui nervously or anticipating her singles match. Hasn't played a singles here so far, or yet, should I say, in Perth. But maybe replacing Zhao Jinyu due to that amount of time that she has spent on court. She spent about 5.5 hours, and really tough 3-set matches, Jill.
Yeah, very physical. And in the first match against Brazil, Haddad Maia in particular, where they were both cramping at the end of the match, I was actually surprised that she was able to recover so quickly for her second singles that she played a couple days ago. But so maybe a little bit not of a surprise that she might need to rest. I mean, especially all the emotions that she had in those matches. So we are going to see Zhang Shui take to the court. Very experienced singles player. I know she hasn't played singles here, but has been on the tour for quite some time. And there's Zhao Jinyu.
The Triple Z.
The Triple Z behind her, yeah. Coming out to support.
As he likes to be known. He's up against Taylor Fritz after this women's singles. So just a couple more moments before these ladies head out on court. As mentioned, Zhang Shui, well, she's been as high as 22 in the world, and as high as #2 on the women's doubles tour, so she certainly knows how to play. But what a big moment for her. Don't think she has a lot to lose tonight, so she can certainly go out swinging. Just getting in line now. Only moments away from this quarterfinal match. As we see Taylor Fritz, and what an unbelievable 2024 he's had, as has Coco Gauff. Now only seconds away from welcoming these players out on court.
Please welcome our first team to RSC Arena, representing China. Team captain Wu Di, Sun Feixing, Zhang Shui, Yan Bai, Xinyu Zhao, and Zhang Zhizhen. And their opponents for tonight's session, representing the USA. Team captain Michael Russell, Desiree Kravchuk, Robert Galloway, Dennis Kudla, Danielle Collins, Taylor Fritz, and Coco Gauff. outstanding for the national anthems of China and the USA.
So we're only moments away now from this quarterfinal match between Team USA and Team China. And Jill, let's talk about this women's singles, because we only found out maybe about half an hour ago that Zhang Shui was stepping in for Zhao Jinyu, and not something that I guess we were surprised because of how well Zhao Jinyu had been playing. She's had the best wins of her career in these last few days here in Perth.
Yeah, she's been really fun to watch, and I thought she would be able to keep going with the adrenaline and how well she's been playing. I mean, it was really her first top 20 win ever that she had against Haddad Maya in that epic battle. That I think it was the longest match in United Cup history, about 3 hours and 20 minutes or a little bit more than that. So I thought she'd be able to keep going, but luckily, they have a great player to step in, Zhang Shui, who has so much experience in both singles and doubles. So she's got a lot of tools to work with, but we know how well Coco Gauff has been playing. I mean, she had an incredible end of the year of 2024. This is her debut here at the United Cup. She's been so excited to be a part of this United Cup team, and you can tell she looks so relaxed. She's having so much fun being with her teammates and getting this support. So, and she's gotten better in each match.
Well, she teamed up with Taylor Fritz at the Paris Olympics in the mixed doubles and said this is the reason why she's here in Perth playing the United Cup, because she loved playing as a team for her country. Just love that team atmosphere, and you know, throughout the year it's such a lonely sport.
Exactly, yeah, it's just so different. I mean, a lot of times you're just playing the individual tournaments. You don't really get to have this team. I mean, you have Davis Cup, Billie Jean King Cup, and of course the Olympics, as you mentioned, but it's so few times during the year compared to the entire season that both Coco Gauff, actually Rybakina said that as well earlier, wanted to mix up the calendar year a little bit. So both of them very excited that to start the year at the United Cup.
And both playing some exceptional tennis as well. Coco has been exceptional in her singles matches thus far.
Happy New Year. And Shui, we have Ziggy here doing the coin toss for us, and Happy New Year. Nothing to add from me. Any questions? No? Ziggy wanted to ask Coco, what are you asking? Going with AO? All right, go for it. And it is AO. Serving and photo just in this direction.
Well, these players have played on 2 occasions previously, and that was back in 2022. Coco Gauff leading that head-to-head 2-0. As we have a look at Zhang Shui, 35 years of age, has made the quarterfinals at the Australian Open and at Wimbledon. That was in 2016 and 2019 respectively. She's got 3 career titles, and as mentioned earlier, has been as high as 22 in the world, currently sitting at 205. So she certainly knows how to play, just hasn't been able to notch up some of those wins consistently. But Jill, she's up against a very, very tough opponent.
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, Coco's been playing great. Just 20 years of age. It's amazing that she's still so young, because we've seen her for so long, since she was 15, since she burst out onto the tour. Current rank is 3. She's been as high as 2 in the world. And again, had that unbelievable end of the year where she won Beijing, and then, of course, the big one just a few weeks ago at the WTA Finals in Riyadh. Big win for her career. But yeah, I mean, she's been playing so well. I love how we know that one of her biggest assets is her movement on the court. She relies on that so much, so it's so difficult to see an opening to get the ball by her. But I love that she's also been playing mixed every single time. I think she's really enjoyed that, just to get matches under your belt at the beginning of the year.
Well, we're fortunate enough to have team captain Mike Russell with us. Mike, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Now, there's a lot on the line, or a lot to be played for tonight. What has your preparation been like leading up to this one?
Well, the team still did the escape room yesterday evening.
Were we successful in this escape room?
They were, actually.
Oh,
they got
great.
out of the room, so that's a good sign. That's a good start to 2025. You know, they've played 2 matches, played really well. Coco's played exceptionally well the last 2 matches, and her and JC, they know a tough opponent, and use her athleticism and energy, and just come out playing really well.
2 minutes.
And Mike, it's Jill here. We're so excited to see Coco take the court once again. A little bit of a change, right, in the lineup. I think, what was the anticipation of playing Zhao Qinyu and now playing Zhang Shui? I mean, obviously very familiar, but what's the goal going into this?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just playing Coco's game and not worrying so much about the other opponent. Of course, you have to be aware about their game styles, but really just executing your own game plan and the way you play and the energy that you bring.
And Mike, we were just talking about how nice it's been to see Coco partner up with Taylor Fritz, despite whether the tie has been won or not. Has that always been the game plan, that they were always to play mixed despite what the scoreline was?
Yes. It's great to get practice as well, even if the match is a dead rubber match, because every point counts. So it's just important that they continue to mesh well together, and it's great practice. Working on the serve, working on the return, moving forward.
And finally, maybe just your thoughts on the men's singles between Taylor and Zhang Zhizhen. What are Taylor's thoughts? What's he looking to improve on? Could you maybe just shed a little bit of light on that one?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of big serving and first strike tennis. So, Taylor's going to have to serve and return really well, and just compete like he always does. They had a battle last time, and it's going to be tough.
Great. Thanks a lot for your time, Mike, and all the best tonight.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Nice to get Mike's thoughts there. And as mentioned, the head-to-head, Coco Gauff does lead 2-0. Back in 2022, so some time ago, but they were always in 2 tight sets.
And chose to serve.
And let's just have a look at the conditions. It has been a very, very hot day here in Perth. Currently 32 degrees, was as high as 36. So slightly cooler, but no doubt the players will be getting those ice towels out early on. We're fortunate enough to have Budsy courtside. Budsy, great day. Nice to have you here. What are your thoughts on how this match is to unfold?
I was surprised to see that Zhang Shui was going to play this match against Coco Gauff, but I think, as Michael Russell said before, Coco just needs to concentrate on her game. She wants to be the one, you know, be aggressive on the front foot, and I think that's what she's focused on the most. So I do think, even though the 2 matches they played a couple of years ago were quite tight in 2 sets, I do think I favor Coco Gauff quite a bit here. I don't think it's going to be going the distance today.
Coco Gauff representing Team USA to set. Ready, play.
Coco making her debut here at the United Cup. Has really, really enjoyed her time here in Perth so far.
Some pretty good ball striking there from Zheng Shui. Really. If that was a little bit loud, I've got some Coco Gauff fans right behind me.
Like you've got the headsets on.
Yeah.
Gauff under a little bit of pressure so far in her opening service game.
I like seeing Zhang going after it right from the start. Knows she has to get on top of Coco, try and get that break right out of the gates.
Yes.
First ace, 189 kilometres per hour.
When she has a good timing with her serve, Coco Gauff, she makes it look so easy. Can create so much pace.
Well, that's a serve that she's been using a lot on the deuce side, and that I think has improved significantly, especially at the end of last year, that out wide serve. So I'm not surprised that she actually went for that second serve a little bit more. It's been pretty consistent overall.
Oh, after an early start and the first break in this match. Zhang. Oh no.
Good start, like you said, Boyana. She really has nothing to lose. She's been fired up to be a part of this team. We could see it when she played mixed the other day. She was bringing a lot of energy to the court, which she always does. But I mean, she has the type of game to hurt Coco. I mean, we saw how close the match was, lost in 2 sets in their previous meeting, and it was on the big stage. at the US Open, so she has played top players numerous times in these big events, so she's not going to feel intimidated, I don't think, in this scenario.
Shui representing Team China to serve.
Well, let's just have a look at this win predictor. Well, pretty high on the side of Coco Gauff. Probably no surprise there.
I think the tactics are pretty clear. What we've seen so far from Zhang Shui, she's trying to be super aggressive, playing with good depth. I think she takes a lot of Coco's pace as well. She likes that.
Remember that memory back in 2016 when Zhang Shui was announcing her retirement after the Australian Open, and then made it through to the quarterfinals, and then her world changed, didn't it?
I think it was actually right before the Australian Open, and then all of a sudden she went all the way to the quarters, and I mean, pretty good idea to rethink that.
Went on to make some great results. Quarterfinals at Wimbledon in 2019. Won the Australian Open women's doubles with Samantha Stosur. 2019.
Lifted up slightly on that forehand to try and control it a bit too much, Coco. She gets low with the legs very well overall, but you can just see her lift off it a little bit, and that's what caused the error.
So a second opportunity for Zhang to take a 2-love lead. The break point opportunity.
Good fight back here from Gauff. So 2 breaks to start. I mean, both of these players return so well. That's some of their strengths. So not surprised maybe that we have a couple breaks to begin, because both very aggressive on the ground. There's another look at Coco's forehand. She actually does a good job when she's on her back foot. Doesn't tend to lift as much, really pushes off the ground well to get power on that shot. That's the serve that's been so successful for her.
Yeah, what a great angle she created there. Ball landed in the players' box of Team America. That's how good it was.
Takes that return so early, doesn't she?
And she's so good on the cross. I mean, you mentioned the doubles, 2 Grand Slam doubles that she's had. So she's had a lot of practice out there of returning cross court, trying to get that angle off the court. So that's something that's developed in her game, that's gotten stronger throughout her career.
double fault for Coco Gauff. That's 2 so far in this set.
And when Coco Gauff finds her rhythm in her serve, she's one of the best servers out there. That's for sure. I think she's also worked on her variety big time.
So a good hold there for Coco Gauff. Back on serve, 2-1, first set.
Team USA leads by 2 games to 1.
Well, Jill, if you get some time off tomorrow and you're not flying back over east, you should take a trip out to Rottnest. 19 kilometres off the coast of Fremantle by ferry. There's 63 beautiful bays for swimming and snorkeling. You can also cycle around the island for free or take an electric bike, whichever you prefer.
I actually did that last year.
Ah, there you go.
And I did the whole biking tour. It was beautiful. I mean, the water in particular is great. I did go in for a little bit and then got out quickly when I found out there could be sharks lurking. So that's wasn't too excited about that.
So if you're just joining us, Team USA are up against Team China. And Coco Gauff, despite being broken early in that first set, she's managed to break straight back and she's back in the front. Back on serve, 2-1.
Time. Please take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
There from Zhang Shui, anticipated that drop shot.
Showing how quick she is around the court. Got up to that drop shot pretty well. Maybe had a little bit height and depth, more so than Coco would have liked, but the way she was able to cover this ball quickly, she got over to cover that down the line very fast. Well, as soon as Zhang saw Coco a little bit of trouble, she was well inside that baseline. And even though that last forehand didn't have a ton of pace, it was her court position that really rushed Coco in the end. See how far inside the baseline she gets.
14.
Nice slice right on that due side. Good hold there for Zhang. Comfortable hold too. A level here, 2-all, first set. And we've got Bubsy down with the special guest down in Team China.
Jinyu, I thought I was going to see you out there today. You've played an amazing United Cup so far. You won 2 matches. Why don't we see you out there today? What happened?
I think right now Shuai is really quick into the match and be really aggressive, and yeah.
But why are you not playing today? Are you injured?
Yeah, I got injured on my right shoulder.
Ah, okay. But are you feeling like could be a longer injury, or
yeah,
it's going to be okay?
Yeah, I pulled the muscle a little bit. Yeah.
Okay,
so it's quite hurt right now. Yeah.
Well, we wish you a speedy recovery, but if somebody would have told you at the beginning of this United Cup that you were going to play so good, that you were going to win 2 matches, would you have believed that?
Actually, no.
Yeah. But how do you think your year will continue now after such a big success, personally?
Okay. I'm not
will
gonna
give you confidence.
Yeah, for sure gonna give me a lot of confidence. But I just tell myself you have to one step by step, and I don't want to give myself that much pressure because you win. I mean, really 2 big matches, but doesn't mean you can win every single match after. I mean, in the future. So I just also my coach telling me you have step by step and do you what you should to do like this.
Well, we wish you all the best and a speedy recovery. I think I'll let you concentrate now.
Yeah.
Maybe Shuai can do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For sure she can do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, nice to hear some words. And hear about that injury, which we weren't made aware of, but no surprise because she spent so much time on court.
I like how she said that she is going to take some confidence away from the matches that she played. I mean, she played outstanding and definitely better than what her ranking shows right now. I mean, she's outside the top 150, and that'll definitely rise this year if she continues to play that way. Good advice from her coach as well, that it's a process. You know, you're not going to necessarily play your best all the time. So I think it's a good perspective that she has. And she thinks Zhang can do it. He's got another break point opportunity.
So Coco Gauff feeling under a little bit of pressure right now. Oh, wow, what a way to save it. Off a second serve as well.
Did not doubt herself at all on their backhand. That is her strength.
That's what makes her so good, isn't it? Anytime she's under pressure, she's able to produce shots like that.
Well, it's really because she's been willing to do it for so long.
Advantage, Team USA.
I mean, a lot of times there are moments, you know, throughout your career that you have those doubts, but if you can push through it, then you all of a sudden get into a position where it doesn't feel as risky to go after that ball in tough moments.
Late second.
She's used that backhand down the line a couple of times in this game, hasn't she?
Yeah, if she can continue to produce that shot, that's going to be effective. I mean, that's the corner that you want to target against Gauff. And she's very good at seeing the ball early, so she's not afraid to take that ball on the rise early.
Team USA.
185 k's per hour, that last serve.
Game. Team USA.
Things are on serve in this first set, 3-2.
Team USA leads by 3 games to 2.
I just think her approach so far, Zhang Shui, has been impressive. She's come out aggressive. She's making her shots. She doesn't seem overwhelmed by the situation. She's going for it.
I think you have to, right? When you're playing a top player like Coco Gauff, you have to kind of take your chances and go after it. You can't really sit back and wait to see what's going to happen. And that's why I said in the beginning, I like that she did that from the very first game. She wasn't waiting to see how she was feeling, how the ball was feeling, what Coco was going to do. She just came out with a very clear game plan, and it's wanting to take those serves early when she gets the opportunity. She wants to try and break down the Coco Gauff serve and just stay aggressive throughout this match.
If you're just joining us, Zhao Jinyu has been replaced by Zhang Shui just before this women's singles took place this evening. And it's been a pretty high-level game of tennis so far in this first set. Had a couple of breaks early on, but both players holding serve nicely so far. And some good communication going on with both team captains.
Kind of another situation you don't really get to see that often anymore, right? Normally you're sitting on the sideline just not being able to converse with anyone, so a good opportunity to get insight during matches.
Zhang Shui, 35 years of age, started playing tennis at the age of 5, and her best tennis memory was playing mixed doubles with Pete Sampras in 2011.
It's amazing how she can flatten out the forehand and how powerful she can be from the baseline. Zhang just taking the ball so early, taking time away from Coco. And if she can't get there, no one can.
She's not very predictable off that forehand side, is she? Because she's used the down line, but then she's also used the inside out.
So accurate on where she's hitting her serves, which is creating so many short balls off the return for Zhang to attack. Someone who's very comfortable in the forecourt. A lot of doubles experience, a lot of doubles titles.
It's another comfortable hold for Zhang. 3-all.
And we talked just yesterday so often about the matchups that some players just love playing against a certain player who has a certain game style, and I feel like Zhang Shui, she actually enjoys playing against Coco Gauff. You mentioned even though she's down in the head-to-head, they've always had tough matches, and she makes it look fairly easy out there a lot of times.
15.
So she's thrown into 3 double faults in this set so far. Is there anything technically that you might see on her serve that could be contributing to
Well,
that?
for me, I think that what I've noticed a lot on Gauff is she drops her head so quickly. And I feel like if she just keeps her head up a little bit longer, I think that's where sometimes she gets into trouble.
Wow.
Yeah, nice move. Nice close at the net.
And the depth that she's producing off that. Both sides
She's
of the
so
racket.
calm right now, too. I mean, just looking at her demeanor, she's the type of player that can get feisty out in the court, that can get fist pumped, she can get vocal. But right now, it's almost like she's intentionally trying to stay calm at the start of this match.
30 all.
I think if Coco starts, getting that first serve percentage up a little bit right now, it's 61%. I mean, right from the first game, she seemed a little bit frustrated when she missed a couple because she knows how important it is to have that first serve in play against Zhang. I mean, you don't often see Gauff not have a lot of time on the ball because she's so quick. She's so good at getting her body and balance behind the ball. But Zhang, there's been numerous times because of how early she's taking the ball that I do feel like she's been able to rush Coco on the baseline.
I mean, she's taking the ball so early, Zhang. Is that what you're noticing courtside, Bubsy? Just how early she takes that ball?
Yeah, absolutely. She's really trying to cut the angles there, and especially on the return, she tries to step in. I think that's why Coco Gauff comes up and throws in a few double faults here as well. She's obviously a great returner. That's why she's won a couple of Grand Slam titles in doubles as well. But it's all or nothing today for her.
Team China.
That's a break of serve. Zhang in the lead now in this first set.
New balls, please.
4-3.
Team China leads by 4 games to 3.
I think that for the first time in this United Cup, Coco Gauff just doesn't quite seem herself.
Yeah, I agree. I think just a little bit more flustered than we're used to seeing her. But I felt like I noticed that in the first game that she served because she wasn't happy that she missed a couple first serves. And normally the team's pretty chatty right now. They're just giving her a little bit of space, just a little breathing room. And a little bit opposite here, just chatty away. Smiles, but like I said, she's been pretty calm right from the start. Does not look intimidated whatsoever. I think she loves these opportunities. Loves going out to play the big players on the big stage.
Such a different feel, isn't it, from both team zones? Well, a bit of a topsy-turvy first set here. On screen, Coco Gauff up against Zheng Shui. We've had a couple of breaks early on in this first set. And Zheng Shui just broke Coco Gauff's serve at 3-all. So there's a lot going on. A lot of momentum shifts in this first set so far. Some big, hard hitting. But you have to give credit to Zheng Shui. She's really taking it to Coco Gauff.
Yeah, and she's not afraid.
Yeah.
I feel like she stepped onto this court to win this match and not just to play a good match. I love that.
Let's listen.
Just long.
Lovely.
But Shui's depth in her shots are really amazing. Pushing Gauff behind the baseline.
That's great coverage from Gauff. Now picking up on the pattern of Zhang going cross-court on that backhand, I do think she feels more comfortable consistently going cross on that. We have seen her change it up down the line. That was good anticipation and awareness from Gauff.
Just overplaying that last forehand. And now 3 breakpoint opportunities for Coco Gauff to level things here in this first set.
Game, Team USA.
And she only needs 1 point to do that. So we're tied here in this first set. Few unforced errors there from the racket of Zhang Shui.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're just going to take a look at the difference of the two players' return positions. Gauff a little bit further back. Look at how far Zhang is inside the court. That's what we've been discussing, is how early she's been wanting to take a ball and apply that pressure right away against Gauff.
15 left.
I haven't really seen Zhang miss many returns either throughout the course of this set so far. So the tactics, just going to keep at it until maybe she needs a little bit more breathing room. But so far it's been pretty good. Oh, there's one.
Just in these last 2 games.
That's a little bit more of a kick serve, right? I mean, I think that's smart from Gauff. I mean, she's starting to pay attention to that now, throwing a little different pace on the serve, trying to get it out of her strike zone.
Well, the errors are creeping, aren't they?
Yeah, but well done from Coco Gauff there, because that was an unbelievable return from Zhang, and she stayed so low there. Really moved well.
Well, not going down without a fight. Coco Gauff. She leads 5-4 first set.
Great mindset.
Well, they were probably the 2 quickest games we've had in the set so far.
That was the loosest game from Zhang, right? I mean, as soon as it got really tight at the 4-all and the end of the first set seems to be on the horizon. She just had quite a few loose errors in that game.
She's hitting the plus lines pretty well.
And she just said that Shui is hitting the plus ones really well. So that's the first shot pretty much after the serve. She's certainly in a better position now than in the last change of ends where she was a breakdown. It's hard to get a rhythm against Trey, isn't it?
You certainly have to ride the wave, don't you, against an opponent like Zhang Shui. So we've had 4 breaks of serve in this first set so far. Zhang Shui has been quite impressive in this set, but it is the determination from Coco Gauff that has put her in front. Team China still look like they're having a lot of fun, which is great to see. Let's see if Zhang Shui can redeem herself from her last service game.
It's really interesting to see Zhang going for it, and she's inside. She's about 1.5 meters inside the court. And Coco Gauff about 1.5 meters behind the baseline.
Would you say the longer the rally, the more in favour of Coco Gauff it is?
Well, she's risking a lot, Zhang, I have to say, the way she's playing.
I would say if you're playing the style that Zhang is playing right now with how aggressive she's being, if Gauff can, yes, I think if Gauff can get a lot of these balls back in play, and she's so good defensively, that just puts that extra pressure on Zhang to keep going for more and more and more. And that's where I feel like a little bit of advantage for Gauff in the longer rallies.
Yeah, you have the tendency to overplay then, don't you?
Yeah.
So both players at this point in time have won 29 points each so far in this set.
I like that play going behind Gauff, really striking through the backhand well. Zhang's getting a lot of pace and not a ton of spin, so it's really shooting through the court.
Nice depth on that return. Certainly doesn't like to get pushed behind the baseline, Zhang. Hitting that shot, falling backwards.
Solid game there from Zhang.
Babsy, how heavy is Zhang's rally ball, what you say? Because it's very rare that I feel like I see Gauff kind of getting pushed on her back foot, but I've seen it a few times now.
She just takes the ball so early, and she hits the ball very flat. There's not a lot of spin in it. I still think that she takes the pace from Coco Gauff as well a lot of the times. Have a look at that. She cut the angle once again on the return, and clearly she is experienced at the net. What a beautiful point. There you go. That quick transition to the net, and then you have to come up with feel like that.
A great level of commitment after that return. It's very decisive to move forward.
Oh, wow. How about the return?
That's just too good. When that ball landed just a couple inches inside the baseline, great acceleration and length of the arm through that ball. She tends to use that serve when she's down in the score.
So 5-all, 30-all. Big point here right now. That's huge from Zhang. What a way to attack on that point. There's certainly not a lot of women who can hit the ball harder than Shui is today. That was unbelievable, those forehands, really. So flat, so fast, so much depth.
So clean.
Yeah, in the middle of a racket.
No break point for Zhang right now.
She had it.
I would take a look at that too, because that looked closer than what it was.
It did, yeah. It looked closer than that. Oh, what a good strike on the ball. Just it went for a bit too much.
I mean, it was the right ball to attack on, wasn't it?
Such a difficult shot to hit. She makes it look so easy. It was so low. She was on the way to the net. Have a look at this. You have to have a lot of feel and confidence.
Just so calm, yeah.
So another break point opportunity for Zhang.
Yes.
Very good on the first ball there. I feel like Gauff needed that. I actually haven't seen her win some easy points like this in a while. I feel like it's Zhang that's been the one that's been dictating most of the time. Again, she's just more in control of these points. Very well done from Zhang.
Always just seems it doesn't really matter where she's in the court, whether she's inside the baseline or back behind the baseline. Nothing's stopping her from going for it. Break point number 3.
Team China.
And she's fired up, Zhang Shui. Back in the lead, 6-5, first set.
Team China leads by 6 games to 5.
Would you say, Jill, that there's not a whole lot that Coco Gauff is doing wrong? It's more coming from the racket of Zhang Shui and how well she's approached this match.
Yeah, she's just been on top of it from the start. I think Coco Gauff is backing away from the baseline quite a bit, but that has a lot to do, you're right, with Zhang's game. She's hitting with great pace, also great depth, so it's a little bit tough to turn some of these points around. And she's just, you know, steamrolling forward in the courts. She's not giving any ground up whatsoever, and that's what's allowed her to dictate. But I feel like she's acting like a leader out there, which is good to see. Her demeanor's been outstanding.
So 47 minutes of play. And it's been a high level of tennis in this first set between Coco Gauff and Zhang Shui. But Bubsy, how do you? What are your thoughts on Zhang Shui's approach now? It's not easy to serve out a set.
No, but she's in a better position at the moment. I mean, she has been up a couple of times a break already, so she needs to stick to her best serve. I think that's important, and keep on doing what she's doing. I mean, if she can keep up that level of tennis she's playing at the moment, then she should be a top 10 player, I have to say.
So Zhang Shui now serving for this first set.
Coco getting a little bit lucky there. If you notice as well, Coco's average ball is landing pretty short in the court, so it's even more so allowing Zhang to play into exactly the game style she wants to, that aggressive, moving forward, transitioning to the net. Just the flight of the ball, where it ended up going a little higher than Zhang was anticipating.
But look how calm she stays after an error like that. Yeah, just caught it a little bit late, didn't she?
That's too good. And that was actually a better hitting, I thought, from Gauff. She had a little bit more depth overall. Maybe could have used a little extra pop behind the last forehand, because you saw how Zhang had just time to really unload on that forehand.
Just getting her feet stuck a little bit there, didn't she?
Yeah, I think she changed her mind. It looked like the way she turned and rotated, I thought she was going to maybe take that line, and maybe just changed her mind at the last moment.
Continues to back herself whenever she does get that ball, doesn't she, Zhang Shui? And look at that. Moving forward 14 times and out of those winning 12. That is an impressive stat.
Well, it really started from the return. Gauff getting just a little bit more aggressive, which set the tone for that point. Oh, well done.
So win predictor still in the favour of Coco Gauff, but maybe a little less.
Game. Team
A little bit
USA.
less than before, and we're going into a tiebreak in this first set. 51 minutes of play.
6 games all tiebreak.
Lots of breaks of serve. Hard to know which way this one will go. But if it's anything to go by in their last two occasions, they have played tight sets. Nice start.
Team USA.
Lightning speed. She's so quick moving forward, isn't she?
Yeah, it was great hustle. Just that first step from the baseline is so fast, and then she can just accelerate with that speed forward. It's too bad for Zhang. I actually like that serve. She got the exact ball that she wanted. Didn't have to go for so much. The court was so open.
Team USA.
6 double faults now for Coco Gauff. Not something that we're used to seeing.
Height on the forehand, I think, which is causing some of these errors from Zhang, because it's getting more up above her shoulders out of the strike zone. It's a little change-up I like from Gauff.
Zhang clearly overplaying now in this moment. And it's an important moment, and as we've seen so many times in the past, that when it's crunch time, it's usually the higher ranked player who plays smarter tennis, who plays more high percentage tennis.
Well, it's amazing. It wasn't, I feel like, until the start of this tiebreak that Zhang had a slight hesitation, I would say. She's been going up to the ball so confidently, not doubting herself, and just these couple unforced errors, you got the sense that she was thinking as she was approaching the ball.
And you throw in a couple of unforced errors, and before you know it, you're down 5-1 in the tiebreak.
A little bit more controlled there, Zhang.
5-2. Team USA.
Lands in. I think Coco didn't think it was, she thought it was floating out.
I think so. Well, the flight of the ball, it looked like, I mean, there was a lot of height to that ball. It looked like it was going to maybe sail long, but just enough spin and rotation on the ball where it just dipped down at the last moment.
Magnificent from Coco Gauff, and she gets the crowd involved now as well. She wants to feel their energy, and she's certainly getting it as well. And there's the mum with a smile on her face.
Mum's happy, yeah, why not?
She looks slightly relieved that there's 3 set points now, I have to say.
6-3, Team USA.
What a way to play. I mean, some of those shots are not easy.
Yeah, now she's, and I love that she's bringing out the energy now. We were talking about what a calm demeanor she had at the start to this match, but that energy is helping her lift these last couple points.
First set, Team USA.
Coco finds a way. In 59 minutes, she takes the first set.
7 games to 6.
7 games to 6. What an effort there from Coco Gauff. She really had to ride the wave throughout that first set. Found it hard to find some rhythm as well, but you could see just at the end how pumped she was. She knew how important it was to win that first set.
Definitely. I think she knew how hard it was to get through that set. I mean, that was very difficult. Zhang played so well. She really brought her A game, just like Bubsy said, that she's playing top 10 tennis. and did very good job. She was approaching the net so much, put a lot of pressure on Gauff. Look, it really didn't come down to a ton, just a few points here and there, but the unforced errors, I think, stand out to me. 25 from Zhang, only 16 from Coco Gauff, but it was some of the timing of these errors, and it's so crucial when there's a 7-6 set, when everything is so tight. You gotta stay mentally tough in those big moments, and for me that was the difference. Gauff just was a little bit more steady and consistent when it mattered the most.
Yeah, there certainly were just a couple of moments in that first set where you think for Zhang Shui, if she could have them again, she would have played some of those points a little bit differently. In particular, after she broke at 4-3 and was serving to take a 5-3 lead, just let a couple of those unforced errors in favour of Coco Gauff, and then obviously at the start of that tie break as well. So, look, it was a high level of tennis, and anticipating to see how the first few games here unfold in the second set. So maybe a little bit of relief there from Coco Gauff after taking the first set 7-6. I think she's watching the crowd get involved with the bongos.
Time.
Loosen the mood just a little bit, why not? Happy to get that first set.
And no doubt Coco will just want to keep the foot down on the pedal, but for Zhang Shui, well, the question will be whether she can maintain that level of tennis that she produced in that first set. It was super high from the 35-year-old.
Second set. Team China to set.
Did a great job on the stretch forehand of keeping the slice low. She knows how often and assumed Zhang was going to come forward. She's been into the net so many times, so really well done to keep that to the feet of Zhang.
Babs, how important is this game for Zhang Shui right now? Because she played an excellent first set, but you just need to question whether she's able to maintain that level.
Yeah, you just wonder, and then we've talked about it before. The way she's been playing in this first set, even though she's lost it, was just phenomenal, and it's hard to believe that she can keep up that level of tennis, that aggressiveness out there. I think it's important this first couple of games for both players. Gauff obviously wants to take that momentum, winning the first set with her.
So Coco Gauff already with 2 breakpoint opportunities in this first game of the second set.
30-40.
One save. Well played there from Coco Gauff. First break here in this second set.
Just a little smile from there. I think she was kind of surprised how much she had to move to hit that overhead. Had to cover actually quite a lot of ground, but handled it very well.
It was a little bit awkward, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I think that's why she was laughing a little bit.
Well, she got away with it. And she's got the first break in this second set. Zhang Shui really just has to be careful Coco Gauff doesn't run away with this second set, so she needs to construct a good few points together.
show Gauff that she's not going anywhere.
It's so tough, too, when you feel like you've played so exceptionally well and you were so close to getting that first set to really have to bounce back immediately.
Can be deflating, can't
Yeah.
it?
I mean, I've seen her maintain that level actually throughout matches, Zhang, with how well she played in that first set. But it's about, like you said, those big moments, those important moments to trust yourself that you can do it when there's just a little added pressure and tension.
Does use that slice wide serve, doesn't she, really effectively on the juice court?
It's gotten more accurate too. I mean, I feel like she's always gone for that serve, but I noticed at the end of 2024, we can say that now, that it's definitely, she's hitting the spot much better.
Game, Team USA.
A good hold there from Coco Gauff, just to maintain the lead in this second set.
Team USA
She leads 2-1.
Yeah, I love that she's starting to mix up the serve, and we're just taking a look at the difference between the kick serves of the two players. You can see Gauff's just bounces a little bit higher, and I think that's effective because it gets more out of the strike zone of Zhang. That's why you see Zhang inside the court so much, because she doesn't want it above her shoulders. She wants it in that strike zone. So I do like the fact that Gauff, I feel like, is going for that a little bit more, and Zhang just doesn't have as much kick on her serve.
Yeah, I just feel like the intensity from Zhang slightly dropping here in this second set. This could go quick.
I've had some power behind it. So you just push Gauff on the floor, on the ground.
I mean, that's what she has to do to win a point. Like,
Yeah.
in the back of her mind, she must think that, gee, that's so tough. I have to win a point like that every time. Are you noticing a difference in the court positioning, Bubsy, from down there? Is Zhang a little bit more further back than what she was in the first set?
Yeah, just slightly further back, and she's just not as aggressive as in the first set at the moment. Obviously, she would have liked to win that first set, so just, again, the intensity level just dropped a bit.
I think it's safe to say that Zhang will continue to go for her shots. She won't hold back. It's just whether she can continue to execute, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's interesting because she took a little bit more time on that backhand. She was a couple feet behind the baseline on that one, but maybe just to try and get the rhythm back because she has sprayed a couple balls, but it's a great strike on the ball.
So that double fault not coming at the best of times, as it gives Coco Gauff a breakpoint opportunity yet again for a 3-love lead.
Team USA.
No error made on that backhand from Coco Gauff.
Please.
She's up a set and 3-love.
Team USA leads by 3 games to none.
Every point. Every point.
Well, Jill, while the players take a break, we're going to head to Cygnet Bay. Beautiful part of Western Australia. You've got the Perth Farm Tours, pristine beaches, red rock meets white sand. So much to see and do. The beautiful crystal waters. Like I said, Jill, if you've got some time in Western Australia, you need to visit.
There's too many places.
It's
There's
such a big state, isn't it?
Not enough time. Looks beautiful.
Add it to your bucket list. Cygnet Bay, beautiful place to be and see. So if you're joining us for the first time, this is the quarterfinals here at the United Cup in Perth between Team USA and Team China. And it's Coco Gauff who is in full control up against Zhang Shui. Coco Gauff is ready to go. She's lined up on the baseline, ready to serve.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Zhang Shui just taking her time slightly.
And it's interesting because now Gauff's getting a little bit more depth on the her ball. We've been talking about the court position of these players, and I feel like it is shifting because in the first set, Zhang taking the ball on the rise 51% of that time in the first set. Now in the second set, it's dropped to 35. So she really has been pushed back a little bit further off the baseline.
Oh, wow. She ripped that forehand.
Yeah, I was actually looking at her wrist in the last few forehands, and it's when she strikes the ball that well, it's so fast through the wrist. And that's where she gets so much pace on that ball, that acceleration through the ball.
Even Coco acknowledging how good that forehand was. And when it's coming in that hard and fast, it really is hard to redirect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to control. And that's the last thing you want to do, is try and control. I mean, you want to, sometimes it doesn't make sense, but you want to go faster through the ball. That's where you get that extra control when you want to change direction. That was a really smart forehand shot from Gauff. I mean, she was off balance right off the return. And the perfect shot to hit that high, heavier back down the line off a player with a two-handed backhand. It's not easy to connect with that cleanly, to time it perfectly, and sets up that backhand for Gauff. Great return.
This is exactly what she did in the first set,
Yep.
wasn't it? She took the return early, she got Gauff on the stretch, and then she was able to pounce on that shorter response, just like that backhand down the line. So still hanging in there, Zheng Shui, with a break point now.
Team China.
And she's broken back.
Well, like you said, Boyana, that's exactly how she played in the first set, but it's about
Team
sustaining
USA
that
leads by 3 games to 1.
throughout the course of a match.
And we've got Babsy down with Dennis Kudla for Team USA.
Dennis, it looks like Coco looks in a comfortable position in the second set, but what about the first set? How high of quality tennis did you see that? Did we experience out there? It was pretty brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, the quality of tennis was extremely high. I mean, she's bringing her A game, and that's what she has to do to beat Coco. And, you know, Coco was able to defend and just keep digging. We just kind of keep her spirit up, keep the energy up. That's all you can do. When someone's kind of in a zone like this, you just got to play your best tennis and hope it wears off. But Coco's doing a phenomenal job of defending.
When you watch Coco from the sideline, what fascinates you the most about her game or about her physique?
Just the fact that she can kind of just change direction so fast, and her outside legs out of the corners is incredibly strong. It's pretty amazing to watch, especially for such a young person to be able to do that and just match after match, point after point. It's very, very impressive to watch.
Happy New Year, by the way. How was last night? Did you watch the fireworks?
Yeah, we watched the fireworks, watched the kids' fireworks.
The 9 o'clock ones?
The 8:30.
8:30, even.
8:30. So we behaved. We knew today was a big deal. So we stayed out of trouble, and we kept the energy high. We did another escape room. We got out. So a lot of good things to start 2025.
And personally, how has the first day of the year been for you? Smooth?
It's been great. I ran a 10K. I ate healthy, no carbs. Yeah. So
no carbs.
I'm over the moon right now. So.
Well, keep it going. Thanks so much, Dennis.
Thank you.
What a great way to start the year, running 10Ks.
That's pretty good. Might be a New Year's resolution for him. I'm not sure. 10K every day. Wow.
Team China.
So 2 games in a row now for Zheng Shui. Tightening things up here in this second set. 3-2. Certainly is like riding a wave, Jill, because Coco Gauff got off to a flying start in this second set, 3-love. Won the points relatively easy, mostly because Zheng Shui threw in a few more unforced errors, and then
just when you think you're on top in the second set, Zhang Shuai comes back and plays 2 unbelievable games, and it's now 3-2.
I know, and you can't really do anything about it. I mean, she just played that good, where all of a sudden she lifted her level and took control. And, I mean, Coco Gauff up 3-love, you feel like you're in good position. Zhang did drop, so you almost maybe tend to relax a little bit, and then all of a sudden she came storming back, and those 2 games were just too good.
Oh, they certainly were. Well, it's been a hot day here in Perth, a high of 36. It's currently sitting at 30 degrees.
Let's go.
Still very warm out there, but both players looking in some fine form. We had a really tight first set in the favour of Coco Gauff. And pretty even Steven in the second set. Gauff had a quick lead of 3-love, but now we're back and it's 3-2. Still a break of serve. Zhang Shuai, wow, what a performance. The world number 205 has come out playing and matched it with the world's best. Still a lot of tennis to be played. Let's see how it all unfolds. There's a nice little interview, Bubsy, with Dennis Kudla. Did you run 10Ks this morning?
No, I didn't. I was here at 9 o'clock, Brianna. I didn't have time, otherwise I would have. And I did have carbs already as well.
The players certainly making the most of their time here in Perth, getting used to the conditions and enjoying themselves as well. And why not?
Now that Zhang is applying that pressure again and taking the ball earlier, she's repositioned herself forward a little bit more. I would love to see Gauff maybe use the body serve a little bit more often, just to try and jam Zhang. Great depth on the backhand. Actually, I haven't seen her use a body serve much, and it's such a good tool to have when you're playing someone that likes to be so aggressive.
Would you say the kick serve also would be very effective, trying to get out of the hitting zone?
Yeah. She's used that occasionally.
How about the defense, though, from Coco Gauff? She is so good when she's on the run.
And she's not afraid to give up ground as well. She's willing to let her momentum keep going because she trusts her movement so much. She knows she can get back into the court so fast. And that's why she's balanced so often of the time. Get up to that, need a couple more steps forward up to that ball.
She had it.
Advantage, Team USA.
She didn't have to hit it that hard. But what a way to create the opportunity nonetheless. Good fight there from Coco Gauff.
Team USA leads by 4 games to 2.
Oh, that was a big game because Zhang, the way she won those 2 games after being down 3-love was impressive. And you just felt like even though she was still down a break, she kind of had the momentum. So that was a big game for Gauff to get through.
Even
Dennis Kugler mentioned how it's tough when you're playing against someone who's so in the zone. You just hope that it wears off at some stage. That's what Coco Gauff is doing. She's just trying to stay with Zhang.
That's why it's beneficial to have the defensive skills and the speed, like a Coco Gauff, when you're playing someone that is, you know, occasionally playing lights out. I mean, because to get them out of that situation, to get them out of that zone, you have to just dig, and Gauff's capable of that. And like Bubsy mentioned it earlier, but it's tough to get a rhythm too when, you know, Zhang's playing a couple points spectacularly and then all of a sudden a mistake, and you just sometimes don't know what's coming.
Just like those last 2 points. It's done so well to stay in this second set. Zhang just every now and then lets those unforced errors creep in. And again, overplaying that last forehand.
Also didn't finish that shot. Almost looked like she was drifting to her left as she was hitting the ball in the opposite direction down the line. Got to finish your shot before you start to recover.
So break point now for Coco Gauff to take a 5-2 lead in this second set.
Game, Team USA.
And she does just that. Team USA in full control here. 7-6, 5-2.
Team USA leads by 5 games to 2.
So that's how important that game at 3-2 was, Jill. Could have gone either way. But Coco Gauff has done a great job of just staying ahead, making Zhang play that one extra ball.
Yeah, I thought it was big because it was a close game.
Very close.
And it wasn't like a game that felt that secure, and so it was definitely a big one for Gauff to get through.
Well, it's been a high level of tennis from both players in this women's singles. Quarterfinal match here at the United Cup, a lot to play for. The #1 seeds, Team USA.
Time.
Doing a great job in this first match. Coco Gauff won the first set. It was a battle, 7 games to 6. And now is serving to win this first match for Team USA.
great first point, an excellent job from Gauff. Changing that defense to offense. She got up to the short ball so quickly to take control. It's all about the footwork there. You could hear those extra steps, just making sure she was in position.
Outstanding first point there from Coco Gauff.
Oh, take that. She's in the zone now, isn't she? Coco Gauff.
30 love.
Finally, herself, super aggressive. She gets a chance.
After an hour and 30 minutes, Coco Gauff has 3 match points.
I think Coco knew it as soon as she popped up that short ball. I feel like sometimes she has to come into the net because she's already halfway there off the return.
Because of how early she takes the return.
Yeah.
Still a match point opportunity. Oh dear.
Like she rushed there a little bit. All of a sudden, she was, after the first serve, she was going so fast to hit the second serve, the 9th one of the match.
Yeah. Not coming at the right time either. Let's go back to juice here.
Advantage, Team USA.
4th match point opportunity now for Coco Gauff. She tried to take pace off that serve to start the point, but then Zhang, that unbelievable return.
That was great from Zhang. Well, she took pace off just to make sure she got the first serve in. Went for a little bit more kick serve, but Zhang was ready.
Let's listen.
You'll take that moment, don't you?
Sorry, but not sorry. And that was what looked like a double bounce off that tape.
Advantage.
Not easy to do.
Team USA.
It's a nice one. First day of the year.
Match point number 5.
Game, set, match.
And she seals
Team
it with an
USA.
ace.
2 sets to love, 7-6, 6-2.
Certainly wasn't easy, but Coco Gauff got the job done tonight. 7-6, 6-2.
in an hour and 34 minutes. Well, she'll be happy with the way that she ended that match, Coco Gauff, with an ace, because she certainly won't be happy with her 9 double faults. But overall, that was a tough match.
It was, yeah.
It was not easy. She had to ride the wave with the shots produced by Zhang Shui. And most importantly, she'll be happy with giving Team USA the first win of tonight's session.
I think she'll be really happy with the way she fought, because you really had to dig in and fight and stay in every single point with how well Zhang was playing that match. I mean, you got to give credit to the Chinese player for coming out and just kind of trying to go after the shots. That's a great match for her to get the season underway, the brand new 2025 season. But yeah, just great heart and fight from the American.
Certainly was. Very high level of tennis from both players. A lot to take into this new tennis season. Coco Gauff pumped with that win tonight, giving Team USA the upper hand. Remembering that the winner of tonight's match will go into the semi-finals in Sydney. But let's hear what she has to say with Barbara Shett.
Coco, congratulations. That was a tough match, but you like finishing your matches with an ace, don't you? That was the second one in a row, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, against Shui, it was like I have to hit an ace to win the point. She was playing an amazing tennis out there, and yeah, Dennis was saying I digged it out, and that's what it felt like. I was quite literally like on the ground most of the match.
The first set was such high level of tennis from both of you. You were hitting the ball so hard, both of you. What, in your opinion, was the toughest part to play against Shui today?
I mean, I felt like today, it was hard. Like, I felt like the harder I hit, the harder she was hitting. And then, you know, I felt like I couldn't get her on defense. She was playing so aggressive on me. And I felt I had to go more on my second surge, which brought in some doubles. But, I mean, if I, just put it in, it was a return winner. So I had to take my chances.
You also got the crowd involved. They gave you a lot of support. Two of your biggest supporters, though, were missing today. Your brothers. Yes. Where are they?
They flew back home today. Yeah, they have school next week, and they're playing sports too. So I wanted them to spend Christmas and New Year with me, and then it was time for them to go back. But yeah, it was great having them here, and the crowd support was great today. Both American, Chinese fans, you guys are awesome. It made it fun out there, so we appreciate you guys for coming out. Yeah, this is my last singles match in Perth this year, so I appreciate all the love that you guys given me.
Coco, I want to wish you a happy new year as well. I know you've done the escape room last night. You watched the kids' fireworks. You didn't. Why not? Were you scared to get stuck?
No, I had treatment and other stuff to do, and yeah, I had to rest.
I also wanted to ask you, how's it going with the New Year's resolution? Yesterday, you told me you want to have less screen time. How are we going?
Not so great.
How many hours?
Today, probably most of the day, honestly. The problem is when I play late in the afternoon, it's nothing to do. It's too hot in Perth to go for a walk outside. I'll be tired before the match starts. And then reading, when you have a good, a book that's it's hard to finish, that's where I'm at on this book. So I'm going to try. Tomorrow, maybe I'll start Monday, make my Monday the new year, because this week is tough.
It sounds like it's a very tough task for you. Good luck with that, and congratulations once again. Thanks, Coco.
Thanks.
Well, some nice insight there from Coco Gauff, and she's honest, isn't she? Her New Year resolution certainly hasn't started today, but we'll just start it on Monday. That's okay.
It's only day one.
It's only day one.
Just plenty
it's
of
too hot
time.
in Perth. But
yeah, it was great to see. Great to see, yeah. And I love that her family has been here the whole time. Her parents and her brothers have been in the stands supporting her, and unfortunately they had to leave. They have other obligations after school.
Oh, that's no fun. Stay in Australia.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it seems like she's had an amazing time here in Perth. 3 singles wins, all in straight sets, getting a lot of good court time. And hopefully for her and Team USA, they will get the opportunity, depending on how the rest of this match unfolds, to head to the Semi-finals in Sydney, but still a lot of tennis to be played as we have a look at the match summary. Jill, what stands out for you there?
I think the unforced errors from Zhang in the end, 40 total to Coco's 26, because overall she played a great match. Struggled a little bit on her first serve points won, below 50%, so that number needs to be higher when you're playing these top players. But overall, I think just really solid performance from Coco.
Well, not too far away, we will have the men's singles between Taylor Fritz and Zhang Zhizhen. But it's this lady on screen, the world number 3, Coco Gauff, getting...
Please welcome our first player representing China. It's Zhang Zhizhen. And representing the USA, Taylor Fritz.
Beautiful conditions inside RAC Arena for the second singles match between Team China and Team USA. 28 degrees. It's been a scorcher here in Perth for the opening day of 2025. Got up to 38 degrees earlier in the afternoon. The roof is wide open. There's a little breeze and the Fremantle Doctor, as they call it. The sea breeze that cools things down. On this side of the country, perfect conditions for tennis. And Team USA have got off to the winning start with Coco Gauff. Straight sets over Zhang Shui, who stepped in for Zhao Jinyu, who stepped in for Zheng Jinwen. So they've had a few issues, Team China, in terms of personnel, but they've done a great job to get this far. And now it's up to Zhang Zhizhen to see if he can repeat what he did at the Madrid Masters, where he got the win against Taylor Fritz in their only encounter, to keep it alive here. Head off to the introductions from Del Nuer.
That's our guest for this match. We're going to have a photo this way after the coin toss, please. Normally staff, you know about it. We have here Australian Open or John Newcombs. Australian Open or Leon, please. No. You serve. Photo, please. Photo this way.
David Colbert alongside John Fitzgerald. Fitzy, I think we were in the best form of the year last night. I thought we did our best work for the entire year. We saved it to the very, very end. And Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, David.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, you always bring a smile to my face. Happy New Year to you too, and everyone listening. And well, it's the start of another summer of tennis here in Australia, and for me, it's the best time of the year.
Zhang Zhizhen, first of our players in focus here, and for the 28-year-old, ranked number 45 in the world, has been as high as 31. That was in July of last year. Semi-final in Hangzhou was his best ATP Tour result. Of course, silver medalist in mixed doubles at the Paris Olympic Games. He's had a win and a loss here so far. He defeated Thiago Monteiro in straight sets pretty comfortably, and he got off to a great start against Alexander Zverev on the first set 6-2, and then went missing. Lost the second 6-love and then 6-2 in the third, so he only won two games in the last two sets, which upset John Fitzgerald. He thought he was in it. He left the court for a significant period of time after that opening set, and he sort of lost his way a little bit, so that was disappointing. But he's played some impressive tennis, so we know he's capable of once again defeating Taylor Fritz, the world number 4. It's a career high position for the American. A couple of titles last year, Delray Beach and Eastbourne. Runner-up in the ATP Tour Finals. Runner-up at the US Open to Yannick Sinner. And one of a handful of men who made it through to the 4th round and beyond of all of the Grand Slams. Quarterfinal at the Australian Open, 4th round at the French, quarterfinal at Wimbledon. And he won an Olympic bronze medal with Tommy Paul in the doubles in Paris. So he had a career best year. was defeated by Felix Auger-Aliassime in 3 sets. Defeated Borna Coric comfortably 6-3, 6-2. He's got a great record at the United Cup, 6-3 in singles. US team won in 2023, and there is that Madrid Masters where he had 3 match points against Zhang. Had a comfortable first set, was up a break in the second and then lost. And his memories of that was that he thought he was in a bit of cruise control, and then all of a sudden Triple Z came back, and so he knows what to expect. Michael Russell is the team captain for the USA. Wu Di for China. And Wu Di can join us on the sidelines, the Team China captain. Good evening to you. And, well, Triple Z, we've seen what he can do in this tournament in his first 2 matches, but he needs to maintain that high energy.
Yeah, everyone knows US is a strong team, but also they have a good experience for these few matches. Also, right now, they have a good position. We have a lot of pressure, but also we have a confidence. We try my best, and also we will fight at the end.
Wu Di, John Fitzgerald here. Congratulations, well done. Your team is excelling, getting better and better every year. Was Zhang a little bit? Was he a bit tired the other evening? He played so well in the first set, but afterwards he seemed to lose his way a little bit. Can you tell us why?
Because first set we gave everything. You know, this is a top level. Also, they have a good tennis. And anyway, how do you say? Today also we gonna try his best fight every point. Yes.
Yeah. We love watching you in action, and good luck here to try and send it to a live mixed doubles. That would be exciting. So settle in for a big match. Thanks for your time.
Good luck, Wu. Thank you.
Thank you.
It will be interesting to see how he goes here. These 2 men like each other, and they've got a good relationship. We saw that in the mixed doubles, and Taylor mentioned it. He's a funny guy. He's one of the best guys in the locker room, and so it's a good matchup for both of them. Mark Philippoussis is courtside for us, and Happy New Year to you, Mark. And this is going to be an interesting one. We talked about Triple Z and what he did against Zverev, and we know that he's capable, don't we?
Yeah, Happy New Year, David. Oh, absolutely. He's got the tools, he's got the game and the physicality. It's going to be very much a similar kind of match against Zverev tonight with Fritz. I mean, very physical from the baseline. I think Fritz is going to be a little more solid than Zverev was at the start of their first set in their last match. But look, he's got the tools, but he's going to have to put it all together tonight. Let's see what happens.
So Zhang will open proceedings here, trying to keep his team alive, looking for a spot in the semi-finals.
His game is big enough, isn't it? I think, generally. I mean, maybe not as heavy as the biggest hitters, but it's heavy enough. He serves well. If he gets a high percentage of first serves, he's dangerous. He's a great athlete. He served well in his first match, by the way, just like that. And he's tough to break, so that's always dangerous for a player. Good opener.
Team China. So Zhang holds the love.
Yeah. I might play around. I'll give it a couple of
One thing we won't have to One thing we won't have to do much of here is talk during the sit-down, because Taylor Fritz is very chatty, great analyst of his own game. So what does Win Predictor say? When you're the world number 4, coming up against the world number 45, probably the expected percentages. I'm not sure Win Predictor Fitzy gives much credit to previous results, particularly when they're head-to-head. They haven't met that many times. Doesn't seem to worry too much about it. Straight off the rankings. I'm sure there's a lot more that goes into the blender when Win Predictor comes up with its result.
39. It's amazing how many times, though, I feel a little bit, not shocked when I see the Win Predictor, but it makes me really think, because I don't give it a lot of thought before I see it as to who might win and what percentage it is. Sometimes it just seems dramatic, though, to me. 87 in a 2-horse race, 87%, that's quite, well, it's shocking in itself, isn't it?
Surprising, eyebrow-raising. I'm not sure I'm shocked.
It might be right.
Alert, but not alarmed.
Would he win 8 or 9 times out of 10?
Probably. Except that he's 0-1.
You want deep down to do stand-up, don't you?
I'm much better on the fly, to be honest, than I am if I had to do an actual routine.
Well, this serve is something special.
Game, Team USA.
The servers are having a good time early here. Here's Zhang's first serve placement in the first match.
He likes the middle, doesn't he? I mean, you can understand why. The net is lower in the middle, so he feels like there's more percentage chance of making that first serve down the middle on both sides, but he likes the wide one to this court as well. So if you're the opposition and you see that direction on the first serve, most of his aces are down the middle to the first court. So when the big moment arrives, if you've studied those stats, you can start leaning a little bit that way. Got to be quicker than that on the feet, though. Good depth on the return. Gee, it's all about footwork, getting into position for these ground strokes. And if you don't do it, you can get into a hole quickly. And a break of serve between these two gentlemen is important. Old Faithful.
15-13. 40-30.
Love 30 and 30 all, two pretty big points. Where does he go? Players of this ilk use that off forehand to come in with it. Adds such a dimension to their game and makes them a more frightening opposition.
Advantage in time.
See Fritz now thinking to himself, well, that's 3, and I've got to probably close that door a fraction. Was his immediate reaction then. So well done to hold there. Wasn't easy. Was under duress early. So 2-1 Team China.
Team China leads 2 games to 1.
We are in the city of Perth, and as we head over Kings Park, which is perched high above the Swan River. War Memorial there, and Cafe Conservation Area, Botanic Gardens, Cottesloe Beach. All of these places were packed last night for New Year's Eve celebrations. First time, actually, they've had the fireworks on the Swan River at midnight. Fireworks for the kids at 8:30, and it was a very enjoyable evening, John Fitzgerald, everyone.
Kings Park is it's a huge area, isn't it? And one of the original grass court tennis clubs at Royal Kings Park. Davis Cup matches have been played there in the past. Beautiful grass courts.
Coach's box making the most of the statistics. Interesting to see if the Team USA haven't had a close inspection. I've been looking at Michael Russell down courtside to see that screen device just on the right-hand side of our screen in front of him, but that service position will be of significant interest, I would have thought.
Easy power.
Fitzy, I was having a look at the stats from the Grand Slams last year, and players that made it to the 4th round or better, effectively the second week. In the women's, it was just Coco Gauff. She was the only player that made it through to the 4th round. In the men's, Taylor Fritz, Yannick Sinner, Alex de Minaur, Medvedev, Zverev.
Of every major?
Yeah. So there's 5 men that made it all the way.
Well, that's rare, isn't it?
All the way to the 4th round.
Mm-hmm. But that spells consistency.
In fact, no one made it all the way to the quarterfinals. So each of those, at least one of the Grand Slams lost in the, got it through to the 4th round but didn't make the quarterfinal.
Gee, it's a great sign of a very, very high quality player, though, because you do it on clay, you do it on grass, and you do it on hard court.
And stay uninjured. Sabalenka would have been in that situation, got injured and missed Wimbledon, as Fritz holds serve. 2-all.
Well, Taylor Fritz plays a lot. He really does. Yeah.
Let's join Mark Philippoussis, who's in the Team USA box.
Guys, I'm here with Robert. It's a good start from Team USA. Coco going up 1-love. And Fritz has got a tough one ahead of him, but he seems to be doing well.
Yeah, he started really well. He's came out serving well, which is a big key for him. He's one of the best servers in the world, so when he gets that going, gives him confidence in other parts of his game. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a battle. Two big guys serving big, so yeah.
Yeah, like you said, it's two heavyweights out here, and a lot of the momentum's got to do with the first serve, and that's definitely going to be a thing. But with watching Fritz and him training and that, what does he bring to the team, bring to the game? Obviously, besides the tennis, but what's he like off the court?
Yeah, it's been great getting to know him, off the court this week, and yeah, we've been going to escape rooms and hanging out together, and he's a thoughtful guy, and it's been cool getting to know him a little bit more.
Well, it's never easy when you guys are #1 seeds, the ones to beat, but you've always got a really good energy in the box, the way you're supporting each other, and no matter who's playing. So it's a fantastic thing to see, and that's a very natural thing for you guys, right?
Yeah, I think just spending time together off the court and doing these events in the afternoon and the evening and just being around for each other has helped us a lot, and hopefully it can give us some momentum going into the next, if we can get through today and the next few rounds. Yeah.
I really appreciate your time, man. Thank you, and good luck.
Robert Galloway there with Mark Philippoussis. You'd be having a pretty good time, wouldn't you, when you get to hang out with Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz for the week in the escape room and other things, off court, on court, breakfast, and just being around that team. Great experience for all the members of each of the nations.
(15-14).
He raises his level, Fitzy, when there's a break point down. When he's under attack, and you can see what he's absolutely capable of. It's a good skill to have, to be aggressive when you need it.
Yeah, well, he's a talent. Look, full stop, he's a talent. He's big, strong, quick. Has control over virtually all of his shots, like anyone, has the odd weakness, but gee, he's a good player.
Again, wide to the out court, which is his go-to. Saves the 2 break points.
Good preparation there. That's what footwork will do. Has you prepared early, gives you a higher chance of making a good shot. Oh, big. Good move from Fritz there. Backed away to give himself some room. And timed it beautifully, because Zhang was sort of halfway into his motion and would have had his eyes on the ball rather than what Fritz intended. Got back to his left, crushes a forehand. Early. Just decided to roll the dice there.
advantage, Team China. Team China.
So save the 3 break points, Zhang. Holds in the end to lead 3-2.
Team China leads 3 games to 2.
One word for the starter set. One word for the set. Original, any phrase on it.
Team USA winning the opening women's singles. Coco Gauff, straight sets, 7-6, 6-2 over Zhang Shui. Came in for Zhao Yu, who's just had a little niggle in her leg, which she had some issues with in her opening singles match with Beatrice Haddad-Meyer, and managed to shake it off for the next one, but wasn't able to take the court today. And after that, Team USA looking for a spot in the semi-final by clinching this singles. Yang Zhizhen seeking to keep Team China's hopes alive and send it to the mixed. On serve, opening set.
Love 15.
Yeah, David, you touched on it earlier how Fritz likes to chat a little bit, and my goodness, was he chatty in that last game. He full-on conversations between points with his coach, Mike. Just very interesting to listen to him. But that last service game, my goodness, I mean, he did nothing wrong on those 2 break points down. Big serve out wide, and some incredible hitting on that 30-40. There's just some big hitting here. It's a great angle to watch a match from. Change of pace, direction.
Well, he's sprayed a few forehands, hasn't he, of late here? And he was doing that a bit last year, I felt, in this competition. The United Cup here in Perth, and when he misses it, he can miss it long by a metre or 2, which is a long way for these players. I think generally this year it's been better, though, but a little bit erratic in that game from Zhang.
3 games all.
Here's the return of serve hit points so far for Taylor Fritz.
He certainly wants to step up and attack on the second ball, and why not? Why not? His ground strokes are so good, and as we saw a couple of games ago, he stepped away, 2 games ago, he stepped away on a second serve and took the forehand. So he started up on the baseline, went back and to the left and crushed a forehand. So he's got some options.
15.
So if you're going to go in, you need to be either in a bit faster or take the ball earlier. He got caught in no man's land there, Zhang.
Love 13.
Tell you what, that forehand of Fritz is one of the best shots on the tour, but the one that's above the shoulder height, the way he hits it with that grip that he has and that rest is just so much racket head speed.
15, 30.
I think Taylor Fritz was leaning to the middle then, looking for his favourite serve, so Zhang burns him wide. Oh, what a second ball. He's going to have to take some risks. And it's just whether they pay off at the right time. Clutch second serve there. Well, that's what he did at 30 or 2 games ago. This time the serve fades a bit more and helps him into the forehand, but gee, if he gets a swing at this and he's up near the baseline, that ball's going to be back to the other end very quickly. Didn't do enough of the lob, did he?
Yes.
What a pickup that was in that first volley, Fitzy. That was not an easy volley, this one right here, and he got some good depth on it.
He's got some versatility, hasn't he? I'm sure he can get better, Zhang, and be a force. A little miss-hit helps. Not off the middle, but effective.
Advantage Team China.
You know, that Fitzy, you spoke about a couple of things that, you know, he can just tweak a little bit for that top 10, and I think it's one of them as far as what shots to play and what, you know, when. He's got all the tools, but, you know, to be flat and big at all stages, a little bit more spin sometimes and step in to hit it. Just all the hard work has just been lost after an unforced error like that, working so hard to save break point. Pressure's back on again.
You know, there's that forehand again. It's worrying me a little bit tonight, more than the other matches he's played here. Yeah, Mark, you're talking about choosing the right shot to hit and not over-risking when the reward's not there, I think. You know, just play with some safety until you get the ball to risk on, I think. But that was just a big miss hit, that one. Trouble.
Relentless pressure from Taylor Fritz. Finally, the wall breaks. Fritz gets the break. 4-3.
Team USA leads 4 games to 3. Watch and please.
Five break points and finally secures one.
Zhang asked for something there. I'm not sure whether it was a physio.
did notice, I think, high on one of his thighs, underneath the shorts, there's some strapping. Or is that just the tights underneath the shorts there? Not sure. Actually, on...
yeah, they're just tights.
Yeah.
I was trying not to look, David.
No, well, I just saw the little glimpse of the white, and I thought it might have been some strapping, but it's just the tights. I wear them so things don't fall out, whereas most of these players wear them to keep them in. Like, you know, stomach normally. So break of serve. Team USA looking for a spot in the semi-finals, where they'll go to Sydney. Teams wrap up here in Perth tonight. Team Kazakhstan already on their way. They know that they're through. The opponents yet to be determined. Poland are through to the quarterfinals by Iga Swiatek. So are Italy. Great Britain and Australia currently in operation in the mixed doubles to decide who wins that group, who tops the pool.
50 love.
Bit to work out there. Variety of the Fritz serve is something to keep an eye on as well. He's got that easy power, but when he needs to, he serves up something a little different just to confuse his opponent.
He often starts with the off-speed wide one to the first court to open a game. Yeah, and yes, we know he's got the power. He can go to any angle, especially with that trajectory of his, but he seems to love the wide one here. So he's been there twice now. Where will this go? You think either body or middle. Well, he missed it, but that backhand of Zhang's is pretty darn solid, isn't it? What a world-class shot it is. I mean, he just faded that one wide. If I was Taylor Fritz, I'd be, after seeing what I've seen early in this set, I'd be going more to the forehand wing of Zhang. Gee, hit that well. He was unlucky not to make it.
Capacity to hit winners from the back of the court as well.
Yeah, that takes power, doesn't it, David? I mean, you know, he didn't receive a lot of power from his opponent, then he generated the majority of it from his own racket head speed, and that is a strong man to generate that. And it looks so easy.
Well, what a versatile game that was from Fritz. Consolidates the break. And all of a sudden he's on the verge of taking this opening set.
Leads 5 games to 3.
It's nice tennis to watch. There's no doubt about that. That winner into the corner from the back of the court in the second of the slice serves. Zhang now has to hold here for sure.
As soon as you see your opposition take that second hand off the racket there, you can attack easier.
59.
Or it's less likely they're going to hurt you with their reply when they get that. When you're playing against a two-hander, they take out to the backhand, they take one hand off the racket. A good time to approach. I think that's the difference this set, really, is the error count on his forehand wing. I mean, there's a lot. There's 16 in total. But I would dare say the majority of Zhang's errors have been from that forehand side.
Fitzy, a couple of them that I thought I saw him miss. I want to say that his feet weren't completely there. He was reaching a little bit. Sometimes it happens, you know, to get a miss hit.
Well, the question I had as we see a set point come up here quickly is, Mark, is that he faded in his match the other night under not such, you know, bad conditions. And I just wonder about his full fitness, because he looks a bit sluggish at times. I agree with you. He's not into position quite enough.
That's why I said, you know, his options as far as in the ball, because he will work so incredibly hard, all of a sudden, you know, fight some break points, then have a game point, and then just give up an easy, unforced error. And against a player like Fritz, you can't afford to let those opportunities grow.
Advantage, Team USA.
Down the middle. It's where he likes to go more than anywhere, on both sides. He's getting rushed there too, Mark, isn't he? That ball's coming back at a rate of knots off the second serve, and he's not into position.
Yeah, Taylor is pretty much right behind the baseline there and just turning his shoulders. And like you said, he's really hitting this one. Not an opportunity to recover from the serve, let alone hit the next one.
Yes.
Save 3 set points here. He'll have a big one, big serve right now. Or second serve, that'll work just as well. So saves us at 3 set points. Fitz now will come out and serve this opening set. Team USA lead 5-4.
5 games to 4.
It's all good. No, it's good. It's good.
Fritz has got the lead here, 5-4, courtesy of a break in the 7th game. He's had numerous opportunities, break points, 8 in total. 3 set points in the previous service game from Zhang, so he's been very solid on serve so far. Looking to close it out here and take the opening set.
That he started thinking, I'm going to go around the net post here. Well, to be fair, I guess I'm not sure. But that's what it looked like. He just hesitates here, David. He hesitates. I think he was trying. Yeah. It was entering his mind, but he didn't have enough angle, as it turned out.
Yeah, he could see the tram lines and
could see the spectacular finish.
Yeah, he remembered he was playing singles, not doubles.
Too short. Too short. That's like shelling peas for this man.
40 love.
And another commanding service game for Taylor Fritz. He takes the opening set here, 6-4. 39 minutes. When it's 30 degrees, you don't win without breaking a sweat, but he's hardly broken a sweat, really, has he? The scoreline 6-4, it's the one break of serve. He's had 8 breakpoint opportunities as we look at the statistics there, but just there's a feeling, Fitzy, that he's been well and truly in command. The 19 unforced errors from Zhang not helping.
No, that's the worst stat there for Zhang. And you know what? It's not a physical match either. It's just sort of cruisy, the speed that they're playing the odd tough point, but not a lot of them back to back. So it's not very taxing so far on Taylor Fritz here.
He is a glider around the court at the best of times, isn't he? There's not much fuss. He's not a busy, doesn't waste energy that's not required. Even when he comes into the net, he sort of glides in, and he's been in command.
Yeah, he plays to patterns, you know, and just picks his spot with that forehand. That's how he wants to play, the serve forehands, modern style player. And I mean, the backhand's very, very good also, but the forehand is the biggest weapon. And he likes to dictate with it.
Beautiful night courtside, where Mark Philippoussis is very much enjoying the conditions, having spent the day on the beach where it was sweltering. Mark, impressive opening set for Taylor Fritz, and Team USA are pretty close to securing a spot here in the semi-finals.
Oh, yeah. That's a good solid first set. Like I said, too much unforced errors from Zhang, but Fritz is doing exactly what he normally does, focusing on his service games and then looking to take advantage from the back of the court of the returns like he's been doing. But yep, I'm got a little bit of sunburnt yesterday. I had the day off, went to Cottesloe Beach with the family, and I got some sunstroke. Just, you know, I just took my skin for granted. Thought that dark skin will get me covered, but no.
That's a rookie move.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a man of experience.
I know, you live by the beach.
He's a surfer, for goodness sake.
Oh. Good lesson for us all, though, Mark.
Yeah, you know what? The 37-degree Perth heat, a little different from the 15-degree Melbourne weather.
Don't you bag your hometown now, mate.
Listen, Fitz, it's already one of the best cities in the world. Could you imagine if we had great weather too? It'd be too much.
Well, let's hope we have good weather for the next 3 weeks in Melbourne.
Well, he might be a big, lanky athlete, but he's got some skill on those hands too, has Taylor Fritz. Not a one-trick pony. That's good control.
Just leans off, doesn't he? And it's hard to get the racket back on the right trajectory.
Well, I think, you know, if you've got a suspicious side, that's the one that breaks down first. And I think, you know, if you are just that half a step or quarter of a step slow or sluggish, which I'm not sure he is, but he's not into position every single time here. If you're out of position, I think that weaker side might break down a bit quicker. I think he gets it this time. Just over.
Oh, line judge
well.
Mark Philippoussis was right on the spot there.
Yep, out boys, but what a point. I mean, again, an unbelievable pickup. Look at this. I thought this was in, to be honest, when you first hit it.
Fritz was impressed with himself there.
Well, his body language suggested that he thought he might have overhit it. He was nervous, I think. It's a big ball, isn't it? Whew.
He's played 2 absolute screamers, and one's on the line and one's been out by millimetres. One's the lob.
Well, he's suggesting it touched the net, as it should have been a let called, and the machine technology didn't detect it. There's enough variety there for a top-end player, isn't there?
Yes.
Very rarely you'll find a player of this ilk and this ranking not have some variety to go to.
Shang's doing a great job in mixing up the serve. You know, I know that the one down the middle is his go-to serve, but he's doing a good job of mixing up out wide, and Fritz now guessing sometimes, but he's got some nice rhythm going.
Well, once again, he defends well. Zhang, great point opportunities galore for Taylor Fritz, but Team China taking the opening game in the second set.
I would have left him to go there. He drew him and turned the base on him. And then him to go back there again. I played a good game. The last that you scored was so I know. He made a lot of firsts.
I wonder if Fritz will employ the wide swinger once again. It's been such a successful serve for him so far in this match. Again, I think it's forgotten that it's not a sit down, and it's just a change of ends for the opening game.
Well, that's a little indication of his concentration, though.
Yeah.
You know, is he fully into this or not? I'm not 100% sure.
And surely the chair
made a tennis player remind him. It's rare that a tennis player would make that mistake. It happens, but
there we go. He did go for it. It was unusual, that's for sure.
That's sort of a subconscious thing. You're aware of that stuff.
Too low. Very low. Low.
What a versatile forehand he has. You know, the beauty of it is multi-layered, because he can crush it, he can hit it either direction, he can hit it with less speed when he wants to, more low to high to create more spin, takes a bit of forward speed off it. And depending on where he goes in the court, he needs more spin at times, and that was one of those occasions.
And there was a good representation of that wide serve that ends up 2.1 metres wide of the tram line. You've got to be absolutely on that side if you want to have a play on that.
Well, I think for a player of this size, defence is not going to be your main forte. And it isn't with Taylor, but he still hustles and wins his fair share of points by getting some difficult balls back. So, not his biggest strength, the defence, but he's still good at it. So because of that, easier said than done. But if you can put him on the back foot and make him do a bit more defending than normal,
That's a better place to be than letting him dictate with those weapons he's got, because that's when he'll really be dangerous.
Better service game though. No break opportunities for Fritz that time. So Team China 2-1, second set.
Team China leads 2-1.
Shoulder, right. Want to serve? Come back. And also want to put my arms up. Not sharp, man. Slowly. Another reasonable shot.
Trainer out for an assessment of Zheng Zhizheng, and it's the shoulder, the right shoulder, that's causing him a little concern.
I think he was saying it's mainly on the serve when he's extending with his arm going up. He showed the motion of the serve, so no sharp pains, he said, but he's feeling something.
So I think we're actually in the injury timeout now. So the assessment's been done and the clock is now running on the injury timeout for Zheng Zhizheng.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chang is now receiving medical timeout.
So he, I think, requested this several games ago. He's been feeling it for a while, obviously.
There was a couple of games before the end of the first set, wasn't it, that he had a conversation with Adel Noor in the chair. I didn't think he needed it right then and there, but just put them on standby. I think they're always on standby. They're just out the back, so I don't think they're back at the hotel. Have to wait for an Uber to get to the courts.
I think there's a fair chance that's not the case, Dave. Yes. An Uber from the hotel.
I tell you what, I have learned something new here, and it was happening right in front of Mark Philippoussis courtside, is the spare line judges. I didn't really know. I hadn't given it a second's thought that when the electronic line judging system might have a connection, that there are actual line judges ready to go, and we saw that the other night. They almost got into operation, and we had a change of ball kids at that sit down, and so new ball kids come out, and the new line judges come out as well. So the ones that have been sitting on the sideline, Fitzy, they get up and leave, and a new group come in to sit on the sidelines. That to me seems like a pretty good job, being a reserve line judge at a tennis tournament now, where you get courtside seats.
I think maybe they should use.
There they are. That's my sort of job.
Well, Mark's just behind them. He might get a, he might get a bit of part-time work there too. He could jump on, call a few lines.
Yeah, he showed there he is. He showed no interest in doing that the other day when almost happened to be called into action. In fact, he broke out into a sweat.
He's looking at himself. He's looking at himself in the monitor there, Flipper.
I should not have skipped leg day. That's all I think right now.
Anyway, you learn something every time you come to a sporting event, Fitzy, and now that I'm going to be on the lookout for the reserve line judges who only get called in case there's a major issue. Jerry Armstrong in there in the green shirt, the tournament supervisor, ATP Tour, the men's side. Well, he broke out into a minor sweat the other day as well, and that takes a bit to fluster him. He's seen some things.
Oh, he has. I prefer him in purple pants, though, because he was the referee at Wimbledon.
Right.
The green and purple
colours of the All England club. I want him to get some purple pants.
Was he the tournament supervisor when he had to send John McEnroe on his way?
Yes.
They're big calls in a Grand Slam, aren't they? Anyway, we've had the treatment.
I think he was in the chair in those days.
Right.
Jerry, I think. It's the best shot on the court, isn't it? That Fritz forehand, it's lethal.
50 love.
Can I readjust that opinion? Maybe it's equal best shot on the court.
It reminds me at the moment a little bit like in a Formula One driver, Taylor Fritz, where everyone's got a good car, fast car with a good engine, but the best just seem to, when the moment is required, find that capacity to find an extra gear and just go zip past.
Well, his forehand seems to go into the slipstream, doesn't it?
And then just take over, and there we go. That's an easy service game.
You know, when you look at his forehand, I mean, the preparation was beautiful. It's early, and he can go any direction, change direction very easily. I think a lot to do with that is his footwork. He gets so well around that backhand to get himself in position to go anywhere. Really has really beautiful balance on that forehand side. Never looks like he's rushed. Feet are always in position.
The speed of the forehand, after they traded blows, he finally gets the forehand to increase the speed on, and he goes from A to B very quickly to set up this drop shot. And this is a finish and a half. He's hanging in there, isn't he, Jang?
Always looked like it was going to be a close call to make it over the net and then may even spin back. But Zhang holds serve. Still on serve in this second set. Team China 3-2.
Team China leads 3 games to 2.
My foot like stuck into the...
Certainly didn't see any issues with the shoulder there, that's for sure. Fitzy, sadly this is not going to be us tomorrow because you're off to Brisbane, I'm back to Melbourne, and the summer of tennis continues. Otherwise you and I could just jump in our four-wheel drive and head to Esperance, scoot along the beach. Beautiful scenery.
It takes 8 hours to get there from Perth. Could you last that long in a car with me?
If the playlist was okay.
Okay.
I could. I'm not sure our musical tastes would completely combine. You're a bit of a, you know, Benny Goodman guy from the 30s and 40s, whereas I'm more of a 1980s rocker.
No, I'm an 80s guy.
Like the serves he's getting with, he'll get me with, like if I say something. But that game also, I should have been covering, I should have really far back, covered the flat serve because it's before ball shoot with ball. I pumped a ton of ball. All good.
Taylor is certainly very upfront with what he believes the strategy should be, isn't he? Like always reconfirming with himself what he should do to win more points.
Yeah, interesting guy to coach in that situation, a bit like the golfer and the caddy, when the player is certain. Takes a strong coach to have it come up with a different plan, but generally they seem to be in agreement. They're a good combination. Tell you the other thing that interests me with Taylor Fritz, and I'll be interested in both your views, Mark and John, on this one. That, you know, he was a former junior world #1. It was a long time ago. He made his first ATP final in 2016. He didn't make the first fourth round of a Grand Slam till 2022. He's 27 now and he's at the peak. That's a long journey. And in tennis, sometimes you know, to go from being a world #1 as a junior and then being at your best now at 27.
Pretty good way to do it, I think. I mean, you know, he's playing his best tennis in his late 20s, and you know, most likely he's a more mature young man now, and you know, to do it all when you're 22, 24 can be difficult to deal with, I would think. And you mentioned he's at his best, but he in his mind, he's still on that upward trajectory. He wants more, I'm sure. He's done all this work to get here, yes, and he's reaped a lot of rewards because of it, but there's more on the end of that rainbow.
Easy service game. 3-all.
He's a bit like Zverev in a way, because Zverev's #2, hasn't won a major, been in a couple of finals. This man's been in one final now, ranked #4. They both want to taste the top of the pinnacle, I'm sure.
And then you've got the youngsters, Alcaraz and Sinner, who shared the Grand Slam wins last year. Mark, what's your view on that, on the career trajectory? And, you know, it's a slow burn, but he's now fizzing along.
Yeah, look, the tour is a tough thing. It takes a while sometimes for someone just to find their way. You know, juniors compared to seniors is you know, finding your game, what to improve on, getting used to the traveling, everything, and it takes a few years sometimes. And but he's someone who's, like I said, especially the last few years, has improved year in, year out, and little parts of his game have really come a long way.
So 2 loose shots
See, herein lies the difference in so many ways of a guy ranked 4 and a guy outside of the top 20. You know, there's the baseline of Fritz is higher, so he doesn't drop to a lower standard as much as Zhang does here, and it's costing him. Now, Taylor's just keeping the ball in. In a top-end game like that, they're probably similar. But it's not allowing yourself to drop too low in your worst moments, I think, that even has a bigger impact on the result of a match. There it is again, and when he misses it, he misses that by 2 meters. They're just bad misses. That's the difference here so far in this match.
A little lucky, but it was the reward for all of his hard work. Taylor Fritz gets the break and now leads 4-3. Upper set.
I hit it like such a bitch.
Gauff has returned to the bench. Mixed doubles still to come. Interesting to see whether they continue to play. They seem to like, even if it's a dead rubber. So Taylor Fritz looking to send the USA to Sydney for a quarter-final. A semi-final, I should say. This is the quarter-final, and they are close. Coco Gauff taking the opening women's singles. Straight sets over Zheng Shui.
I'm interested to know what Mark thinks downstairs, David, about the intensity level here of Zhang. I mean, he just doesn't seem desperate enough to me, Flipper. What do you think?
I think you're spot on, Fitzy. I mean, the difference is, number one, Taylor knows that he's thinking, look, he can't stick with me. Can he hit winners? He's going to hit some unbelievable shots, absolutely. But if I hang in there, I know I'm going to draw some errors, and I'll get some cheap points, and that's what's been happening. And I think that's just a big difference when you look at someone like this and you see what he's capable of, his game, his size, and you think, why is his ranking where it is right now after seeing some of the points and you know, tennis he can play? But that's the reason why. You know, tennis is such a mental thing all year round. There's no off season. You got to be consistent all year, day in, day out.
Well, he certainly dropped off, particularly with his forehand here. He's got 26 unforced errors now in total for the match, and most of them are the forehand. But what's worried me more about Zhang Zhizhen here in Perth is that, and I know he's had potentially an arm issue here. He's certainly feeling something there. But his intensity level in the last 2 matches that I've seen has not been good enough for a guy that is trying to push into the top 10.
I hear what you're saying, Fitzy. Look, I must say, this is the most I've seen him up close in the United Cup. But he is someone who has a laid-back style. So it's
true.
You know, if there was one thing that was clear, it was obviously that Sasha match where, you know, that second set, 6-love. I mean, that was something very clear. But like I said, I don't know whether his intensity has dropped or he's just, like I said, it's just very hard to tell.
You think it's his natural way of being?
I think so.
Well, I guess you've got to be yourself, don't you?
And I think, to be fair, Taylor Fritz is having a pretty good night as well. It makes life difficult. 5-3. Take a look at the forehand placement of Taylor Fritz.
Well, he can go anywhere. He can. And, you know, the 29% area there, that's the one he uses to come down to hit the ball off and come into the net to finish with a volley. He hits a couple of clean winners there, but a lot of the winners are inside in, where he hooks it across court with his forehand. But it's so versatile. Gee, he can go anywhere. He's got good enough feel to hit the drop shot as well. We've seen that a few times here tonight.
You know, when you see numbers like that and you're seeing someone mostly going to their forehand side, yes, Shang has got a lot of unforced errors, but you know they've got a lot of confidence in their game when they don't care if it's forehand, they'll stay with you. But my gosh, that is a huge weapon.
He's got some weapons. If he can just tighten that forehand up a bit, you never know. With him, he's got the potential.
And he had a good service game, and he got one there. So Fritz will serve for the match.
5 games to 4.
Quiet for the first time, Taylor. Not much.
Well, I was just thinking, David, if Mike Russell made a comeback, he could employ Taylor as his coach, couldn't he? They work together. They seem like a good team. Most of their opinions seem to align. Not that that's the making. Not that's all, or necessarily the case for a good coach. I think it's healthy to disagree at times, isn't it? When you learn.
Love 15.
just the forehand, so versatile. He shapes up like Mark talked about, turns the shoulders, transfers his weight, but you don't quite know which way he's going with that forehand. And the backhand, he might have slightly mishit that one on camera, but that's so solid as well.
And Coco Gauff has done her job, got the opening win. It's now a couple of points away from securing this quarterfinal and sending Team USA to Sydney. Thank you. Thank you. Commanding performance from Taylor Fritz. Straight sets. And he sends Team USA off to Sydney for the semi-finals of the United Cup. 6-4, 6-4. Dominant.
Look, he was. You know, that score line might have even been a little flattering, I think, for his opposition. He never looked in doubt. There was a couple of tight moments, for him. But, geez, a solid player, and his top end is so good, and he doesn't drop off the perch very often. He's very solid. I mean, his unforced errors were only 1/3 tonight of what his opponent was, and his winners were about 50% more. So commanding performance, but he never looked under pressure. He looked relaxed the whole time, didn't he?
And so USA will play the winner of Italy and Czechia, who meet off in the quarterfinal in Sydney. They're a day behind. They started a day after, so a little bit of tennis still to go there to determine who Team USA will play in the semi-final. They've got a travel day tomorrow, the rest day, and then they'll recommence their battle for the United Cup. They won the title in its first year in 2023. We're looking to get back onto the top step of the podium. They've got a very strong team, combining well. Excellent victory. Let's join Mark Philippoussis with Taylor Fritz.
Well, Taylor, congrats. With that win, you've put USA into the semi-finals in Sydney. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Obviously, I mean, Coco did such a good job putting us ahead, giving me the, I guess, the chance to come out and put us through a little bit of pressure, because I don't want to be the one that loses it for the team when Coco's won all of our matches this week. But yeah, I played a really solid match. Super happy with it.
2024 was such an incredible year for you, especially towards the end. You've made your first Grand Slam final on home soil in the US, and then the ATP finals. How does it feel as far as confidence? That must give you a lot of confidence leading to this year. What did that mean to you, that last year, what you went through?
Yeah, I think definitely towards the end of the year, I made a lot of just improvements in my game, and I started to believe in just the average level that I felt like I could produce every day was enough to beat a lot of the I guess the higher ranked guys that maybe before I thought I had to play incredible to beat. So that gave me a lot of confidence, and then yeah, just being here, I feel like I've gotten better with each of the matches I've played, and you know, this match tonight definitely felt the most kind of like myself, back in the flow of how things were kind of feeling for me at the end of the year.
Absolutely. And another thing, speaking about confidence as well as 2024, and he touched upon another thing that would give you a lot of confidence is having Coco, right, on your team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've been really spoiled at the United Cup all these years for sure, with just how strong the team's been, and how much help I've gotten. Coco's played great all week, and in the mix especially too. So it's been awesome.
Well, the United Cup is spoiled to have a team like you. Good luck in Sydney.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are going to be difficult to beat, no question about that. And they combine so well in the mix too, if it comes to that. So they have confirmed their status. It's one of the top favoured teams for the United Cup of 2025. Winning the 2 singles matches. We've still got a mixed doubles to come. Rybakina was here and he's ready for action. He'll be taking us through that mixed doubles once we've confirmed the lineups. Oh, that's a brilliant one-hand catch too. Signed Taylor Fritz tennis balls, a reason to stretch the arm out. Of first points won when the serve went in. The unforced error rate continued to grow. He was miserly, he was stingy on the unforced errors, Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, I think more than anything, that contributes to who wins and who loses, doesn't it? And Zhang Jinzhen wasn't quite at his best tonight. He was wayward with his forehand particularly. And Taylor was just as solid as a rock. He intimated there he was just very happy with his form. And he's bottom end level just doesn't go too low. He's so solid, and then he can produce the top end stuff as well. He's a powerhouse.
So we still have a mixed doubles to come, but we do know that Team USA are through to the semi-finals. Enjoyed our time here in Perth. Hopefully you'll stick around for that mixed doubles, which will be up not too far away. Mark Philippoussis has left the building. John Fitzgerald, thank you for your company. Always enjoyable. And Robbie Koenig is searching through a big bag of statistics here, so do not miss the mixed doubles because he is going to unload. He has all the control of an unattended garden hose, and I haven't heard it yet this year in 2025, but I think we might hear it in the mixed doubles. Stick around for that, it's still to come.
show you, if you haven't been to the United Cup yet, or you haven't heard about this special red button, this is what happens when we press it. I'm in the Team USA pod. We press the button, and the United States flag will pop up on the screen with a countdown in a moment. And that countdown, you're going to help me with. This is very special because you can press this button at any time as a serving team. Between serve 1 and 2, you can't do it. So first and second serve, you can't do it. You can press it at any time as the serving team. And then your countdown will hopefully... It doesn't work without your energy. Over there, up there, either end. Make some noise! Just this side over here. Just this side here. Yeah. This side over here. This side over here, all the fancy people over here. And that end. One more time over this side. Before we come to you, Birch. Let's hear you over that way. The timeout countdown. That means if you're Team USA and you're on serve, you can press the button. Maybe you've got some strategy you want to talk about, some tactics. Maybe you just want to take some time to get the body right for the next sort of 45 seconds or so. Now, you guys will learn, everybody in the side start. When we get to 10 seconds, you're going to count down so the players know exactly how long they might have left. We've seen this button used at least twice here in Perth. Doubles only go 2 sets in the match tiebreak. First to 10, got to be on 2 before that jazz. Are you ready to help me count down? 10, 9, Mixed doubles is coming up very shortly. It's Team USA versus Team China. I've got a bit of a sound check to do. Kids, I want you to be the loudest you can. You're going to be louder than the adults. In 3, 2, 1, kids! Adults, it's your turn. 3, 2, 1! The kids are so loud. We're going to go welcome the team to the court. Here's another cup now.
right there. I don't go here. I don't go here. Men.
Please welcome our first mixed doubles team representing China. Sun Feijing and Zhang Shuai. And their opponents for tonight's session representing Team USA. Desiree Kravchuk and Robert Galloway.
Well, hello and welcome to the last match here in Perth as far as United Cup 2025 is concerned. It's the first day of the new year, but the last match before Team USA heads east. They will be contesting the semi-finals in Sydney. Of course, the winning team will head off tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, chartered flight straight across to Sydney. I'll get there late in the afternoon. Some players might have a hit, some might not, but they will have Friday off. And then they will play their semis, and if they win that, finals on Sunday. So that is what their logistics will look like. Well, we've had a little change in the logistics on court as well. New team has been brought in for the mixed doubles for the United States. Desiree Kravchuk and Rob Galloway. They'll be up against Sun and Zhang for Team China. My name's Rob Koenig. Delighted to have Bjorn Babusic alongside me. And of course, always bouncing around at the net, Jill Krabus.
Good evening, Robbie. Good evening, Jill.
Good evening, you two. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're dangerously well. We're fired up.
We're up and about.
Come on.
Dangerously
Bring it on.
Here we go.
Mixed troubles.
And
It's
then
always
we're
good
going to do
fun.
a picture. We're going to do a picture after the coin toss facing this way. So everything the same as usual, guys. What? I told you which way to face. This way. Give everybody a wave. Give the people a wave. They want to see you. Heads or tails? Heads. All right, go for it. Heads is AO. There we go. All right, your choice. Going to receive. Going to say so. Picture, please. All right, smile if you can. That way.
A hot shot. I'm giving him a 6.7 out of 10 for that coin toss. I think there's still room for improvement. Next year, we'll have him back.
Next year, could be this year. We're in 2025.
That's true.
Bit late for him too, 10 to 9 in the evening.
Yeah, it is. Always nice though to stay a little later. Beat the bedtime.
Well, on screen we've got Zhang Shuai. She's 35 years of age. Currently ranked 27 in the world on the doubles tour. But boy, can she play doubles. She won the Australian Open in 2019 with partner Australian Sam Stosur, and in 2021 that was the US Open. 14 career doubles titles.
Yeah, she's a real character. I love her personality on the court. I remember when her and Sam won here in 2019. It was some good celebrations. They were a dynamic duo, that is for sure. Sun, well, I'm just getting to know him for the first time today. I haven't commentated on too many of his matches. His best ranking in singles is 320. That was towards the latter stages of this season, so starting to make his way up the rankings.
Yeah, he's 28 years of age, made his ATP main draw debut in 2016, so he's been around for a while.
Yeah, he's won a couple of challenges as well,
yeah,
back in 2017 and 19. Those were both in China, on the hard courts.
3 minutes.
A lot of Chinese players grow up on this surface, very popular back at home. And they're up against a formidable pair. Rob Galloway has been playing some good ball this season, hasn't he?
He sure has. 32 years of age, 2 career doubles titles, made the quarterfinals of the US Open back in 2023 and currently ranked 34 in the world on the doubles tour. That is his highest.
Yeah, 4 other finals to go with those 2 wins. So 6 finals that he's contested in total, 1-2. That's a pretty darn good season. And, a lot of the early success coming with Julian Cash of Great Britain.
And let's not forget his partner Desiree Kravchuk. She's 30 years of age, 11 doubles titles. She's a 3-time mixed Grand Slam doubles champion. She won the French, Wimbledon and the US Open. And she's also
2 minutes.
Made the quarterfinals of the Australian Open in the women's doubles.
I think she's a 4-time mixed champion. Oh. Have you shortchanged her? I've just got a call from her agent.
Robbie,
2 Wimbledons.
If I'm right,
yeah, I will
you owe me big time.
I will owe you big time. Plenty of coffees down in Melbourne. Oh, we definitely know she's won 2 majors with
Ladies
Sam
and gentlemen,
Stosur.
this match will consist of 2 tiebreak sets with no advantage scoring, and if needed,
yes,
1 set all, a 10-point match tiebreak. Team China won the toss and chose to receive.
Just a reminder of the abbreviated scoring system that we have in the mixed. It's been very popular and often very decisive. And if it goes to juice, it's a deciding point, gender to gender on the serve. And then, of course, if it's a set apiece, a 10-point match tiebreaker.
1 minute.
Our chair umpire and good friend, Richard Haig, has let everybody know. Good crowd in. Americans have drawn plenty of fans. SF China today have been there in full force. The Chinese flag has been seen around the grounds, hanging over some of the railings. Been a good vibe. Perth has been a fantastic host city.
30 seconds.
Well, I have to apologise, Robbie. You are correct. I just misread the numbers.
Oh, it's okay.
Technically, I was correct. I just missed a number.
Well, I tell you what, when you make an unforced error in the warm-up, it's okay. Yes. It doesn't count for anything.
But
so,
you know what? Even if you make an error in a match,
yep,
there's always the next point.
Yep, I love your attitude. Jill, how's this one going to shake out?
Yes, Robbie.
Tell us who's going to win here.
Oh, goodness. You know, these things are just too difficult to predict, but I love the fact that Kravchuk and Galloway are getting a chance to play, as well as Sun. We've seen Zhang Shui out there already, but I love that just to get out into the court. I think this is going to be fun. You know, both teams are going to bring so much energy, but I can't predict how this is going to happen.
You're going to get a prickly bottom from sitting on the fence. Okay, the players have warmed up. We're good to go. And just confirmation that Team USA has indeed already won the time by virtue of the fact they won both the singles. Coco Gauff was excellent against Zhang, beating her 6-2, and Taylor has kept it tight as the taxman's purse this week. He's winner in the singles 4-4 against Zhang Zhizhen. Still plenty of prize money up for grabs. $8,000 each if you win the mixed.
First set.
That's not bad for an evening's work, so plenty to play for. Rob Galloway to get us underway. Wow. Fast out the blocks. Red hot.
1 minute and 17 seconds. That could have been the quickest game that we've seen this week.
Or certainly quickest break, maybe. I mean, you get service games that are quick, but not return games that are that quick. They come to play. They were reading down the prize money sheet before they came out on court, thinking, I'll have a bit of that. $16,000 that's up for grabs. In fact, it might be a little more in the quarterfinals. It was that in the group stages. I better double check that. Big prize money pot. Just checked the prize money for the match wins, and I tell you, there's a big uptick from the group phases where each player gets $8,000 if they win in the mixed. Quarterfinal win tonight is worth $14,500 per player.
Whoa, there you go. No wonder that return game is big.
No kidding. Yeah, that's 6 points in a row now. Team USA yet to get on the board. Players were a couple of minutes late, just getting out onto center stage. Zhang still digesting some of her dinner after her loss a little earlier today to Coco Gauff, trying to refuel as quickly as possible.
She loves moving at the net, doesn't she, Zhang? Last 3 points, 2 overheads, and a volley winner.
Yeah, the golden set is on. 8 zip.
Could be the quickest set too.
Yeah. Jill, how good is your general knowledge with golden sets?
Oh,
I've only seen one.
Me too, Shvedova, right?
Yes.
Right, against Irani. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, you're too good.
And it's interesting watching this match, actually, because I'm thinking it's Zhang and Kravchuk are the ones that have the most experience as far as playing the mixed doubles. And We know how important communication is in doubles in general, just to be able to talk. So you know that the women are going to be informing the men about the opponent on the other side. Kravchuk will be helping Galloway pick up on patterns that Zhang is used to about her strengths and weaknesses, and of course vice versa with Kravchuk. And the Chinese team has come out strong, like you said. I mean, that first game, every single return was down to the feet. I mean, I don't think Galloway did anything wrong. It just tough volleys consistently in a row. They've come out with a strong start.
Oh. She played a really, really great match against Coco Vandeweghe. She was really blasting that forehand. And
Gauff. The other Coco.
Did I say Vandeweghe?
Did.
Gauff.
I think she would have loved to have been here, Coco Vandeweghe.
I've been thinking about her all week, and then finally it comes out.
Oh, you're not the first to do that. I've done it on many occasions, I can promise you that much.
My point being that Zhang was just...
She was.
Blasting her ground strokes tonight.
I think once you've had so much time out on court, and you've seen the ball so big, right? Been playing so much tennis, good tennis. Always found the second practice of the day as well was the best for me, because I'd hit so many balls in the morning and then my game was honed in for the afternoon. Tell you what, that wasn't a bad return. So Rob was ready.
Well, that'll give him a little bit of confidence, won't it? Just to establish himself early on in this first set. So close to the net. It was a short backswing. It absorbs the pace.
That's a couple of good leaves from Galloway. And some very nice forehands from Desiree Kravchuk, and they're on the board, the Americans, but they are down an early break. Well, I love the name of this place. It's called Ningaloo.
Any particular reason why, Robbie?
It just rolls off the tongue. It's home to some of the best hikes in Western Australia, and you can just immerse yourself in nature and sleep beneath the stars. It's just a beautiful part of the planet. So much to see and do if you're an outdoor fanatic here in Western Australia. Look at that. That is soul food, as I like to call it.
You just need to watch out for those. Some think they're friendly, but some may think they're dangerous.
Tell you what, wouldn't want to run into one of those.
You get a feel for it. In the singles, she was serving wide on the deuce.
Yeah.
I don't know how she is in double.
She still likes that shot.
So Rob Galloway went to Wofford College, which is a private liberal arts college in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Beautiful part of the world. Desiree is from Jill's neck of the woods, Rancho Mirage. Very nice there.
I thought she was from the desert, actually. Palm Springs. Isn't she near Palm Springs?
Yeah, Rancho Mirage.
Rancho Mirage more near the... Oh, yeah, of course. I'm getting confused. Yeah. I haven't seen her there that much, but she's busy traveling.
Yep. Also another college graduate.
She went to Arizona State University. Had a very, very good career there, all 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
stretch there off the backhand side from Rybakina. Just using that right hand just to dip a little bit inside under that ball, get that height over the net. Nicely placed.
Sometimes it actually takes a little while to get used to the woman's serve in mixed because it comes slowly. The timing is very different. It's like Galloway is starting to see it beautifully now.
Didn't we see that the other night when Taylor Fritz had trouble with Leylah Fernandez's serve?
Yeah. Cross too much. It's a great camera angle. You can see how close it was to hitting it on the head. So first deciding point, gender to gender. Oh! Nice. That's an experienced return. As our good friend Jimmy Arias likes to call her. Desiree, no vowels. There's one in there, but there's a lot of consonants. I remember before we could listen to the name of the player on the WTA website. We were all hazarding guesses as to how to pronounce Desiree's surname. Someone in the media team managed to track it down and get the audio straight from the horse's mouth.
Starting to look a little bit better. I think he may be dealing with some nerves in the beginning because he's handling those low volleys much better, moving forward to them just to make sure he catches a little bit more on the rise. He's got great touch. That's more like it. Starting to get into the flow now. After losing the opening 8 points. The Americans are out in front now. They need 3-2.
Benjamin Button, a cat.
Yeah, Mike Rose will say moving out like a cat. Certainly established himself, hasn't he, from Galloway?
Had to get it out. This shirt is not breathable. I am like, whoa.
Oh, you wore the t-shirt one. Yeah. It's going in my memorabilia pile.
No, it's okay.
Commemorative t-shirt that we wore. Yeah, I don't know.
On the back far right corner.
On my return,
Part of Team USA.
I'm gonna go up there.
Hasn't quite hit the courts this week.
You said before it's gone.
what a year she had in 2024.
She doesn't put it away.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if like when the guys are like, you can always lob her. So.
Surprised he came slow.
Yeah, I'll take when he started.
That's about as chatty as I've seen Mark Russell on the change events. They secured the win. I think that might be Sia on the left. Yes, we are in Australia. I'm a big fan of you.
Oh, yeah. She's done some ripping songs, doesn't she? He's got some nice long levers, doesn't he? Galloway set up nicely from Kravchuk's return.
Got the quad zoom going there. Always remember that about Desra, how well she hits the returner serve at the player at net. Pulls that lefty forehand cross-court beautifully. It's got plenty of hook spin. It's always dipping. It's coming at you quickly.
It's so important to do that, Robbie, too, at the start of a match as well, especially when you're playing opponents that like to be active at the net, that like to poach a lot. If you use that line right away, sometimes it just gets them thinking a little bit more of how much they want to poach and move. It's a great play.
Thanks for coming. Yep. Large and in charge now. The US of A.
Well, they just complement each other so well, don't they? They know where each one is moving and not necessarily have to communicate with one another, but it's just that court awareness to keep capturing the net, move forward, and use the middle. It's such an effective volley in doubles. Or 75 now percent of first serves in from Team USA. It's a good start.
Still done a good job of keeping the net player honest to come up with a good volley to win the point. Base level of players has jumped up threefold since the opening couple of games. Rock solid have Kravchuk and Galloway.
Great return there from Sun. Not afraid to move forward either.
He's playing some of the best tennis of his career. Yeah. Singles is moving in the right direction. He's been at it for a while. He's right around his peak ranking of 276, which he achieved just a few weeks ago in early December. Would love that over or Chang. This has got a whole lot more interesting after being 30 love up cruising, just when I was complimenting them.
That's so important to plan on that first serve and try and get Galloway involved as early as possible.
Oh, the best serve of the set from Kravchuk. That's big time. They take a 5-2 lead. It's 5 straight games now for the USA.
God, I wanted that cross the wall. It was just so low, and he knew he was crossing.
There's plenty of fans still in the stands for this mixed doubles. Nice to see Kravchuk and Galloway hit the courts. So we get to see them this tournament thus far, both having fantastic doubles careers. There's only been a couple of points here or there for Zhang and Sun. They're right in this first set. Of games that have been decided on that juice point. So not a lot to turn around this set around if they can just win a few more points.
Yeah, just sitting behind Rob Galloway. Yes, a man that has been helping Coco Gauff for a long time. I think he's a brilliant coach, Jean-Christophe Farrell. So, used to coach with my good friend, Jean-René Lisnard, based in the south of France, but now spends most of his time in America. In fact, he was with Coco a couple of months before she beat Venus at Wimbledon. He had already started with her. Back with her here, down under. Here's JC. It's almost like Desiree holds that backhand to the last minute before she swings.
And it's a short swing, isn't it?
Yeah. Speaking of short swings, fine return of Galloway, there's nothing to it.
I mean, those returns are so good, and it makes it so difficult to hit the volley. Is so low over the net. There's not much height, so it's really difficult to hit a great volley or to poach on them.
Amazing how quickly circumstances can change on that deciding point. At 4-2, Americans, if they lose that, we're back on serve. It's very different when you step up to the line at 3-4 versus 2-5. It's got away from Team China pretty quickly here. 3 set points for the Americans.
Nice change of pace there from Zhang, just taking a little bit off, using that slice, getting Krafchik on the stretch so she doesn't have time to use that short backswing.
Not happy with that backhand return at all. So, deciding point once again. A couple of set points saved, and Team China keep themselves alive in this opening set. Just remember, we're a day ahead here as far as the United Cup is concerned. This is quarterfinal playoff. America, of course, beating Team China.
What a point there from Team China. Nice court craft there from the racket of Zhang. Not only using that flat, hard return, but taking pace off, dipping the ball, getting it to the feet of Team USA.
Gauff just hesitating on that one. It looked like he wanted to go forward a little bit more and just stopped his momentum, which ended up making it a little bit more difficult.
Mentioned already that Team USA will fly early tomorrow morning to Sydney. Whilst tomorrow night, Poland will take on GB in the first of the quarterfinals there. And Italy and Czechia will play on Friday night. The Aussies miss out. That's good cover.
It's great communication, actually. I mean, Desiree has been very quick when the ball is up in the air to almost call herself off and just getting Galloway to take these high volleys and overheads.
Oh, that is genius. Subtle brilliance.
And despite Team USA winning a lot of points off the overhead, credit to Zhang because she's continuing to use that shot, sensing that both Kravchuk and Galloway were right up close up at the net. Plenty of space in the back court. Another deciding point.
It's also a set point again. A few good backhand returns. I'll be surprised if Galloway goes there. Forehand for me. Oh, it gets away. I like the change-up. Just 147 kilometers an hour. And soon a little early on the return. And the Americans capitalize. Nicely done. 6-3 first set.
Well, after trailing love 2 in the first set, the Americans have done well to get back inside this first set. And a really good high percentage of first serve, sitting at 79%. A couple of aces. And creating a fair few more breakpoint opportunities. And only needing to convert 2 of those to get ahead in this first set. They seem to be the pair that complemented each other slightly better than the Chinese. Some good serving, some exceptional returning. Both players, Kravchuk and Galloway, holding their ground nicely. Took a couple of games for the Americans to find their feet, maybe get rid of some of those nerves, but once they got on the board, started to feel a lot more comfortable. Started to find their range on their ground strokes as well. And it was just playing smart tennis and playing the percentages in doubles, the good serving, the good returning, good communication. Just doing the basics well.
The group stages were pretty simple here in Perth. We didn't have to delve too deeply into the calculators to figure out who won the groups, but Group F this evening in Sydney was as close as it gets. And I mentioned that Australia have missed out at the expense of Great Britain. Everybody in that Group F team finishing on a win-loss record of 1-1. Actual matches won and lost as 3-3, and then it obviously comes down to set percentage won. And Great Britain eke out against the Aussies by 3 and some change percent. That's how close it was. The game percentage won was about 0.5%. Bitterly disappointing for the Australians, but margins are so fine. Such an exciting tie that was in Sydney a little earlier today. A late night snack.
Yeah, Zhang Zhuzhen. Nice to see him out there supporting his teammates, as is Coco Gauff. At the opening, Galloway moved way too early, but he drew the error.
I've just been watching the serve of Sun, and he's not the tallest player, just 5'10", but he's got great wrist snap. He actually has pretty good pop off the serves, got great motion. It's been nice to watch how much he can snap through that ball.
On cue. the third game in a row now that we've had a deciding point.
I thought a number of times the point was over and then the ball just kept coming back and back. As we have a look at that last point. Great play there from the Americans to get to the net first, and then some cheeky angles. I thought that last one there was going out, but Sun played it. Galloway just not able to execute that last backhand volley.
Fans have been thoroughly engaged. Oh, caught in the act, Coco.
I think that was at the last point, her reaction.
Yeah, yeah. Very popular. Team USA with Coco and Taylor. Really helped fill up this RAC arena on both of the times that they played. Plays off the return to the player at the net. It's always a little tougher to volley when you're static. How good was that at the end of range?
That's a tough volley to make right at the feet of Galloway, and he's quite tall, so the gap between where his racket is and where his feet are is a long way to go. Perfect serve out wide. Taking a little bit of pace off, getting the placement.
Continue to live on the edge here in the mixed. Fourth service game in a row that has a deciding point. Oh, can you believe it? Tell you what, we see that quite often. More often than what you would expect. It's not easy to run forward aggressively and hit a smash, and I think what Rob was suggesting, I should have hit a volley rather than try to smash it.
Let that ball drop, and he didn't quite get that full extension, so instead of hitting at the top of his racket, he's hitting it at the bottom.
This is that exact position they were in the first set, down 2-love, right out of the gates with Galloway getting broken. They were able to work their way back.
I think they're going for the copy and paste technique here, Jill. balls from the electronic line system are quite soft. And chair umpire Richard Haig on his pad, he has a little red light that will go off as soon as the ball has landed, and that confirms it's out. Green light on his pad will mean that the ball is in if it's close to the line. So that helps him make the call, as he did on the previous point.
Galloway. Jill, does it seem like sometimes he just doesn't get his footwork right in that position? Almost take the ball for granted a little bit?
I think, yeah, he just doesn't get up on that ball. I have to say, though, some of these shots are not bouncing up very high. They're staying pretty low, and that's to the fact Zhang tends to hit pretty flat ball, so it doesn't bounce up very high, and Galloway sometimes just isn't quite up to the ball quickly enough. But Galloway can definitely tell when he's not happy with a shot. I mean, it's not an angry outburst, but it's just a little anguish on his face every time.
Some great volleys there from Galloway, just going straight at Sun, whether it's in the body or down at the feet, forcing the error.
Here we go again. Another deciding point. Team China on a roll. They've won a couple of them now. Good stuff. 3-7. Well, the Margaret River might be known for its impeccable vineyards, but it doesn't stop there, folks. It's surrounded by some of the most stunning scenery you can develop in nature. You've got hiking, kayaking, even actually go beneath the surface and you'll find the limestone caves, guided tour. You know the difference between a stalactite and a stalagmite? I don't. One hangs down and one goes up. I still get them confused.
Can't help you there, Robbie, unfortunately.
I can tell you the Chinese fans have been in good voice, despite the fact that the team has been knocked out this evening. They've been full of encouragement for their mixed pairing. Worth reiterating that the mixed doubles is worth $14,500 to each player for a win this evening in the quarterfinal stages. It's nothing to be sneezed at. Almost got a tennis ball tattooed to his chest.
Oh, some great footwork and stretch there from Galloway. He's right up at the net. He's just got his racket to protect himself, doesn't he? Always thought Sun could have just let that rip off the forehand side. Oh, great use of the middle there from Sun.
Yeah, I think Sun's getting used to covering that down the line. Desiree has been going there pretty often from the start of this match, and he's getting a lot more active at the net, and I think that's made a difference in this second set. But on that down the line, holding his ground very well.
Oh, that is so naughty. He's got a lovely demeanor about him, has Rob Galloway. Oh, that is a great camera shot. See how close he is. Big shout out to the entire production team this week, who have done a stellar job as always. Out of Tennis Australia's production. They are very busy the entire summer. Long days and long nights as well. So big thanks to everyone concerned.
Some great serving.
I think Sun must have heard Jill, because ever since Jill was bigging up a serve.
I tried to say it loud enough so you could hear me, just to give him a little confidence.
Popped a couple of aces.
Yeah, sitting at 93% of first serves in too.
There's no question. Kravchuk loves that play down the line, but I think Team China are getting used to it now. They're looking for it. That's a strong hold from Sun. They've done well to keep the Americans at arm length here. 4-1. Bag of tricks there. A couple of gels.
A little bit of a gel, yeah. It is still warm out there. It's 26 degrees. So important to hydrate and look after the body. They're very sweet. So you always have to make sure that you don't get dehydrated by the amount of sugar in those things. So players are used to them.
Great spirits today.
Time.
Yes. China did qualify to this quarterfinal stage as the best second place team here in Perth.
She picks her spots and she executes. That forehand is such a weapon. And she's done well because she's actually really mixed up a lot of her shots off that due side. She's used the hard flat forehand down the line, she's used the angle, and then she's also used the lob off the return.
Chinese fans have got a couple of nice war cries going there. I feel like I'm back at high school. One measure. Is that a thing here in Australia, to have war cries at your high school when your respective houses are competing against one another? Is that a South African thing?
No, we have those.
Okay.
Yeah, Team USA.
It's a nice pop on that serve. 95 clicks for Galloway.
Love 15. Love 30.
Good use of applying the pressure there from Galloway.
And that one was a little bit of an easier return for him because it was a harder serve coming through. The one he's had struggles on from Zhang is when she throws in more of that off-pace kick serve. But that one was nice. It's the exact one that he likes.
You see Galloway wanting to capture the net, wanting to get the volley, but just leaving far too much space open on that left-hand side.
I mean, Galloway's take back, it's barely 10 inches. Nice loose wrist. Makes the adjustment at the very last minute.
have to do that. She could have just kept in the rally with Zhang and maybe allowed Galloway to try and capture the net again.
James looking for a ball. Orchid wasn't looking in the direction of the player. Okay, she's got it. Still a break point.